Outside sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too warm to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin, overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
Tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The captain in sick bay, night of death, no sign of clearer skies ahead. But hold fast, dear lads, this is not her last. This is just the beginning, no, not the end. 'Cause she'll tuck you in and lay your head to rest. With the lock you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear the treasure right out of your chest. She sucks you in, you circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink.
You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end.
What's going on, my lovelies, my sexies, my people, my pleasers, my pleasures? Let's fucking go. It's time to do the fucking thing.
So this is a classroom. A disagreement breaks out between the student and the teacher.
Okay, you just really upset someone. Saying things like should be in an asylum.
I didn't say that. If they want to identify as a cat or something, then they're like genuinely on that.
And they've gone
they're crazy.
You were questioning their identity.
I wasn't the question. I was just saying about the gender. I didn't say anything about them.
But where do you get this idea from that there's only two genders?
I just think it's my opinion.
That is my opinion.
If I respect their opinion, can't they respect my opinion?
It is not an opinion.
Yes, it is.
What the fuck did you say to me?
That is literally an opinion.
What the fuck did you say to me?
Hey, listen, bro. There's a student that identifies as a cat, and the other student says, "Hey, bro, you are unwell. You crazy." And the teacher is mad at them for saying they're crazy.
On est là, c'est ça qu'on est.
We're at the point where teachers are defending identifying as a cat. Let's keep watching.
There's only a boy and a girl.
Yesterday, there's no other private part. There's only two.
Gender is not linked to do with the There is the only two parts that you were born with. Gender is about how you identify, which is what I said right from the very beginning of
Yeah,
the
no, I just don't
lesson.
agree with that. So why should I have to listen to it?
Biological
A cat is not a gender.
Hey, listen.
A cat.
Concentrate.
A cat.
Meow meow.
Meow is not part of a gender.
But it is part of the agenda.
Yeah,
Yes.
take it.
Students, open up your binders for
Oh,
today. Class is
there
in
you go.
session. Girl, we are never gonna let you leave with a lesson learned.
You got
You're
there.
coming out of the classroom. Now snap your fingers. Do your step. You can do it all by yourself.
Should be of use.
Okay, sorry. I had to feel myself.
Let me see.
I call it oatmeal, so real, be real, for the time has come. Special real Instagram likes for all of the like-minded people. Doing the same step as me, call yourself sheeple, for the sheep have been herded. Have you heard? Snap your fingers.
Nah, you slid that shit in there.
It makes everything cool, even if it's not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just hit the shit. You identify as a cat, meow. Now you want to get the paws, meow. Hit him with the tail, meow. Now we. No. No. You try to say bye, I say Hello Kitty.
No.
Sorry.
No. Sorry. No.
The Hello Kitty? That shit did slap? The Hello Kitty? Yow. Alright, I'm done with this.
Get the fuck out of here.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
sex, because you can be born into sex. You can be born with male and female body parts or hormones.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah, there's three. There's not three androids.
Doesn't mean that there's three. I'm talking about biological sex. In terms of gender, there are lots of genders. There is transgender. There is agender. People that don't believe they have a gender at all.
Yeah, but you can't have that.
You're
No,
already.
you can't have that. It's not a law.
Yeah, no, it's just not lawful. It's our opinion. We just don't agree with it. We just think it's all just.
If you have a vagina, you're a girl. If you have a penis, you're a woman.
Yes.
But cisgender is not necessarily the way to be. You were talking about the fact that cisgender is the norm. That you identify with the gender, with the sexual order that you're born with or you're with. That's basically what you're saying. Which is really despicable.
How? When it's. If I called my mum right now, my mum would
Say.
be on my side.
If I call my mum, she'd say. Well, that's very sad as well then.
How is it? Those people agree with that. There's only a small majority of people who actually think that.
And why do you think we have so many problems in the world with homophobia?
What the fuck did you say?
I'm so sick of these weeks with this Uganda homophobia. It's like, oh my god.
That's one little thing that has nothing to do with the fact that
How
yo,
does
if you out it,
homosexuality-
yo. Solving homophobia is not gonna go through with thinking someone is a cat. That's not how you're gonna solve it. That's just not how you're gonna solve it. Accepting that someone says they're a cat, and you're gonna be like, they're a cat. Homophobia is solved. That's not how you're gonna do it. I don't even see what the correlation is.
I think in her head she's thinking people who are not accepting of the gender ideology are probably more likely to be homophobic.
Didn't you, gorgeous?
That's not one thing what she said.
But that's the correlation she's making. I'm
Whoa.
assuming. Hey,
You assume.
yes.
Okay.
A sudden surge.
That's not homosexual, that's gender. I'm fine with lesbians and gay people. I've got nothing against them. But gender is, there is a link between it.
No, now you cheated. There is no link. Gender ideology does not have anything to do with homosexuality, lesbianism, or anything else of the sort. No man.
No man.
No man.
No man.
Now you see the way they move the goalposts. If you don't accept all this transgender or gender affirming stuff, identify as a cat, you're also the kind of person who leans into homophobia. Bruh, these people, bro. And when they say there's not an agenda when it comes to these kids, you start to hear a lot of these recordings. It's like, is this what they teaching kids in school? Is this how they talking to kids? Because they don't want to respect someone saying they're a cat. Nigga.
And you're saying that people can't change.
Breaking through.
No, they can't. They can't. Unless you get a penis attached. No, I'm not. You're confusing sex and gender. No, I'm not, though. Because if you have a primary or dad,
And you're confusing gender and sexual orientation. What's your fucking point? Don't act like you're the authority figure on this. You might be their teacher, but don't mean it's your language. Just because you teach me algebra ain't to mean that you're going to also be teaching me physics. Ain't mean you won't teach me marine biology or anything like that. Some of these teachers think they can learn and teach about everything. You're not fit to teach this topic, apparently.
You can't have a vagina being out.
even then, because you've got how you identity. How you identify. But it's not an opinion that's being expressed in this school. No, it's not. If you don't like it, you need to go to a different school.
What I tell you, bro? Remember the last video with the one who said you don't belong in this country with this shit? You seen this kind of language? Yo, she can't even debate them eloquently. She just wants the authority to tell them what to think. This is not a discussion. She's saying this is what it is. My opinion is different. That's not an opinion. Of course it's an opinion. You may not agree with it, but you can't impose it on the children.
Yo, my girl, you a school teacher getting schooled by kids?
And if you don't like it, you need to go to a different school.
Yeah.
Think about what school is meant to be. We all talk about this place of learning, the place where you get challenged with different ideas. Kids come up with their own opinion, or maybe the opinion they've inherited, whatever it is.
Not anymore.
And instead, they're telling you need to go to a different school.
Not anymore. Put you in the box.
Now, when they say there's no indoctrination or brainwashing, what is this?
It's hard to believe.
I have never been one who buys into that kind of lingo, but the more I watch these videos, the more it starts to sound really true to me.
It's hard to believe.
If you don't like it, you need to go to a different school. God damn.
Because you have an opinion? That's like that.
So I'm promoting. You need to have a proper educational conversation.
My girl, they're doing that right now.
No, they're not.
You're the one that's not contributing to that. They're trying to have that conversation right now. That's what they're doing. The one that's failing to have that conversation is you.
About equality, diversity, and inclusion. Because I'm not having that expressed in my lesson.
In the meantime, the kid that said that was a cat is in the corner like, meow.
Diversity, inclusion, and what? Equality, diversity, inclusion. Always remember, it's not diversity of style. No, it's diversity of appearance, identity.
Yeah.
Right? So if people have differing opinions, they're not included. We talk about inclusion, but it's inclusion of people who have the same kind of thinking patterns.
Well, I'm teaching you about you can be who you want to be. How you identify is up to you.
They just don't play it because they're not.
Maybe because they're polite and maybe they're sensitive.
I haven't said anything in all of the lessons I've been in. It's just because they turn around and start saying something. So I said, how can you identify as a cat when you're a girl?
Well, they're now writing a statement. I would imagine that you'll be able to write a statement as well.
We will.
These are 9-year-olds, bro. I guess
they're more.
I guess TikTok teaching these kids something different. Hey, shit! These kids would be like, "Excuse me, that's not gender, man. That's." I was just being like, "Can I make a snowball?" You know, like at that age. But these kids are having gender.
But they cool her. Yeah. They cool her. I mean, these cool meow. I don't know what that person identified as, but that's a cat thing. That's a no.
We used to meme about people identifying as an attack helicopter or a cat, but now you got real teachers trying to be inclusive of these kinds of ideas. Just a no.
Then you shouldn't be in school. You should be in a litter box.
I just want to know if they can identify as anything you want. I wonder if this teacher would accept a white student identifying as black. I wonder. I wonder.
I wanna,
she can identify. Can she identify as a different race? No, but she can identify as a different species.
Can a grown-ass man identify as a kid?
I think people need to just troll these people. Start identifying as orgasms in screaming class. Start identifying as anything, bro. I'm serious. Just start doing it.
What's your
Identify as a fart. Just
What?
Just as juvenile as it is, you need to be disruptive. I think this shit's so fucking stupid. When you're saying they can identify as a cat,
No, but for real, if it was my school, I remember my school, my high school, shout out to Lemons Belleville back in the days. If it was my high school, I swear to God, people would identify as an orgasm, being like, all day, every day in the class, What do you, I'm just identifying as,
Special delivery.
anyways.
I identify as, yes, daddy.
Hey, listen, that's it for today's topic. Let's see what we got.
This is the Titan's fault. Back off.
Basically, this guy was streaming on Twitch, and he alt tabbed, and somebody looked at his tab. You didn't see it?
I didn't see it. It's not that cool.
So
That's all
someone
Death to
paused it,
Kronos.
zoomed in. This right here is what people zoomed in on, okay? So people went to the link, found it. And it turned out...
Adequate.
Okay, hold on, what do you think it
On
is?
my authority.
Let's do trivia, What do you think it is?
Is it kids?
No,
Cause if it's,
it's not illegal.
huh?
It's not illegal. If it gets weird, you would care if this was you. Okay, this is what the problem.
I would care if it was me.
If you were involved in the situation, you would care. You want to know why?
Why?
Imagine if your best friend was this guy.
My
It's not the
heart.
only fun of a wife of a biggest friend.
No,
Okay.
it's even worse in a way.
It's even worse.
This guy, imagine your
End of
best
the
friend. They found out that the tabs he had open and he was looking at were deep fakes of your girl.
Deep face of my girl.
Farewell, Lord.
Hey, yo!
Yeah!
Got here first.
So he's doing the deep
You're
face?
sick,
No,
babe.
he was
Losing
watching
all-
and consuming it.
Okay, so my girlfriend is like another YouTuber.
Yeah, and they made deep fakes of her, and he was
Fucking-
yeah.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
Yeah.
Hey,
Ain't that
yo.
a weird one?
Hey, yo. What's the website?
I know some of these people, and personally, I'm not curious.
Yeah.
But I would imagine, okay, jokes aside, I would imagine it'd be really fucking upsetting for me if I was a woman online. People are creating stuff that one, I can't monetize, that I didn't consent to, and then they're reselling it and then selling it at bidding for what.
And you don't even-
It feels like such a tremendous violation of your boundaries that I could understand a lot of people being deeply upset by this and not being okay with it or feeling really betrayed. Especially if I found out one of the guys I knew was doing this, I would look at him like, oh, you're helping to finance this shit that violates my boundaries. So deepfakes come into a really weird territory where now people can do anything. There's deepfakes will probably be online or if there is when someone in the start, but it is a very upsetting thing to see your face plastered on someone's body and it looks so real people can't even tell the difference most of the time. Like, yeah, I would feel very, very upset. So I understand people's reaction to that.
Yeah.
But I'm still subscribed. I got it. I'm gonna check the shit. To be honest, you know what I mean? Curiosity. As long as it's not me.
My shit was a joke. You know they're gonna get you. They're gonna get you for this.
They can do whatever they want.
But yeah, but then again, it's only weird because we're not supposed to have access to that. It's like peep game. Everybody here has fantasies about other people. It happens. Yo, people got fantasies about best friends of girlfriends, best friends
Fuck.
of boyfriends and shit like that. Now the deep fake thing, that thing is just that to push. I had access to a part of your mind that I was not supposed to. That's what it is.
Alright, so he made an apology because it involved a bunch of people that he knows, his friends like Pudding and Maya and different people.
So he has deep fakes of all those people.
There's a website that has it, you can subscribe. So let's hear why he did it and what happened.
We call fucking Boobistan twins. We don't do that there. I've never made like a weird, I don't know, see sniffing Joe. I've never done anything like that. I've never done anything like that on stream. And we don't tolerate sexual behavior in the chat. We ban it on site.
I'm sorry. This is just a big pet peeve of mine. There's nothing worse than when the dude fucks up and then you gotta do the press conference and this girl always wiped out sit behind him crying too. It's like, he's the one who fucked up. Why are you dragging her to make her look stupid too? You should be in front of that camera by yourself.
Don't do it.
You fucked up.
Don't do it.
She gotta sit here holding his head like, I'm gonna stand by him and we're gonna work through this together. Lady,
Be beaten by
you look at
her.
that naked bodies of his so-called friends' girlfriends.
Don't do it. Don't do
You
it.
can say whatever you want. I just think it's wild when they say, we're in this together.
Don't do it.
You fucked up by yourself. You should own up to it by yourself.
And then at 2 a.m., you know, I've been watching so much. I've been reading so much fucking AI stuff. I'm reading all this fucking stuff about AI and deepfake music, deepfake art, and everything. And I'm in these fucking discords.
Grow and flourish.
And I just feel so embarrassing.
My man,
That's his apology.
my man, is your excuse that you were doing research? Did you just take a fucking meme and turn it into real life? Yeah. Oh no, the reason why I got your naked
Infinite
pictures on my phone is
possibilities.
research, academia. Is that your excuse?
Yeah.
Research.
Research.
Because if we say that, yeah.
Research.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Who got a take?
Yeah.
I'm looking at it for research purposes.
What's that website?
What?
For
Why am I
fri-
grabbing the Vaseline?
For a friend.
Pitchfork stone
Dry
transported
ashy
me.
elbow.
You know, research.
But I was on fucking Pornhub, dude. I was on a fucking regular ass normal website, and there was an ad. There's an ad on every fucking video for this fucking. So I know other people must be thinking it because on every fucking video for fucking deepfake thing, and then I click it, and I'm in this fucking rabbit hole, and at 2 a.m. I don't know, like I'm morbidly curious like this, right? And it's just fucking, it's gross. It's gross. I'm sorry. I really. I just hate it. It's not my stream style at all. I hate this drama stuff, and
I hate drama, and I just not my streams about. I'm embarrassed, and I was doing research, and I was curious, and I kept scrolling because I wanted to see all their naked bodies, and I was curious, and then I came.
For people that are in my community that were talking, and they felt so let down, and they made me
That's a
feel so
feeling there.
sick. As long as I live, I'll never see like again.
Someone make a deep fake of this guy doing the same apology without all these lame excuses. I think that is something.
I'm just kidding.
By one of his viewers, the one that leaked the image.
Back to dust.
Did he get invited to Thanksgiving dinner?
From who?
From the friend who's the girl you're looking for.
I don't know that bad.
Who's looking you?
No, you're a whole ass weirdo.
He's your best friend though.
It's weird. To me, that thing is not really that much. If it was me, I don't think it would be that much of a thing. It's not like
You wouldn't be upset by it.
I wouldn't be that upset about it. Bring the cock. No, nothing happened. It's him thinking shit. I swear to God, a lot of you think about your best friend's girls. A lot of you think about.
Is it the same thing as just thinking? It's not just thinking. I don't think I would have an issue if I found out a homie of mine
Homies must
thought
be
about
in the
my girl.
area.
Because like you can't stop
Shouldn't
invasive
take too
thoughts. It
long.
is what it is. Fine. It's a different thing when you start taking actions and you go on our websites and you look in the and you
I don't know if
and you
that-
probably beating your meat.
Maybe I'm just mad about the fact that I've accepted that when you're a public figure, people can do and say things about you that are not true. I've been through it, and I ain't even that big. And I think that's just the normal, is the next step to that, you know what I mean?
But that's not just the public. That's your friend.
Push closer.
That's what is different. That's your best friend.
For my father.
You guys just homie over for dinner. Y'all work together. You guys have met regularly.
It doesn't breach my confidence. It doesn't breach my confidence. Are you gonna invite him to Thanksgiving?
Hell no.
No.
No. Out here passing out stuffing while you think about stuffing my girl. No.
So if I think about stuffing your girl, you never go home.
Yo, listen. if you think it, you better not say no shit like that. If you say, listen, you know how disrespectful it would be if my homie's like, yo man, I really want to fuck you. That's crazy. That's crazy.
You say it like that. And
That, no, it's worse.
Yeah.
My man didn't even want. He started beating his feet. I know he wanted to do it now.
Hungry for more?
What you talking about? That's crazy.
It's crazy.
If you listen, we all have crazy thoughts, but a thought can go and come and go. It's fine. It's not a thing. If you obsess over it, it might be a little bit more weird. And if you actually start buying content or paying for stuff or watching things online, that's a bit. That's
a bit too much.
Whoa.
But them thoughts don't come and go. They really just come and come. All right, let's just go.
When it comes to anything like, I want these sexual jokes on here. You know,
Yo, turn that shit off. Turn it off. Turn it off. Turn it off.
Why?
Because sorry should have been sorry. Now you're making all these shit that ain't got nothing to do with the fact. I don't care if you're vanilla, chocolate, blueberry, a chocolate chip. I don't give a fuck. Get to the point. Wrap it up, Papa.
Humans don't do that. They
Yeah,
don't
well. Okay, like nothing's gonna come out of this. And he's gonna say sorry. He fucking ruined it already. He ruined it. It's ruined.
I want to know what the special is in the background. I do. Yo, listen.
It's no use.
Listen. When I have your face on your glasses, I call you spectacles. You ain't got it first. That's
I don't know if you. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, it's just deeply upsetting. It's really embarrassing. But I do believe Brandon instantly. This is not a pattern of behavior.
I bet you anything. This probably made her ass so insecure. She probably got a gym membership the next day. Found out his name jerking out her body, got homegirls with her. That's a wild thing. That's a fucked up thing to do here. Just put up in front of the camera. I think that's good. But hey, everyone's fucking. God, to me, the more you rambled on, the more terrible you see. You know, you just said, listen, curiosity got the best of me, or listen, I shouldn't have been, but I was just curious and I clicked on it, like, and then you're just like, that's my bad, it's my apologies. I was very disrespectful. Keep it pushing. Why do you think this is not a pattern of behavior, and I'm not problematic, and we don't even make jokes, and I'm super vanilla. Like when I come, I just come on her back, and do you want to say anything? Because I've been cutting you off. Go tell them that I'm a good man.
This is upsetting, but I believe him.
Shut the fuck up. This is cringe as hell, bro. I was on these forums and there was like deep fakes and AI, and I'm so curious and so interested, and then I found out my best friend's girl's butt naked in the deep fake, so I'm like, what does her asshole look like for research purposes? And then I dug through the butthole and I was like, oh my god, AI is so amazing. I came. Like, wow, this is so dark. That's what it feels like. It really feels like I'm watching a child ramble as they're trying to avoid accountability. Just own it and keep it pushing, bro.
You try to avoid a whooping.
Yo.
A financial one. Yo.
So those are my thoughts. Anything else you want to say about deepfakes or anything like that? I think they need to pass laws for deepfakes. I think it should be illegal.
I think there will be. That thing is so new. They will pass laws about deepfake, about AI chats and stuff like that. They will. They will.
This actually should be illegal. Personally, that's why. That's my thoughts on it. Anything else?
No.
All right, let's know what you guys think.
Coming through. Cheers, Hermes.
We going to town.
A shocking 20-page report has been completed into sexual relationships at the Laverne Police Department. Some happening while officers were on duty and at work.
Doing something while you're at work, I mean, for everybody else who goes to work, you know, we're held to that same standard.
Jerry Howell says he was in disbelief when first reading the report and wants changes from city leaders. The investigation says Mayor Jason Cole got the first tip about the relationships.
It's just bad. It's like a stain, I guess.
We requested an interview with Mayor Cole, but was told he was not willing to talk on camera. Instead, he released a statement saying in part, "We will be retraining all of our employees in the rules, regulations, and expectations set forth by city leadership."
Be a wake-up call for Laverne, but also a wake-up call for our police department to take care of themselves.
You guys don't know this is cop who apparently was having trains ran on her, doing stuff on the job at the workplace.
She was servicing.
They had to
The Black Flagship.
and not the people. She was servicing the
Motherfucker,
services
bro.
to protect and serve other cops.
Good lord. As I've been shit, it was her. That picture didn't age well.
You know what's so funny about this? A lot of people were talking, they're like, bro, and there's a lot of women. A lot of women were like, yo, man, like, I saw her pictures and like, you know, the girl didn't miss her job before. He didn't want to just come out and say like, this girl's like a whore, okay? And it's fine. You can just say, come out and say that she's not the most attractive. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
That's not even the point. You have a put you on game about the male brain. If it's present and it's down,
Bombs away.
we going to town.
That part.
Hey, listen.
Present and it's down. We're going to town, Brown. You have to understand one thing, like,
Hey, that's our. We are going for the jackpot. And let me say, there was some jackhammering that was happening. They drilled the fuck out of her. And I ain't talking about no drill sergeant. Particularly wizard sergeant. That's kind of wild, dude.
left, right, left. Drill sergeant. Hey, yo.
I've heard all kinds of crazy takes.
Like what? What'd you hear?
But here's the real simple take on that. People who are at work, male and women, they fuck each other.
That does it.
She was married, didn't even matter. And I'm gonna tell you, a lot of office romance involve people who are in relationships and married. Truth of the matter is, when men and women work together, there's gonna be some fucking shenanigans happening. Even if you have an anti-fraternization policy, let me tell you, they got the strictest one in the military, and they fucking in the barracks during basic training. They wasting no time. They'll fuck superiors, they'll fuck inferiors, they'll fuck the person laterally. They don't care. They see a hole, they going in. She sees a rod, she jumping off. I'm not saying it's always consensual, but in this case it was, so we're not even gonna talk about the more devious shit. And good on the police chief for firing them.
It's no
Why,
use.
Abba? They were just sleeping. They were sleeping together on the job. Sorry, we ain't paying you so you can get some cheeks. I'm glad you getting some cheeks.
Yep,
But we ain't paying you so you can get some cheeks.
not on my
Because if
dollars.
you get paid to get some cheeks, nigga, I want to get paid to get some cheeks.
Not on my dollars.
Getting cheeks cost me money. So it better cost you too.
Not on my dollars. It's your dollars. It's my dollars.
Yeah, the only people getting paid to get some cheeks are OnlyFans mom. And they should. But no, they deserve to be fired. And the last thing, and I think the most important thing is, the husband stood by her. Everyone's going after him. He said, this is my wife. I will not leave her. Apparently they were in some kind of weird relationship that was open, but he was upset because he's also a cop. When he found out that his other patrolmen were patrolling the inside, I get it. I'm not mad at it. I understand why you'd be upset. You wanted the relationship to be open. You just like, nigga, I didn't want it to be that open. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I left the door open. I didn't want you to open the windows too, bitch. You could have a party. I didn't want you to let
God
everybody in the
damn
neighborhood
it,
in their home.
bro.
That's a lot.
Oh my god, I was so fucking close.
Instead, I don't.
Oh, that one fucking empowered shot. How do you get an empowered shot? That's supposed to be real fucking Hestia.
Business. Yo, this dude is a cuck, bro. Let's keep it a stack. No, let's talk that shit. You know what I mean? No. Last year was all empathy. This year,
There's something that happens when motherfuckers are wearing uniforms. All right, uniforms are not meant to show anybody as advantage or whatever or not. Cops, the cop field is predominantly man that's in there. When you got like a subpar girl that goes in there in a uniform, if the guys, if they're surrounded by guys, when a 3 in a uniform gets in there and it's a bunch of guys, she becomes like a 7 to 8. And it don't matter. I'm going on when people saying that she didn't look good and everything stuff. It didn't matter. Even in the uniform and stuff like that. If you look at a place where it's predominantly man, if a girl comes in and she a girl, and these guys, day by day, they see just guys and guys and guys. They just see a normal girl that's a 3, she gonna become a 7.
I'll just make it even more simple. You know what this is?
What is it?
Convenience store.
I want filet mignon, but if the bodega open, I'm getting a chopped cheese.
Yes, sir.
I'm getting a chopped cheese.
Hey, listen, some of you ladies out there, y'all are convenience stores. I'm just keeping it a stack.
Some of you do.
Well, why does he keep calling me? Convenience store. You happen to be open at 2 a.m. when everything else is closed.
Some of you dudes are convenience stores too.
boy.
Steven.
He doesn't want nothing. He keep convenience store.
Mm-hmm.
That's you.
Yeah.
And it's okay. It's not even something shameful. It's not.
What, working? Are you saying working in a convenience store is a bad job? It's a good job. It's a perfect job. It's okay.
It's temporary. I hope.
Legit business.
Unless you want to be a perpetual convenience store your whole life. He call you during off-peak hours. Convenience store. You see, come in his fucking shorts. Convenience store.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, it is what it is, and that's what she was. That's why they were doing all kinds of filthy things to her, turning her into a spit roast, giving cops a whole new definition of pig. Let me tell you, they went in on my girl. They were cruel to her, but she likes it cruel. She likes it nasty. She likes it disgusting.
They ask her, knock, knock, hey, open up. It's the police. She opened up.
Yeah, they're arresting all kinds of filthy criminals. Turns out this cop's the nastiest one of them all. You know, to the dude, like, at the end of the day, it's your marriage. You do whatever you want to.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If you set some boundaries and someone violates it that much with that many people and people that you know, and they just doing their shit brazenly.
Were they working at the same place?
Listen, I'm not saying cheating has got to be the end all be all your relationship. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's certain forms of cheating that are just so egregious. If you take it back, I look at you a little bit sus. Like, if she cheat on you because she having like emotional connection with somebody, like, okay, maybe you can work your way back. If she fuck your stepbrother and get pregnant by him, like, nigga.
Yeah, there's levels to
She, you know what I mean? Like, there's levels to everything. This is a wild one. She fucking your coworkers, not one, but multiple, and running trains and all that stuff after you told her absolutely not. That to me speaks to like a whole level of disrespect and like you ain't shit.
But I mean, I don't know what he did.
What you mean? Like he might have done some nonsense? Possible.
I don't know.
Possible.
I don't have that side of the story.
Possible, but right now this year I'm in my manosphere, shift. Men can do no wrong. I'm tired of these females. With Take going down, they need a new hero. You know what I'm saying?
Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. Take your shit, pack your shit, and
Come
leave.
on, bro. You're not ready to make some real money?
Fuck out of here.
Yo, these 304s and everything they call them.
I think that's gonna be that's gonna be a new police code. Can we do a 10-4 and a 304?
Yeah.
That's just them going down to this girl. Bam! Let's go. Let me open your back door. What I wanna do? What I gonna do when they come for you?
When they come for your white girl.
Yeah, when they come for your girl. Yeah, what are you gonna do when they come for your white girl?
Shout outs to these cops. What, I don't even know where this happened.
Shout out to R. Kelly and shout out to R. Kelly and Usher. Same girl. We be fucking the same girl.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? 4 of them got fired. 2 of them got suspended.
3 of them got suspended. I saw 3. Okay, maybe 2.
Okay, what does matter?
Whatever.
Why do you think they got suspended versus fired? I have my theory. Let me hear yours.
I don't. Why did they get suspended?
Did you notice the niggas? All the niggas got fired.
Why?
You know the black man got fired. I think I know why.
Why these the one that got suspended? I think they were covering up. They knew they were covered up. They were organizing the trains. They were the train conductors. You know what I mean? Come on, the train and ride it.
You ready what it is?
What is it?
I think they clocked out before they clocked in.
What you mean? They did that outside of the? Yeah, if they did that outside, you would get suspended. Cause the other motherfuckers,
they kept their uniforms on.
Yo, go to the interrogation room. I got some questions. Yay! Questions!
They use government facilities, which made the whole thing egregious.
Yeah.
Other ones fraternize off.
Yeah,
I think that was the big difference. My suspicion.
Yeah.
My suspicion.
Because we're not on the force. We're not wearing the uniform. Yeah. But some of these motherfuckers were wild.
And I also say this.
Hey, I heard you were a wild one.
And I'll also say this. Oh, this girl, she said, like, let me say this, okay? I don't even assign more blame to her than anybody else. You want to know why? Because off the top, they're her superiors.
I felt something.
You're in a leadership position. You should know that. And if you're going to engage in this kind of behavior, there's more burden on you. Why? Because you have more power and you have more responsibility.
Oh, yeah.
Off the top, I would never assign the same amount of blame to a fucking private as I would a sergeant or whatever rank you want to tell me above that. Captain, doesn't matter, right? If you're in a leadership position and you fucking your subordinate, the hammer should come on you even heavier. I'm not saying you won't make her pay as well, because she was definitely clearly wanting this and engaging in initiating a lot. But they gotta hold the biggest L. That's what it means to be in those kind of leadership positions. So knowing that a bunch of these guys and her superiors all got fired, good. You can't have these kinds of people in this workplace. No, sir. And yeah, I think that pretty much covers most of my ideas when it came to stories and us.
No.
I would love for what you guys think in the comments below. We want to hear from you. And yeah, what? I say it, bro.
I didn't say nothing.
You let all your homies run a train on your girl?
I was agreeing with you. You mad.
Yeah, I mean, all his homies.
All of them.
Bruh, imagine going to work and finding
going
out
back to
all those
work.
dudes like spilled their baby batter in your girl.
Everybody know.
And then you gotta go back with your girl home all the time.
You kiss your girl, you got 6 stops of semen on you. All right, cool. Yeah, let's cut it.
Hey, man, look at a confusing episode of CSI.
Hey, bring the forensic. All right, run it. I'm talking about the train.
You know there's gonna be all kinds of memes. What do you mean your wife? Don't you mean our wife?
Bruv, there is all kinds of memes.
Hey,
the memes are wild. You want to see them?
Ew.
33-year-old Anthony Mitchell hypothermia while in custody. And it's such a weird way for someone to in jail that the physician who tried to treat him said, "I'm not sure what circumstances the patient was held in incarceration, but it is difficult to understand a rectal temperature of 72 degrees Fahrenheit while someone is incarcerated in jail."
Told you you'd find this interesting. Wild, right? A normal rectal temperature
It's like
is 98.
Yeah.
If you don't understand, like, you guys are like thinking like, wait, your insides are never supposed to be that cold.
No. Listen, I'm telling you, if
But why
for
are
you
you such an expert on this?
my dad was a whole ass nurse, so I could always ask him questions about everything. Everything that was like health related, I would ask him questions like for some stupid reason.
I'm so dumb. I would like butt stuff. That's what I
And I'm the juvenile one, right?
No. In my head, I'm like, must be butt stuff. That's why I imagine people do butt stuff too. They just take thermometers and be like, ooh,
but
the booty's ready, Your Highness.
Bing! French cuisine, don't mind if I do. but the thing they have,
the baguette is ready for the oven.
For you to be considered like feverish, you don't need to be. It's not 10 degrees. If you're at 37 degrees and that's your normal, or 36 right now, 38 is a fever. That's 2 degrees. If your body temperature is 2 degrees off, there's a big ass problem.
The barrier is weakening.
No pun intended. But there's a big problem. Like if it's over, or if it's under. This? Nah, dude. That's not even. It's not the fact. It's someone froze some shit in your ass. Somebody put their lunch in your booty hole. That shit was so cold. Like you. I'm not to, but I'm just saying.
All right, so let's find out what happened. How did this man die this way?
And adding, the cause of his hypothermia is not clear. It is possible he had an underlying medical condition resulting in hypothermia. Do not know if he could have been exposed to a cold environment. But closing, I do believe the hypothermia was the ultimate cause of his death. Some of that mystery is being figured out after Mitchell's family filed a lawsuit against jail officials and workers, with it being alleged that Mitchell was actually thrown naked into a walk-in food freezer as punishment for giving the officers a hard time. Now, normally you can just get out of those freezers, but reportedly Mitchell was strapped to a restraining chair to keep him in place. And after hours there, they finally got him out, and he was obviously unresponsive, with them then reportedly dragging him naked throughout the jail before putting him in a patrol vehicle and driving him to the hospital. And at no point was an ambulance called. And the family apparently only knows so many of these details because a hero officer at the jail recorded the security footage on her phone and handed it to the family. And this is a story that should matter in general, but one that also especially matters with the United States.
Okay, it had nothing to do with butt stuff. My bad.
I want you guys to think about how fucked up that is.
Yeah, that you are in a jail and they put you in a fucking freezer and you die of a hypothermia.
You know what? This is how normalized this shit is in my head. That's not even the fucked up part. The fucked up part is that somebody filmed it, put it out to the family, and she was called a hero.
Yeah, that's what she's supposed to do.
She did what police officers should do, which is take care of crime. And she was called a hero.
Yeah.
These people killed this man because he was giving them a hard time. They threw him in a freezer like it was a mafia movie, okay? And they murdered him. Plain and simple. I mean, sorry, listen, just because it's not an oven or a gas chamber, don't mean it's not dead. You guys would lose your goddamn minds if you knew it was a gas chamber. What's the difference? I'm sorry, but just the idea, the framing of this whole story is already absurd enough as it is. But people think it's heroic for a cop just to do the right thing. Which lets you know the way people view policing officer work in general. Telling the truth,
Can't right now.
abiding by your oath is heroic. It's just interesting. You know, like if a doctor saves a life, nobody says he's a hero. But that's his job.
But the thing that happened is that the reason why she's a hero is because a man that was giving them
Hail,
a
sister.
hard time,
Good evening.
this is what they did to them.
Any progress yet with
And
your...
that's a
Not near
woman
as much as I'd like.
in the force,
Here, let me give you-
surrounded with men. What are they gonna do to her if they find out that she's snitching on them? That's why she's a hero. No, her knowing all of this, knowing how if they got caught. This is not a first occurrence.
Wait, are you saying they might go after her for snitching?
Yes.
Are we talking about a criminal gang?
When there's a brotherhood, you don't go snitching on your people like that. Her, as a woman, if she would be done up. That's the reason why she is a hero, because she did all that thing and she might have got caught.
Today's video is sponsored by Surfshark.
No matter where I'm at, all right, whether it's in my house or in my Airbnb when I'm away, or in Antarctica, or even when I'm taking a shit, I need to have access to all my programs. Hey!
Couldn't do it.
But sometimes the internet doesn't allow me for that because it's restricted because of the area that I'm in. Yeah, so for that, I need a system that allows me to change my location. And that's called a VPN changer. Yes, the one VPN that I'm using is Surfshark. It allows you to just change the location of where you are. And you can watch everything that you want, no matter where you're at. Right now with Surfshark, you can just use promo code ABBA and Preach, and you're gonna be able to have 83% off. Plus, there's a plus, 3 months extra for free. I know, crazy. Get on it.
The lawsuit filed by his family today names the sheriff and other personnel at that jail. CBS 42's Carly Lang's been going through that lawsuit, which includes some images from inside the jail, Carly.
In it, you can see Anthony Mitchell here in the orange being carried by personnel at the Walker County Sheriff's Office. His family, who calls him Tony, told me he ended up in the Walker County Jail after they called for a welfare check. Tonight, there's a lot of outrage about this video and the images that have come to light because of the family's lawsuit. We have that right here. As CBS 42 reported last week, this video contradicts the statement we received from the Walker County Sheriff's Office about Tony Mitchell's condition when he left the jail. That statement reads in part, quote, "The inmate was alert and conscious when he left the facility and arrived at the hospital." Now, as you can see in this video,
Before I even give you guys any of my opinions, I just want you guys to appreciate the only reason this got out is because one of the other officers told the truth about what had happened. Meaning all those officers committed perjury and lied about what had happened. They all lied about it, and it was a conspiracy, a very real one, in which they all forged a story in order to cover their own asset. And only another officer willing to put themselves at risk made this thing happen. Imagine all the times where this doesn't happen. If these guys threw this guy in for just being a disobedient person, they threw him in the freezer just for being disobedient. Imagine what else these guys have done. Because you know it is their first time. Considering how many people die in jail and police custody, okay?
Need to recharge.
Do you truly believe this is their first time potentially killing somebody? The way that they so effortlessly lied and all of that covered up, you think it's their first time? Mind you, these are not violent criminals. When you're put in jail, this is not prison. This is jail. This is sometimes where you get held when you don't have bond to even go to court. This is sometimes where you go when you have a DUI. This is sometimes where you go when you're under suspicion of certain things. This is a jail, not prison. You know when they say, if you have nothing to be afraid, just don't resist and go with the officer. This is what happens at that place. So appreciate the fact that this is a story, but it's actually an indication of a larger issue.
What's the bigger issue? That cops are human? Yeah, they are. They are human. Yup, very much human. As much as there are people in business places that have power trips, They have power trip. They actually have powers. Shit, they got guns.
Should be able to get out.
The truth is done. More and more things like that are coming out.
Anthony Tony Mitchell appears limp and unconscious. Claims made in this lawsuit give a closer look at what his family believes happened to him during his 2 weeks in the Walker County Jail. That's where he had been in custody since his arrest on January 12th. According to court documents, Mitchell froze to death. The lawsuit states he arrived at the hospital with a body temperature of 72 degrees. And this lawsuit claims Mitchell was likely placed in a restraint chair in the jail kitchen's walk-in freezer or similar environment and left there for hours. This lawsuit also details graphic and disturbing details about Tony's last days of life, claiming he was tased, neglected, put in a freezer, and left for dead as officers and staff ignored his medical needs. Now, screenshots from jail surveillance video show Mitchell on the floor, naked in what appears to be an office. That suit claims Mitchell was left for 5 hours as numerous corrections officers and medical staff, quote, wandered over to his open cell door to spectate and be entertained by his condition, end quote. Now, that suit also praises the bravery of a corrections officer who has since been fired for taking the video and sharing it.
Hold on. Do you see what the fuck I was telling you? When I told you the reason why she was called a hero?
This might be one of the most disgusting things I've seen happen.
But do you know? You understand now?
They spectated while this man was freezing.
Yeah, but
like he was a piece of steak that they pulled out of the freezer and watched thaw. Disgusting.
Now, do you understand why I said she was a hero? Because she lost her job.
And I want y'all to appreciate this is a wrongful death lawsuit, meaning there may not even be charges pressed against any of these despicable people.
And the person that actually said something lost their job. Did you hear that shit? Now you understand why I said that shit. So the person that actually did the right thing, that actually went there, sacrificed her whole life. And that's we don't even know if her life is gonna be different. For people are not gonna do something to her whenever she's gonna be outside or whatever, whatnot. You know how it is. Gangs moving gangs, you know what I mean? So, and that person lost their job. Why did they lose their job? Why? Because they didn't go through protocol, and they didn't go through the supervisor to give. Well, you know, this is a problem. This is happening. No, you went the other route. You're gonna lose your job. But they're probably not even gonna be charged, bro.
Hey, listen.
So yeah, she's a hero.
Anytime y'all here to protect and serve, you ask yourself who.
Another chaos trial down.
And don't get me wrong, there's people in these positions who want to do the right thing.
But that's not their work.
Maybe they do, and they get fired. Or maybe they can't, because if they do, they'll get ostracized. Or maybe they'll end up in the freezer next.
But that's
okay? So you have to understand, it ain't even a matter of every individual involved. It's about the whole apparatus as a whole.
Yeah.
It is meant to function in a self-preservation manner. And that's against the benefits of the people it's supposed to serve. So when I watched that, hey man, y'all try to tell me that ain't one of the most disgusting things y'all ever heard. They put this man in a freezer like a mafia movie. That's crazy.
And they watched him
and they enjoyed it. They were entertained.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Hawley.
Ready or not.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to all of the witnesses for being here. Ms. Pacheco, if I could just start with you. Your organization at the Dream.us, you provide support for undocumented young people for college and career success. Is that broadly right? Am I getting it right?
That's correct.
And among the things you do is you provide scholarships to these undocumented students. Have I got that correct?
That's right.
And so college scholarships, just to be clear.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Can you tell me, maybe you know the answer to this, maybe you don't. Any of the students, do you know if any of the students to whom your organization has provided a college scholarship are currently part of the encampments on any of these college campuses? Like the picture you see behind me. I'm sure we've all seen these videos.
No, sir.
Nobody to whom you provide scholarships are part of the encampments.
I do not know.
But you don't know. What about, do you know if any of the students to whom you provided scholarships have physically threatened Jewish students on campus?
I do not know.
Here's why I'm asking. NBC News just reported, and I'm just going to quote now from the article, quote, this is Columbia University, a Columbia undergraduate who provided only her initials because she is an undocumented immigrant and fears deportation, said last week she spent hours a day in the encampment. This would be the illegal encampment that's in violation of the law as well as campus policy. Spent hours a day in the encampment, I'm quoting still now, before university officials threatened to suspend those students. The article goes on, she joined this student, joined a supplies platoon. That's a subgroup formed by pro-Palestinian campus organizers, end quote. Let me just review some of the things that these students, these in the encampments that is, are saying. Of course, we often don't know who these students are. They're concealing their identities. This is, I'm going to read to you now, and I just warn folks, this is not pleasant stuff, but these are the facts and we have to tell the truth. This is just from last night at George Washington University. That's here in this town. They projected, these students in the encampment there projected onto various buildings images of the United States flag being burned with the graphics, "Gaza lights the spark that will set the empire ablaze." They projected the following: "Long live the student intifada." "Down with the settler state." That would be the state of Israel, I suppose. "Glory to the martyrs of Palestine." It's a jihadist slogan. "Stained with the blood of 44,000 Palestinians." That's last night at GW. Also at GW, they're now calling for beheading, the student encampment, beheading of individuals who support the state of Israel, including holding a people's tribunal where they're putting on trial, quote unquote, various members of their own board of trustees and calling for a guillotine. Here's Columbia University students on April 20th, 2024. This is all public record. I'm reading this now. This is on, I guess it's X. Columbia University students yelling at Jewish students, and I quote, "Never forget October 7th. It will not happen. I'm sorry, it will happen. Not one more time, not 5 more times, not 10, not 100, not 1,000, but 10,000 times. The 7th of October is going to be every day for you." The 7th of October, this is to Jewish students, is going to be every day for you, end quote. I guess my question is, Ms. Pacheco, and for anybody else on the panel too, shouldn't we be deporting these students? If we have undocumented students who are here unlawfully in the country, who are violating the law, let's just be clear here now, this is a violation of the law, and if they're also deliberately inciting persecution of a person on account of their race, which surely calling for the murder of Jews does that, shouldn't we be deporting them? Does anybody think we shouldn't be? Shouldn't we be deporting these students who are here unlawfully? Ms. Pacheco?
Senator, we expect a lot from our scholars, and the scholars and the students that I know love this country, respect this country, and want to and enrich not only the campuses, but also this country.
That's fantastic, and I hope and bet that none of the people that you sponsor are part of this. And I certainly hope that's the case. But I just wondered, is there anybody in the panel who thinks that we should not deport students who are here unlawfully, who are engaging in this activity, who are calling for the death of Jewish students, who are violating the laws of the United States? I mean, shouldn't we be deporting these people? Does anybody want to defend it and say, no, we shouldn't? They should absolutely be.
Does this thing have?
Yeah, I think it's indefensible. The record reflects total silence from the panel. You know, I also think we ought to cancel the student visas, and I call for this. For those who are here from other countries with a visa, I think if they're part of this, we ought to be canceling their visas. We ought to send a clear message. Actually, Ms. Pacheco, I think it was you in your opening statement put it really beautifully about how part of what we're talking here today represents the character of the country. I think that's very appropriate. And we need to send a message about this activity, not just about the trespassing and the destruction of buildings. That's bad. That's unlawful. But the threats of violence, and in some cases the outright acts of violence against Jewish students, we should send a moral message that if you do that and you are here unlawfully, you should be deported. If you are here on a student visa, you ought to have your visa canceled. This is the United States of America, and we are not going to stand for it. And I would just hope we could speak with one moral voice on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman.
14. Miss Miller,
Can't
you're
right now.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, in West Virginia, 5 female students were barred from competing in track and field after refusing to compete against a biological male. In Wisconsin, young girls were forced off their volleyball teams because they felt uncomfortable sharing a locker room with biological males. When the school district was asked about their transgender athlete policy, they said that they crafted it according to your Title IX.
33-year-old Anthony Mitchell died of hypothermia while in custody, and it's such a weird way for someone to die in jail that the physician who tried to treat him said, "I'm not sure what circumstances the patient was held in incarceration, but it is difficult to understand a rectal temperature of 72 degrees Fahrenheit while someone is incarcerated in jail."
Told you you'd find this interesting. Wild, right? A normal rectal temperature
It's like
is
98.
98.
Yeah.
If you don't understand, like, you guys are like thinking like, wait, your insides are never supposed to be that cold.
No. Listen, I'm telling you, if
But why
for
are
you
you such an expert on this?
my dad was a whole ass nurse, so I could always ask him questions about everything. Everything that was like health related, I would ask him questions like for some stupid reason.
I'm so dumb.
Hey, what's up guys? It's Scares here. Now our first story of today comes from the YouTuber known as EDP445. Okay, so EDP445 is a huge YouTuber. He's over 2 million subscribers. I'm sure many of you have actually watched his videos before. A lot of people looked up to him. They thought he was a really funny dude. But it turns out that he got exposed for probably one of the worst things I've ever seen from any YouTuber ever. So for those of you who don't know, over the past year, EDP has been exposed multiple times for allegedly inappropriately messaging minors, okay? There was more than 5 instances where people were saying that EDP was trying to get with an underage person, okay? Now obviously this is a very serious, and EDP himself even made videos responding to the act, and he made a ton of support on these videos.
Now, was that my voice in the voice clip? Yeah. Am I a pedophile? No. Give me the fucking heebie-jeebies. My niggas is thinking about that fucking shit. Feel me? Do I have a fucked up sense of humor? You know what I mean? I'm a crazy ass fucking...
So there's been many accusations made against EDP this year, and recently a YouTube group known as Predator Poachers has been completely blowing up, okay? Now these guys go after alleged predators, and what they try to do is they set up a decoy, and they have someone who looks very young to actually message this person and act like they're a 13-year-old girl or however old this girl is, and they try to get this person to text them and send them inappropriate pictures, pretty much trying to catch predators, okay? It's kind of like Chris Hansen's To Catch a Predator, and one of the hosts of the Predator Poachers, known as Chet Goldstein, has been doing this for a long time now. He goes after different predators, and they've even gotten a lot of predators charged with very serious offenses. So this group got a ton of messages from people telling them to look into EDP, okay? They were telling him, look into this guy, we're not sure if he's done anything wrong, but there are so many accusations against him. You guys need to look into him and see what the heck is going on here. And what they did is they set up a decoy, a 13-year-old girl, and EDP responded to this girl almost immediately after she messaged him on Instagram, okay? So they started talking on Instagram, and eventually this led to a text. They gave each other their phone numbers, and over time, throughout this conversation between EDP and the minor, he gets more and more explicit. He starts mentioning doing intimate things with her. To be honest, we can't even show you guys a lot of the messages here, but they have all the messages on their channel. Predator Poachers actually read almost a 2-hour-long transcript of all the messages that they sent back and forth between EDP and this decoy that was messaging him, okay? And when you look through these text conversations between him and this 13-year-old girl, you can see that multiple times throughout this conversation, he says that he is afraid of going to jail.
At times when he regrets it, he's usually regretting it because he's scared that he's gonna go to jail or lose his channel, things like that. He's not really regretting it because of the age. You know, he sometimes he'll like vaguely mention that, but you'll see that he periodically mainly says that, like, I don't want to go to jail, like, what if you're the police, stuff like that.
The
So while EDP sent many of these messages of him trying to get intimate with this girl, he'd also sent even more outlandish messages to this girl where he says some pretty crazy things. And Predator Poacher shows here that he was apparently texting her saying that he wants to climb through the window into her house to make out with her, and he also says that he wants to lock her up in his dungeon. So toward the end of their text conversation, this 13-year-old girl Decoy actually texted him telling him to come over to her place, and they were actually meant to meet up somewhere right outside an apartment complex, okay? And EDP actually does show up to this apartment complex here, and Predator Poachers even posted a 50-minute long video of their whole interaction after EDP tried to meet up with this girl. And you can tell he's extremely nervous here because he knows how serious the situation is. Now, EDP claimed here that he was just trying to get a cupcake, but he very quickly admits to a lot of the messages and conversations that he had with this 13-year-old girl, and he actually admits to a lot of things in this video.
So again, what made you start this conversation with this said 13-year-old? You said what you're doing right here, correct? Yes or no? Right. Okay, go ahead.
Well, she messaged me, right? And she messaged me, and I'm not gonna lie to you, man. You know what I mean? Sometimes, you know, person feels lonely and stuff, and they want the interaction. Okay. You know what I mean?
Are these guys cops? I don't think these guys.
No, they're not. No, they're not. The thing that happened, and I saw the video. I actually saw the video. The guy with the beard, the redhead, and the other guy, it's like, they come in and it's like, yo, we got some questions for you, and we know you were meeting a 13-year-old, and if you don't talk to us, we're gonna put this whole thing to the authorities. That's how they do. And when you watch the video of the interview, the guys are, you know, catching predators, so it's good. Like, they're catching predators. That's a good thing about the video. But what I sensed a bit of clout was the question and how he's asking the question. There's a lot of pettiness in the questions. There's a lot of like there's a lot of jokes that they're making, like sarcastic jokes that they're making about this thing just to make him look and feel bad. Listen, you're not the cops. He's not gonna feel bad. He's gonna make you feel bad. Yes, you're gonna put this on your channel, but that's pretty much all there is to it. Or you talk to us, or we're gonna give all this information to the authorities, and that's how he gets to have a whole conversation with them. But the conversation is really off. It's really off. They're going in circle. At some point, he's just like, all right, I'm done with this, and he starts to leave, and he's like, no, and they run after him with more questions that are super weird. Like this guy.
Yeah. Okay. So this is why I'm not a big fan of vigilantism. Okay. So this whole thing that they've done is not admissible in court. They can't use this to put somebody behind bars. And so, on one hand, you can somehow feel glad, and you might feel a sense of relief because you're like, this person got caught.
Fuck, dude.
Their platform. If this person's likely to offend, and now they're just no longer be online.
Just off screen, I'm fucking prepping my parry, Brody. Give me a break.
And so, I think that's where.
Dude, these chaos trials are wild.
This is not something that you should cancel people for.
Hold on, what did you say? You said it's not something that we should cancel people for?
What we should be doing is putting them behind bars. This is a criminal
that's what
act,
you're saying.
right? Like, you don't cancel someone because they sell drugs or whatever. If they're selling fentanyl or whatever it is, get them behind bars. You know what I'm saying? Go through the proper channels, because now any opportunity potentially, I know the cops are saying they're going to look into this now, but like any opportunity for a criminal investigation to be severely hampered by these people interfering and doing this for, you know, maybe
if you're trying to try him,
right, which should be everyone's goal in my opinion.
If there's what you heard in the news is interfering with that, you can't try him.
And that was also a problem with To Catch a Predator. A lot of the people who were on To Catch a Predator ended up going to jail because of the way the investigations were ran and the setups. They weren't admissible in court. And so when I see these shows, I might be like, well, we got one, because everybody wants to protect kids. I think that's a valiant cause. Yeah. But just because you want to do something doesn't mean you're doing something that's smart. You understand what I'm saying? I think it's good that this person's been exposed and that people know that he's a danger and a fantastic. But you also have to consider, not everyone watches YouTube, right? He comes back in a different name in a different city with all the money that he may have accumulated. There may be other opportunities for him. They can't do anything with this information.
Personally, I didn't know who EDP445 was.
Right, and so if he goes up in another neighborhood, like, that's it. That's just one of the worries that I have when I see this kind of vigilantism. So that's just my thoughts initially when I'm watching this.
Okay, so this isn't what happened because she never said she was lonely right here, correct? Yes or no?
Correct.
Okay, and you did double text here, yes or no?
Correct.
Knowing, and it said on her profile 13, yes?
Correct.
Okay, so you initiated the conversation with a 13-year-old knowing she was 13, yes or no?
Correct.
Okay, so is that a...
Why is he talking to this dude like he's law enforcement? It's so weird.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird in this video. There's a lot of it.
It's like if he wanted to, the man could have just walked away at any point, and the dude couldn't have done anything.
But the way they are keeping him there is really by saying, if you don't talk to us on our cam, on our video, and have this conversation, we bring all this to the cops. So they're scared.
You know, be glad that he was an idiot and he made these moves, but at the same time, it's like anyone who has half a brain would not even stay in this kind of scenario.
Is that a good look for you?
No, it's not.
Okay, so you've been exposed for this before.
What I don't understand, why are you attracted to 13-year-olds? Like, why are you attracted to underage? Because you clearly said...
What a stupid question. You know, this is a very serious problem. And when people come at it like, why are you into this stuff? Listen, there are like people like this all over the world. And vast majority of them don't choose this attraction that they have. Doesn't mean we should accept it. Doesn't mean we should abide it. They should get help, and if they offend, they should be put behind bars. Everyone agrees on these notions. But when you come here and you're asking like, why are you like...
I'm telling you, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of weird shit that they were asking, and a lot of the way they were formulating the question was like, I don't know why I don't know what the purpose at this point is.
In one of the screenshots that you've always wanted to do with someone younger, like you like fantasize about being with someone younger, and you're scared of being a sting operation or a cop. Like, what goes through your head? How do you think this is safe for you? This is disgusting. What goes on is loneliness. I'll be completely honest with you, but you have millions of followers. Like, how are you lonely? You have like millions of followers.
There, right there. You know what I mean? You have millions, like,
This is so cringy. This is so cringy and unproductive in a weird way.
Yep.
I bet you there's chicks in your DMs trying to hit you up.
Absolutely.
And you're here for a 13-year-old.
And eventually these guys start talking about all the different minors and underage girls that EDP was allegedly messaging over the last few months.
So, again, what's the ballpark number of how many minors you talked to? Like, you know, obviously it's been 5, so after 5, what would you say the number is? 6? 6 minors. Name them.
Now, shortly afterwards, EDP even admits here that he should be in jail.
The only thing deterring you, based on these messages, it wasn't the fact she was young, it was jail time that was deterring you, yes or no? Okay, so say there's no law, say we live in an anarchy, you would have followed through with this, yes or no, had you been able to, correct? Okay, so before you give the like, I didn't want to do anything, you did want to do something. The intent was there. The only deterrent is jail. Like for me,
Well, the intent is right when you showed up there. That's intent.
Right.
When you showed up there, it doesn't get any...
Right. Like if the cops saw these messages and saw you here, would they have arrested you? Yes or no?
Correct.
Okay. So look,
Do you think you deserve to go to jail? Because you admitted this is not your first time. This is up to like 6th time.
Right.
This is your 5th or 6th time. Do I deserve to go to jail? I'm being honest with you. You don't think so? I think so. You think so?
Okay.
Do you want to go? No.
So the conversation between predator poachers and EDP lasts.
You know, like I can't take any of these answers seriously because like, I don't know what people think. Do you think this is insightful? You know, this is a person who, you know, obviously needs help, should be behind bars, whatever, right? And you have this conversation with somebody who clearly has like control over the situation. I'm going to expose you if you don't do what I want. So all these answers are really irrelevant because they're all from a weird place of like extreme fear. I don't know. I watch this, and maybe people think this kind of stuff is entertaining or insightful, but when I'm watching this, I'm just like, this is just awkward. It's like pointing a gun at someone's head and expecting complete, honest answers as they're staying there underneath the barrel. It's like, you know, just, of course, I don't know.
So the conversation between predator poachers and EDP lasts for about another half hour, but towards the end here, these guys straight up say they're going to call the cops. And you can tell EDP starts to get visibly upset. You know, he is so upset here because he knows what could happen to him if he gets charged with this. And while these guys are calling the cops, EDP actually walks away, calls his friend up saying that he's going to go to jail, and then gets in his car and drives away. So to be honest with you guys, this is the most serious story.
You want to hear something fucked up?
Haboon awakened.
If this man goes to jail, it might save his life. Because, yo, once he gets on that jail workout program, nigga, like, he might just lose all that weight that's probably going to kill him anyways. I think it might do him a favor by sending this nigga to jail. Because judging by how those legs was buckling, judging by how those legs was buckling as this man was walking, high blood pressure and diabetes are probably going to kill this man ever before jail could.
No. If he goes to jail, he's going to get shanked. Molesters and shit like that, they don't have a good rep.
I mean, I think that's how things used to be, or they used to be far more prevalent. Nowadays, it depends on where you get sent. It's not the same as it used to be. Back in the day, it depends. All this to say. Yeah, whatever. I was just having this epiphany when I was thinking about it.
Involving a YouTuber on this channel. I mean, with 5 years of making videos on this stuff, I've never seen something so insane. This guy was straight up caught on camera. And after this video was released, you had a ton of YouTubers and streamers that were just so upset.
You know what's interesting is people are like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen on YouTube, etc., etc. I'm like, but think about all the people who never got caught.
Yeah, that's the thing, man.
Guess what?
The people that got rich enough to get away. That's the real thing.
Yeah.
All the rich people that got away.
Much better at covering their tracks when it comes to life.
Yeah.
You know, put the man behind bars, handle it. It's one of those things where, like, yeah, this is not a hard one. This person clearly was using their platform to do some really weird stuff, and get them behind bars because this is someone who's clearly going to offend. And get them help. Get them help. Because, you know, if you want to protect kids, you need to make sure when this person comes out of jail that they've been handled well enough so that when they come back out, because listen, whether you like it or not, people can't go to jail for life. That's not the way it works for these kind of crimes. Maybe you want it that way, and so change the laws and make it so. But if you understand that this person's going to get out eventually, you need to make sure that they get the help that they need so they never engage in this stuff. You know, this is such a weird topic, because it involves the safety of children. I feel like when people have these conversations, I think they don't know much about the definitions of words, how common this is, how prevalent this is, and also
when you talk about this stuff, it's really just emotions.
A lot of it is, and also how ineffective we've been at protecting children from these things. And it's not stuff like this thing here that's going to protect people. This does very little to protect people, you know, because all it does is it helps people who are already thinking like this to better cover their tracks.
Yep.
Right? Because we've seen the incidents of kids being, you know, fondled, all this stuff is rising. It's not going down. Abductions are not going down. They're rising. So we have to come to terms as society and understand, like, we're not tackling this issue intelligently. When I see stuff like this, it's just more evidence of ineffectiveness when it comes to these issues. When it comes to these issues.
Maybe we've done all this wrong all the time. All this time we've been wrong all this time, you know?
Yeah, and I don't want anyone to hear this like, oh, these guys are trying to make it okay. No one's making it okay. Listen, it is absolutely traumatic and terrible for kids to be involved with anybody at this age. And so I would never think it should be legalized or accepted or anything like that. Keep it off the streets, absolutely necessary. What I'm trying to say is we need to be more effective with how we combat this issue, because I'm telling you, it's happening more now than ever. And now that these people get a bit of money, you know what they do? They just leave to go to a different country. They do their dirt over there. Oh yeah. Go to some South Asian countries. Go to some European countries. Hell, preachers worked at hotels.
That we had to sign DNAs.
The front of the fleet.
And you know what? If you have enough money, you can get
NDAs. I'm sorry. NDAs.
So I just want people to understand this issue is far more prevalent than people think. And the way that we've been combating it has been fairly ineffective. Watching this is the kind of misguided effort that I think people engage in that does more harm than good long term. That's just my opinion. Maybe I'll disagree, and if you do, I'm not mad at you. Maybe you're right. But when I see this, I'm like, this man's not going to go to jail based off of this. Unless there's like other conversations that these guys didn't infringe on and weren't involved in.
Hi, babe.
I just don't see this man going to jail for this because they kind of tainted the whole the whole investigation. That's just how I think about it.
Especially by putting it online and putting it on the web and having like.
Yeah.
Where are you gonna find a jury of people that didn't? You know, it's gonna be very hard. It's gonna be very hard.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they've successfully gotten people in jail and I'm just unaware. But from what I've seen,
maybe. And if they have, great. If they have, great. But the whole way that this whole thing was conducted was very weird. A lot of questions, like it's like, okay, you guys, it didn't seem like you were prepared or you want. It was weird. The longer version of the video is just a cringe fest. Not because EDP45 gets caught. It's really because the questions. The questions are like they don't make sense. Yo, it should have been. It really should have been. You did this. You did that. You admit to this. Yeah? Alright. The rest, Casper the Friendly Ghost. It's unnecessary. It goes right through me. The thing that happened is we have to acknowledge one thing though. Okay, the reason why this is happening is because people feel like the justice system is not doing a good job, and you know the sentences are bad and stuff like that, and that leads to that. That's the reason why you see a lot of vigilante.
You know what? Listen, maybe I'm unaware. Maybe this stuff is more effective than I'm aware. I would imagine just random people getting involved generally doesn't bode well for most investigations. But I also understand what you said. You made a great point in regards to them feeling the justice system isn't doing enough.
It's really hard to convict anything, and when you have a good lawyer, sometimes just keep that. So people that have family members and people close to them that's been hurt, or just plain out people being hurt and they don't want people to be hurt, they feel powerless, and that's why we have vigilantes like that. So I do understand where it's from. You know, I understand like there's some problems in the system. So I'm not gonna bash the people necessarily that are all the people that are doing that. There's a problem in the system. There is. We cannot go over that and be like, it is often the more money you got, the better, in the better position you are to have lawyers to be able to swerve all of that and stuff, you know? So
I don't disagree with that. I agree that there is a problem. I just don't think this is necessarily the optimal solution. But hey, I'm not even mad at them because you know what you said makes a lot of sense. So
yeah,
it's just one of those things where it's just like you just want better solutions to this, and it just feels like the people who should be handling this aren't doing a good enough job. But hey, if you guys are doing a great thing and you're getting these people behind bars, then great. I just
the thing that I have is that when he's talking about all these tactics and how he does to catch them, it's just really like you're setting up a how to catch a predator, and predators. I'm pretty sure a lot of predators watch these to know what to do and what not to do. The police don't broadcast everything that they do.
At least this one's more fun than that fucking other
listen,
bullshit.
Man, listen, I don't know. This is a very difficult topic. I don't even think we were going to cover this, but I was like, whatever, I'll just plug it in. And
yeah, whatever.
These were my thoughts. So
I didn't even think we were about to cover that either. So
yeah. Well, listen, let us know what you guys think in the comments below, and that's pretty much it for us.
Fuck me, it's killing me, dude.
You have this.
Ready to come out? Again. Already come this far.
I appreciate your willingness to attempt this trial.
Today's topic is a little bit of YouTube stuff that unfolded recently. A girl who's a popular streamer online had a boyfriend. She was flirting with another streamer often. You know, they hinted at a relationship, stuff like that. They were doing it very publicly, made everyone think. Problem is, she didn't tell anybody that she had a boyfriend.
Okay.
Getting shady. Led this guy on, right? Even though they were long distance, they went on a couple of dates. You know, but she kept letting him on, but she never, you know, went the full way with him. Here's where it gets interesting. Man A is always in the closet. He's kept there.
Okay.
Now she got Plan B, okay? Plan B's out in the public, big name, she's mooching, okay? Then she sleeps with Plan B's friend, who's Plan C.
Okay. You again.
Now, guess what? Apparently there's a Plan B who didn't know about none of these plans, and he thought he was Plan A, so he was giving her that D. Little did he know, he was Plan D. Lots of people involved.
Lots of plans.
Everybody finds out about the other plans. And you know, When you plan B and you thought you was plan A, you mad because you wanted to be plan A.
But when you plan B and you thought you was plan A,
Yeah.
woo!
You cheese too. So all the plans were mad out of the other plans, as well as the girl who was making the plans.
Come on. The plans were mad at the other plans.
Plan
Never be mad at the plan.
Right, because Plan B was mad at Plan C because that was his best friend. He's like, yo, Plan C, how you gonna be Plan C when you know I'm trying to be Plan A? You know what I'm saying? Does that
Okay.
make sense?
I see it.
Okay. So everything blew up. Okay.
No, she's the only one that blew.
Here's her apology video.
Oh, no.
And I want to be honest. My relationship with Carson was very complicated. I had a boyfriend at the time, and neither Carson nor my boyfriend at the time knew about each other. And while I was clear with Carson that Carson and I were not in a relationship, I still let him on and ended up hurting Carson and my boyfriend at the time very badly in the process. I'm now seeing a therapist, and although I didn't realize it at the time, I was dealing a lot with depersonalization, and I felt like I was two different people living two different lives. I felt like a passenger in my own body. I ignored very conflicting feelings and thoughts, and I was very lost and confused. And I didn't know what I wanted or what was important to me. And this was when I got involved with Fitz. And I handled it very similarly to how I handled previous things. I depersonalized a lot and was very lost and confused and didn't know what I wanted and made a lot of bad decisions because of that. And I was lost and confused, and I ended up hurting people that I cared about. And in the future, I want to be better. I want to focus on myself, which is why I'm taking further time off streaming. And I'm working through my depersonalization. I'm still seeing my therapist. And I want to live my life more openly and honestly. And more than anything, I want to be honest with myself, which is something that I've struggled with a lot. And I'm sorry to everyone. I'm sorry to my community and anyone that I've disappointed or let down. I'm sorry to Carson's community. I'm sorry to Fitz's community and anyone else's community who was affected by this. Anyone who had to deal with this drama in their chat. I'm sorry to Tempo.
Them bringing the because what I hear is always, it was not my fault. It wasn't me. It was biology. That's what I hear. That's what I always hear. Even though that is probably not your point, and you probably have some very valid, what you're saying is real and very well intentioned. What I hear, I'm sorry, but it was not my fault. That's always what I hear. And to me, that's a half-assed apology.
It wasn't her fault.
It was biology. I know, but still, you say you're sorry, it's you that is sorry.
I think that it's interesting that whenever I hear these apology tours, there's always a therapist that becomes involved. There's always a mental health issue that becomes involved. And there's always a donation that follows at some point.
These are the rules. Nobody would have been hurt if you just kept that to yourself. I don't know, man. I have a problem with people oversharing their things with viewers and reviews. You know it's always been a problem.
They had a public relationship, that they share with their fans.
Yes, but I don't get that.
No,
Just that. I do not get. There's one thing about hiding it. That's one thing. That's one degree. There's one thing about just living your life and doing your thing. But what they did was advertising it and making it a thing. It's cringy. It's a big cringe. There's a lot of cringy stuff, from advertising your relationship to saying you're sorry like that. If you say you're sorry, say you're sorry. Hey, I'm sorry. If you have to say you're sorry.
It should be, like you said, an 8-second video. You get there, you say, I'm sorry, I messed up. I need to do better. End of story. Because now you're making it seem like people with depersonalized will always engage in this kind of behavior, or it explains their behavior. There's plenty of people who have that condition who don't do things nearly as bad as you. Right? And it does sound like you're topping out from taking responsibility. It really sounds like that. I got so many questions.
Oh, how are you a public figure? You do public streams with some other dudes. Y'all flirting, talking about y'all going on dates, and your boyfriend
Now
does
for
it.
the captain's wheel.
I don't know. How you gonna have public relationships when you got a boyfriend? How you gonna keep him in the dark from something you're streaming online publicly to hundreds of thousands of people? That's dumb to me.
Nobody said nothing.
That's dumb to me. It's like going on a reality TV show where there's cameras set up everywhere with your husband and then sleeping with another contestant and being like, how did we get caught? There's cameras everywhere. You think you're the invisible woman? Like, what did you think was gonna happen?
Is that toxic? It has to be.
It's not. You know what it is? At the end of the day, some people want to extract benefits from other people, and either A, they're maliciously doing it where they want to hurt the people around them, or B, they're just reckless because they don't care, or they're just not able to actually do proper risk assessment.
Yes.
Either way, this person's an idiot, right? Because if you're maliciously doing it, you're doing it stupidly.
Delivery
Or
coming
if
soon.
you're doing it recklessly, well, then you're an idiot because you're going to get in trouble and it's going to backfire.
Easy.
Right? So, regardless, I'm looking at this like, how dumb do you have to be? And then you're going to sleep with the best friend? I'm like,
the best friend?
Who's also a streamer and a public figure. And now she's seeing a therapist. Hopefully she's not banging him too. But
you petty.
And then the best friend, that's some trash. For you to know that your boy is mad interested in a girl, like head over heels for her, and then you smash, you do behind closed doors, and you don't say nothing, and it comes out as a big drama, that's trash on your part. We agree?
Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
If he never even smashed, I don't care. Even if he hoped to high heaven, if you're really good friends with him, and you know it's gonna crush him,
maybe it was just like they're being, you know, sympathetic to each other.
Some shit.
Me, it's really the apology that got me. The rest of it got me.
I don't know, maybe I'm just, but it's just interesting to me. Like, so these guys are like big streamers, make millions a year, right? Do really well for themselves financially. And it's just interesting to me that they're all caught up in some drama over an average brother with very little skills. Do you dig what I'm saying? Someone like that could cause that much turmoil. Fascinates me. As far as the lack of accountability goes, I mean, I'm not surprised. But what do you expect? A lot of people don't have much character. Someone who strung you along and kept you in the dark and kept getting the goods from you while giving you very little in return. You're surprised that that person doesn't take accountability? It's like, it's just more evidence that a lot of people are not very good judge of character. Do you dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For you to be that involved with someone for that long and to be that duped, I don't know. These just thoughts that I was running through my head. I can't do anything about people who are manipulative and who are liars, right? It's just like people who say stuff like, why are you telling my daughter to do this? You should tell men not to Weinstein people. I'm like, listen, Weinsteins are going to exist whether we like it or not. We're not going to eradicate crime from the world. But what we can do is engage in preemptive measures in order to make sure that we're safe.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Makes sense.
So I think instead of telling people, don't be deceiving, what I'm telling people is like, learn to look out for liars.
Yeah.
Learn to look out for people who are going to string you along and waste your time.
I'm going to try to control what I can control.
Exactly.
Since I cannot control the amount of bad that's in the world, I
Right.
can't control that.
No.
I'm going to try to control me being safe and taking measures.
Right.
The dream would be, utopia would be to tell my daughter, I don't have a daughter, but if I would have, you're a woman, you can walk the streets naked and nothing should happen to you. Sure. But the reality is not that. And my job as a father is to have my little girl come back home safe. So I'm gonna tell her and give her all the tools she needs to not be in that position. That's all I could do.
So, just looking at what I have here, I can't do a detailed sit rep of everything the girl did that may have indicated or tipped him. What I do tell people is when you go through something terrible like this where you do get cheated on, or first thing you want to do is to help yourself move on. The second thing you want to do is also to look back
What?
and look at
Dude, my parry was up, bro.
Reflection and then internalizing what you've learned is going to help you with future instances. Does that make sense? It's like when there's a car accident.
what do? They do an investigation. They find out what happened, and then they adjust the cars. So the cars in the future are better and safer. Same thing you can do with your own experience. So at the end of the day, what I tell people is that when you go through something like this, please just take the time to self-reflect, take the time to heal your wounds, and then take the time to learn from what happened. Don't just move on to the next experience. Don't try to bury yourself away from it. Learn, internalize it, understand what it is that you may have missed. And if you can't see it, if you just really can't, then have some friends join you. Right? Talking to other people can help you to see some of the stuff that you're missing. Because most of the stuff that I've been through with people that have been negative, right? Especially like early on in my dating life when I didn't know nothing, I could have avoided had I known the signs. And because I learned those signs, I avoid those negative interactions now. Like, I'm not dealing with the problems with women that I was when I was 20, that I am now at 29. I would caution you guys to look out for those things. And this is not just applicable to dating, it's applicable to business relationships.
Jobs. I mean, you always get fired from jobs after you reflect on what you're doing. What is the thing?
Where the fuck is she at?
Like, I was at a point in my life when I was in that position. You don't keep a job and stuff like that. Why? What's happening? Why are you not? It's not always the people. Sometimes you are making people act a certain way. And there's a thing that repeats itself all the time.
Yes.
To you. The common denominator is you.
Pulled through
You have to look at yourself. You have to look at what you're doing. You have to see the signs of what's going on and what is helping you or not helping you, putting you in that predicament. I'm not saying that every time it is always your fault, but there's some answers there. You have a job, it's not going the right way, and it's always like that. It's not all the jobs. People don't like you, or you have a hard time having relationships or stuff like that. You have a hard time having relationships. You have a hard time having. It's not everybody, and if it's everybody, it's still everybody that you choose.
But beyond that, if you're going to just sit with it's the people around me, you know, then what ends up happening is you take away your own power and you give it to others.
Yep.
Anyways, let us know what you guys think in the below. Was this the smartest infidelity you've ever seen? We want to hear your thoughts. So dumb, isn't it?
It's crazy.
He spent 16 years in prison after being wrongly convicted of rape. His accuser, a best-selling author, is now apologizing, saying she's truly sorry. But how do you undo such a life-altering mistake? Here's Les Trent.
Tears of joy as a man wrongly accused of rape is exonerated after spending 16 years in prison. Anthony Broadwater, now 61 years old, broke down in tears when he heard the judge throw out the conviction.
Mr. Broadwater cannot get those 16 years back.
His accuser was Alice Sebold, author of The Lovely Bones, which was made into a major movie starring Mark Wahlberg.
It's gonna be okay. My dad knows I'm here.
Her rape at age 18 took place when she was a college student in upstate New York, years before she became famous. Sebold says it happened here in this 76-acre park overlooking Syracuse University, where she was a freshman. Months went by and there was no arrest. Then, one day, Alice Sebold was walking down this street and she says she came face to face with the man who attacked her. It was Anthony Broadwater. He was found guilty after Sebold took the stand and identified him as her rapist.
The people that knew me and know my character, they know that wasn't me.
Doubts about his guilt were raised when movie producer Timothy Mucciante started investigating the story as he prepared to make a movie based on Sebold's memoir about the rape called Lucky.
Anyone who reads the transcript of the trial and compares it to her book, there's quite a lot that's omitted that a reader would look at and say, you know, this doesn't add up, just like I did.
Sebold, now 58 years old, had nothing to say as she walked her dog in San Francisco, where she lives.
Anything to say to Anthony Broadwater?
But on Tuesday, she issued a public apology to Broadwater in which she acknowledged he had been wrongly accused. I am sorry most of all for the fact that the life you could have led was unjustly robbed from you, and I know that no apology can change what happened to you and never will.
What do you think of that apology?
Well, give him
If
some
it's
fucking.
sincerely from my heart, I can accept it.
Give him some of that book
The
money.
publisher of Lucky says it has ceased publication until they decide if the book can be properly revised.
Yeah, because at first she didn't want to correct her book after all that. Man, that's crazy. Man, that is crazy. I can't even, No, I'm like, you know what?
Oh, I see a black man, what, 30 years later or some shit?
But the dude that got out and was like, I accept your apologies. I got way too much work to do on myself still.
Which to use
to be at the same level of that dude. I don't know what happened in prison,
Very well.
but if I'm claiming my innocence for 16 years and I get out and I get a thank you and a sorry and a pat on the back and onto my way, I know for a fact I'm gonna need a whole lot of counseling, because the anger that's gonna come out of that, bro, I got anger now that I still gotta deal with from the past. And that stuff didn't happen.
No holding back.
I'm coming out after 16 years. Finally, it is a relief.
From the very start
It is a
until the
relief.
bitter end.
But that time you lost everything. There's no way for you to get it back. No way. You can't get your work back. You can't get your livelihood. Some family fucking distance themselves from you. Some friends. Oof. No, there's too much anger. Like right now I'm watching this thing, and it's not happening to me, and I'm angry. So if it had happened to me, I don't even know what I would do.
You know, there's a phenomenon that happens to people who get sent to prison and just spend the rest of their life. You know, a lot of them come out very forgiving, generally, when they're out of prison. And people can't understand it because they're saying, if it was me, I'd feel this way or I'd feel that way. But you don't know what it feels like to have 16, 20 years of your life robbed and stuck in a cell. You don't know. So you don't know what flows through your mind. I can assure you that from what I read up on, what all of them seem to say is like initially I was just angry and I was in disbelief. There was a lot of denial. Like, I'm gonna get out of here. I know how to do this. They're gonna fix this. And as that realization sets in, you understand how unjustly done you are. Then that anger sets in. Right? And you got a lot of rage. So the thing about anger and rage is that when you're in a cell and all you have is time alone with your own thoughts, it's very hard to be angry for decades and decades. It's hard, because that shit will kill you. That'll end your life early. So for a lot of them, forgiveness is also a means of survival. It's a way for them to be able to be good with themselves. And so when I hear what this man wants to say, I think it's unbelievably wonderful that he's able to find that out for himself. Because to hold on to that anger and that grudge, bro, that shit'll tint up your whole body. That shit'll age you fast. Resentment will age you fast. And so I'm happy for him so that he could move forward with his life. And I hope he gets the restitution he deserves, because they stole 16 years of his life. And I think the kind of character that he displayed, I respect a lot. It's something I want to be able to emulate. Now, that being said, if I encountered a woman who accused me when I was in the military, I would Superman punch her in the face. Me, personally. Forgiveness is fantastic. I ain't there. If I see that woman, I hope I get to drop kick her. I'm not gonna lie to you. Test me. But I hope I can get to the place where I'm good on it. Secondly, for the lady, that little apology note that she wrote, I'm sorry that 16 years of your life were robbed from you. Bitch, you robbed. It's not like somebody else did that. You identified him, you got him in the skin, and you said it's definitely him. and then you wrote a book. And like, listen, sometimes people misremember stuff, trauma. Like I could justify a lot if I was to give you a lot of leeway. Then you write a book and omit a bunch of details that might have actually shown his innocence, meaning you knew to not put that shit in because you knew it didn't make your story credible. Now I got a problem. Unfortunately, we exist in a world where people can make false allegations against people. They can say whatever they want, and the kind of repercussions they face are minimal, minuscule. And folks are just supposed to accept that, hey man, it's the way justice system works. You know, sometimes people go to jail and you can be lying or omitting facts or being extremely disingenuous or all this stuff, and no one's going to be held accountable. Maybe the state pays out some tax dollars. So the taxpayers have to pay for it. To me, that's where my disappointment in this whole thing is. But as for the man, I'm happy for him if he really isn't that place that he claims to be, and I respect that.
Nigga, I think I was pissed off now. Like I said, I wish I was at this point. I wish I had what he has. I wish I was at that moment, that point in my life where I could do what he did. Because to me, it's phenomenal.
Do you remember years ago when we used to cover these stories, how angry and yelling I would be?
You remember when how angry and yelling I would be?
Back then, you weren't as mad. You weren't. You remember me.
I remember.
I would lose my mind over stories like this. Yeah. Right? Why? Because that's very tender for me. Yeah. And so, knowing that, I'm here today much more chill about things because I've had to let a lot of shit go.
May I help you?
And I'm telling you, that shit ages you. And you sit there with resentment. It keeps you up at night. You can't hold on to that forever. You gotta let that shit go.
I know. But there's a lot of I'm working on it.
Yes.
But there's
But that's me. That's just what helps me.
I know, and I know what you're saying. There's a lot of shit that I'm working on some shit.
That's it. There you go.
But
Get lost.
I can hold on to things for a long time. I hope it. Longest time. If I see you in the streets, it's on sight.
Exactly. Irrespective of whether or not they look fresh and fit. It's on sight. Still working. Keep working on it, man. Anyway, that's it for today's video. Let us know what you think in the comments below.
Voluntourism is a multi-billion-dollar industry. It sells wealthier people access to impoverished and struggling communities in exchange for a life-affirming experience. Kids would see vans of volunteers pulling towards them, and they'd quickly rub dirt on their faces so that they'd be more appealing, ironically, to the volunteers and look like they needed more help. Each of us paid thousands of dollars to go on this trip. Of that trip fee, almost none of it went to the orphanage. The primary goal, we were told, was to build a library. Our work was so bad that the local builders who were working alongside us would...
When they come by and destroy it. So they're talking about volunteerism.
Oh!
Pay to go do those like missions.
The feel good because I'm white thing.
I mean, it's just rich people around the touch. Honestly, like the shit's evolved so much. It used to be just white folks, and now it's folks from like different communities doing it now. And it was like, mostly white women back in the day. If you guys aren't aware, there's like these trips that people take either to parts of Asia or Africa or even sometimes Latin America, where they like, we're going to build a school or all this stuff, and you pay thousands of dollars to go do it, and you know. It's funny to me because like these are generally like people between the ages of 18 to 24, and every time I would see people, even folks I went to school with, take these trips, I'd always laugh in my head. Having lived in Ethiopia for many years and then lived in Canada for many years, I always thought it was so funny.
There you are.
Like, you live in Canada, you got so many standards.
Does anyone besides me
you want to
ever
build
happen on
anything,
me?
you got to go through an architect, you
clear.
got to do all this other stuff, you got to go through contractors, everyone has to get government approval, the dimensions, everything. And then they just choose these random motherfuckers who work at Starbucks, who can't even spell your name correctly, but all of a sudden they're going to build you a school.
It's like, bitch, who trusts in Sabrina to put a roof over your head? She can't even write ABA without putting an extra B in the bitch. I'm not trusting her for nothing. I'm not trusting her for nothing.
That's enough of a fact.
Yeah, I'm not trusting these niggas either. No, but I'm just being honest. Like, it is one of those things. And I remember these people would take these pictures and then sometimes they tag me like, oh, what do you think? Like, we were, I'm like, first off, why are you tagging me when you know like I'm one of the few African niggas you know? One, two is like, this shit is actually so insidious and so toxic. I'll tell you why. They go to these really poor, impoverished communities, okay? They look nothing like the locals. They don't speak the language. They have no connection, okay? And these are generally a lot of impoverished kids, these orphans, all this stuff. They go there, they play with the kids, they get close to them, they spend time taking pictures, they document everything, they build up on social media, they build these bonds with these kids who've either lost their parents to war, famine, all this other stuff, okay? And then these motherfuckers just up and disappear after building these bonds with these kids. I had one girl talking to me about the fact that one of the people that she made a contact with over there still contacts her to this day, and like she can't handle the relationship, it's too intense, and like so she ignores the messages. I'm like, you dumb fucking you're the one who took this child who's lost most everything, got really close to him, feel perfectly fine with keeping your fucking pictures with the individual on your social media, but you can't maintain a bond with the motherfucker? Of course you look stupid in this shit.
So what happened?
She never replied to this motherfucker.
What happened? She adopted a dog and shot him in the back of the head and when he was too much.
Listen, this is fuckboy behavior, tourism edition, okay? Wow. And for me, I always never. It is so nefarious for the places involved as well, because now these kids, their only perception of whiteness in these rural areas is of those who come in, take a bunch of pictures, treat them as tools, and then disappear. That's weird, ain't it? Imagine just being treated like a zoo attraction, because that's what it is. Let's go check out the safari with little poor African niggas. That's what this is.
No, it's with the there's a feeling that you're helping. I'm not saying that every tour is like that, man. Everything that people do like that is like that. But yeah, it does raise a question. Like, what are you doing? It's more than just a tour when you go to the zoo. It's more than that. Because when I go to the zoo, yes, I do it for me, but I just want to see nice things. When they do these kinds of things, I actually want to feel like I'm helping, like I'm doing something. You know what I mean?
Should be useful.
And I always look at that shit weird. Like, I understand some of the people I know go in these tours and stuff like that, right? But I always, that question is always in the back of my head. Like, okay, but what's underlying, what's under there? Let me mean, there's a lot of people that need help here. You know what I mean? You got your own people suffering here. But you actually, like, what is the thought process? Like, there's something I cannot help but be like, I don't know.
Listen, it's ego. Imagine spending $5 grand to go lay down bricks that are going to get torn down right after you fucking leave. If you really care, you could have donated to an organization that actually does a lot of the labor and would do it properly and do it far more effectively. But you do this for your own ego. That's what this is for.
Well, the reason why they don't donate to those industries and stuff like that, which the reason why I would donate, man, I don't trust them. And there's been some of these, but because there's so many of these organizations that say, oh, please pledge money, we're gonna build this, we're gonna build that, and actually take the money and never build shit. And big organization, like, Red Cross and everything, they did some shit in Haiti that was foul as fuck. Foul! Where you raise $6 million and then you only build 6 houses. And when I'm talking about 6 houses, I'm talking about 4 walls each houses, not houses. You know what I mean? So at some point you look at that and you're like, you know what? Let me go over there and help myself. So I'm not gonna be ready to take it on like one direction only and be like, oh, if it's that, then it's that. I'm not gonna say that. That, oh, if you're going to help, it's actually your ego. I'm not gonna say that. But it does raise a question.
It is your ego, and it's a lot of arrogance. Because people who are not from these places, who've never set foot in there, want to walk in and think they can help. You can't help. You don't even really understand the problem. You don't have the skill set. You go in there for 2 weeks, what are you going to fucking help? You have zero conception of like the culture from a first person standard. You can't help. I understand what you're saying about NGOs. There's plenty of corrupt ones. Absolutely. That's also your responsibility, not just to give money to people, but to do extensive research to make sure your money is actually going where you are. Of course, with organizations as big as the Red Cross, you're going to have certain chapters that are corrupt. You're going to have certain people within that who are going to steal money. But
Sure,
yeah,
why not?
people talk about, oh, I want to go down there and help myself. If you're not going there for an
Fuck
extended period of
you,
time,
bro.
you just jerking yourself off. What is 2 weeks going to do? You don't even have time to fucking meet enough locals to understand anything, let alone have the conversations. How are you gonna help? I don't care so much about people wanting to make themselves feel good. You know, you want to jerk yourself off, you want to throw money into some greedy person's hand who's going to sell you on an experience. Like, listen, some people go skydiving. Like, you want an experience, go get your experience. I don't care. And my issue is not even with people wanting to go back to understand and see for themselves. I think everyone should. But I think the arrogance of thinking you can help that way is what I'm against. Just go to learn and understand. Start there. You can't fix a problem unless you really understand what it is. And you won't learn about it on Facebook posts. So you got to actually sit there and spend time. You got to see the intricacies of the system. Because guess what? Corruption ain't simple. Poverty is not simple. It's not you throw it. You got to really understand it. And so you want to go back and understand and see for yourself? Go for it. But don't feed me this bullshit about you helping. You're not helping. You're feeding your own ego, which is everyone's entitled to that. But when it comes at the expense of these communities, it comes at the expense of these places. And who are these people you're putting money in? Because they're using these people too. Don't exactly sound like the most stand-up people. I could be wrong, but you want to talk about giving money to the wrong NGOs? Hey, these tourism people probably not the best people either, right? So, because they have a vested interest in keeping the community as poor as possible to continuously generate income. So, go ahead.
How would they call it?
The volunteer tourism.
The minute you put tourism, it's weird. Because then it's linked to profit. Tourism. It's gonna let me see the world. What are you, Aladdin? I can show you the world. No, it's weird. So you make a whole business out of it. And an ecosystem, however the fuck you say that word, of businesses linked together in order for you to see the world and to feel that you're helping. Sexual tourism, benefits. Tourism, there's always a benefit, someone that benefits. It's weird.
The local builders who were working alongside us would come back while we were sleeping and undo our work and redo it. I told one of the chaperones from my school on the trip about what I'd seen and was advised to keep it to myself. You have stories of people donating bags full of toys that the orphanage director then goes and gives to his own kids or sells or locks in a closet so that the next group of volunteers will donate bags of toys. Because if they see kids playing with tons of toys, they won't bring toys. If they see kids sleeping on a good bed with a good mattress, they won't donate money for better beds and better mattresses. I've been involved in volunteerism for over a decade. The language used by volunteerism tends to be along the lines of you can change the world and find yourself all at the same time. I wanted to physically go out to be that change, make a difference, be a global citizen. I definitely was thinking about how it would look when I applied to college and how it would look on my resume. I convinced my parents to pay a couple $1,000s for me to be able to go on this trip to Tanzania. It was a 3-week long. We were a predominantly white group. When I was in Tanzania, a young woman was questioning her sexuality and was being encouraged by this volunteer to live openly. The reality of this young woman's life was that she lived in a community where doing so would put her at very great physical danger. And so this volunteer was so focused on her own moral compass and moral values.
That's going into another country, not knowing what's going on and how people interact and what's the, and just being like, no, what you should do is totally do this and that. That's wrong. That's just, you judge, how'd you call that, ethnocentrism? You judge other people according to your own values and you're like, yeah, no, that's how we do. Oh my God. And then you put motherfuckers in there. So it's like whenever you had white friends. Whenever you had white friends, and your white friends would say, if your mama hits you, just call the police. No, I will die before the police gets here. And that's what happened in your house.
So earlier I said, You can't help by going somewhere for 2-3 weeks. You don't even understand the problem. You don't understand the culture. How could you ever? You have these people going here. Imagine going to fucking Uganda. Why are you gay? There. Seeing a young child who may be confused about his young Ugandan child. And you come in here from fucking San Francisco, fucking butt plugs out there, whatever you got going on. Shout outs to you. Rainbows, leprechauns.
What is that?
Listen, you know what I mean? Listen, live whatever you got.
You went from butt plugs to leprechauns, bro?
Right, because rainbows and leprechauns.
Yeah.
Okay, pot of golds. Okay.
Wrong.
Okay.
Wrong.
Listen. And you come here and you're just trying to talk to this person without taking the time to understand. You're coming in from your own cultural experience and theirs, and there's no overlap.
What do you mean? You live in Jamaica? You should totally come out to your parents.
Like, do you guys understand why I say the insidious stuff isn't necessarily the money and them virtues? I don't care. The problem is the communities that they get involved in and how bad it is for them. This is the issue.
Couldn't quite see how the advice she was giving this young woman could potentially kill her. The directors of the orphanage did not see the children's health as a priority. We were advised by other long-term volunteers at the orphanage that when residents did get malaria, despite there being money to pay for them to get medical care, they were not provided with medical care. The leadership of the orphanage were unwilling to spend the money. 80% of children who live at orphanages have not lost one or both parents. They are not orphans. They don't have birth certificates. They don't have IDs. No one knows who they are or where they are. These children are anonymous. The thing that really haunts me is the connection between orphanages and child trafficking.
There was a story that broke out a little while ago about this white dude from England who went to pottery. And it's just like, some on the deep web, a bunch of images are showing up like anything from toddlers, young kids getting bitten, okay, getting ran through. And it was like such a disturbing stuff, but they're showing up in the dark web. And it ended up happening that a sting in the US ended up finding this dude's name and location, and then it came back. And he was a volunteer tourism person. He's someone who's supposed to go to these refugees and help. Young man, 25, 23, and basically he was using the kids. And like some of the organizers knew about it, they were trying to hide it because they didn't want the scandal back on them, or they were getting money under the table. But yes, especially in these places where there's no laws, where poverty is abundant and anyone can be bought. Rich people, or people of even means, go there, and that's where they do their stuff. You know, this is not like something that brings me pleasure to break the news to anybody or tell folks about. It's just, there's a lot of darkness once you leave this kind of Western bubble. In fact, people leave this Western bubble to engage in most of their darkness.
Sing about that.
Mm-hmm. So, when she says there's a connection, it's like, that's putting it lightly. They're brother and sister. You know what I'm trying to say? Anytime you see volunteer tourism, anytime you see NGOs, guess what? They're probably got a bunch of scandals involving diddling kids. Your favorite NGOs, favorite organizations. Name them, put in the words child diddling right beside it, and there's going to be a bunch of articles popping up. And that's just the stuff that you hear about.
Even the UN. Even the NATO.
Oh yeah, the peacekeepers.
NATO peacekeepers.
Peace for who?
Peace for really. The only thing about peacekeepers is because they keep pieces on them, and that's it.
There are Brits, there are Americans, there are Australians who've been arrested, and that's just the tip of the iceberg for exploiting children while making money from people like me who wanted to do good. Voluntourism is continuing to grow as an industry. During the pandemic, the trip providers who are the most successful were actively marketing trips to Tanzania as an opportunity to escape COVID and pretend like it didn't exist. You can say that you are giving 100% of fees back to a community without doing that. You can say those things because no one's checking up on you. No one's verifying that this is happening. The reason why it continues to increase is that many of the experiences that are similar to what I had as a volunteer of having children running towards me and wanting to sit on my lap and wanting me to carry them are still so emotionally compelling. They're still so alluring. It feels so good.
Those people are not checked because mainly most of these organizations, just like church and everything, do not pay taxes. They don't have to tell nobody where the money goes. They don't have to keep a book. Why? Because they don't have to. They don't pay taxes, they don't keep a book. Money comes in, money comes out. How much money comes in? Man. How much money comes out and where? Man. They don't have to do that. So,
you know, I appreciate her coming out to say this stuff and all this stuff. But at the same time, dude, you were doing it for 10 years. That's a long fucking time. There's a long time to not see the truth. I'm not trying to condemn you. I'm just saying. 10 years? That's a long fucking time. But I'm not gonna jump on it because that's not really the issue there, man. But yeah, it's honestly sad. And yeah, every time I see this on my timeline, every time I see people posting their little pictures with the little African child that they claim to love so much, but I haven't spoken to in 10 years, like, I roll my eyes. You know, I roll my eyes. I roll my eyes. They just build a fucking school. Melissa, shut up. You're not building that. Okay? You have to imagine, like, think of the arrogance of thinking you're gonna build a school. This is so crazy. Because you know they don't, because they know they wouldn't be allowed to build a home here. So they go to these countries and say they're gonna build a home under standards they know would never be acceptable here. So there's a certain level of arrogance and disgust.
Just that concept. Just that concept is fucked up. Would you build a house here? No, because you know we have standards. Oh, so they don't. So they get crumbs. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's not like this is like, oh, I'm gonna make her a cake. It's a home. A landslide happens, everyone dies because you didn't build it. What are you talking about? The reason why we have these regulations is to avoid casualties. But you just think that with you, with zero education, zero knowledge, anything, you're gonna go out here and you're gonna fucking save lives. From what? Rain? What happens when everything comes falling down? No. That's the part that makes me unsympathetic to these young people who are doing this. It's like, you should know better, you just don't care to because you want to be ignorant to the fact. That's it. Because it makes you feel good to think you're helping. But you know what? The road to hell is paved with good intention. And this is a hard example of that. That's my answer.
Okay, Steven, what are you most excited about to do after you leave here? Honestly, I feel like I'm too attractive for Seattle. Like, Loki.
If I line up for head, you reject yourself.
I'm Jessica, nice to meet you.
Like a fruit snack.
No, wait, what's your name?
I already said it. You forgot?
Phantoms be gone. Is it short for something?
Yeah,
Islamic?
Muhammad Osama, Muhammad Ibrahim, Ahmed Al-Jazuri. It's my full name.
You're Muslim?
He went Muhammad, Ahmed, Allahu Akbar, MashaAllah.
You're Muslim?
This motherfucker said Muhammad 3 times. And while Muhammad appeared in the mirror. You understand what I'm saying? And she asked, are you Muslim?
What's her name? Muhammad, Ahmed. Muhammad. Are you Muslim?
No, my last name is Jameson III. I'm Christian.
You're Muslim?
I'm like a West Muslim.
You drink, don't you? You're not supposed to do that.
Hey, okay, they're haram police. Oh, you're Muslim? Let me expose you right now. How do you feel about that shaitan alcohol? Yeah! What about that bomb-ass premarital pussy? Yeah! Yo, low-key. You know when you've been drinking and you wake up the next morning? What about that shaitan's bacon? Yeah! Choo-choo! All aboard the haram train. Okay, she exposed him.
Come on, ride that train.
What's your vision? Like, because I'm planning for my kids. I want 2020, so it's all like...
I'm like -2 points.
Why did you reject yourself?
I'm like a family man. Like, I really care about my future with my family. I've been thinking about that since I was a kid.
Look at me, bitch. I'm not family, bitch.
Corruption cleared.
What do you mean? I'm a family whore.
Yeah, I know, but we already have disagreements. You said you want your kids to have 2020 vision. I'm like,
Okay, then have 2020. Like,
I got-
thought you were.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not gonna work out. And you didn't take my fruit snack. That's kind of crazy.
I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of weird to just complicating to people you don't know. I wouldn't accept that shit either. Kind of like make me think like, what'd you like that? Why you just running off on me with candy, you know? She said she don't want no kids without 20/20 vision. Imagine a kid's born, he got glasses, he's like, fucking failure. Look at these fucking spectacles, little ass nigga, walking around with binoculars on your eyes.
So what brings you here? Honestly, I feel like I'm too attractive for Seattle. Like,
Okay.
Loki.
all is possible.
Girl, if you don't get the fuck up out of here.
Not to be a shallow bitch, but like objectively, I'm putting it in like the men in Seattle. A lot of tech bros, and I'm 22. I'm just. Oh no. Yeah.
There's just something about the confidence of a retarded 22-year-old that's just very special. God, why would you date a young girl? What's her problem? Like this girl really thinks she's the main character. Come to find out, she's not even an NPC. She's a mob. This is the kind of person you farm for XP.
I turned 24 in March 15th.
What sign is that?
It's a Pisces. What about you? When's your birthday? Oh, cool. You're gonna, I really like astronomy stuff. That's something new. That I really like.
Teach me something.
Like, I'm not that good at astronomy, but like, I'm getting better at it.
No, you're not, because you called it astronomy.
This. Okay, there's a bunch of people studying stars right now. Like, bitch, don't lump us in with that voodoo mumbo jumbo bullshit, okay?
That makes sense.
I feel like I love astrologos. They're super cool. So if you could be that.
Astrolo what?
I have to run that shit back.
I heard astrologos?
Astrologos.
Did you say astrologos? Hey, yo, Low-key, you know what? I like this girl now.
What does it mean?
Those bitches are really into astrology. Like when they tell me about myself, like, yeah. Okay. Cool. And yeah. No, I'm not gonna hit it. My hands are in myself. Like, I'm not taking myself out. No, if you're feeling bad, go for it. If you want, like, yeah. No, I can hit it. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I love you.
I'm not gonna vote myself out because I'm too good for this shit. I deserve this spot. You understand? This is my throne. This is my kingdom. You a peasant. You need to buzz yourself out. Thank you. That's what.
I just want to appreciate it. Everyone's like, wouldn't it show me so much better if they could buzz themselves out? Come to find out, they're still gonna find a way to get the person they want buzzed out.
Okay, you can leave this.
Oh, I can leave this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, you know what? I thought she said you could leave this. I was like, oh my god. That's what I thought I heard. Look at her defensive ass stick.
Yeah, she's not gonna be like, prove yourself to me.
Oh, I can leave this? Yeah. Okay. What do you do?
I hate now from confidence because I'm in my like the world phase and I'm playing the law school right now.
Oh shit, that's super exciting. I'm proud of you.
Applications are due today.
So Jessica, a little light up red. And when I do, you can project yourself and you're free to go home and work on that application. Are you two really feeling each other?
I don't think so.
I spend my time here. You're super chill though.
Yeah, that's fair.
Hey, Sean, for you, man. He's like, I don't think you really want to go out.
Yeah.
I'm a pass. You gonna do that live again?
You just don't want to buzz yourself.
Yeah, you don't want to walk out with an L.
You don't want to walk out with an L. That's all it was.
Meg's type is someone who is emotionally open.
Try to be emotionally open. Yeah, stuff like that. So try to be a healthy emotional person.
This is 20 years. I'm like, I like somebody who's emotionally open. Tell me more about yourself. I like someone who's emotionally open.
Nice. No, I think therapy is the bare minimum. I'm going to school to be a therapist.
Oh, really?
So
Where did the dentist is that?
Is this date going well?
I mean, I really like talking to you.
No, yeah,
you're very pleasant.
Conversation. Yeah, I think it's going well.
Yeah, I see like you're like very like.
Hello, friends, oh my old friends.
Hey, man,
I'm so glad we meet again.
Like I could be very good friends.
I get that vibe from everything.
Yeah.
Fun fact about Ashley, she loves Jesus.
I do too.
Really?
Honestly, there is nothing better than a good smoked meal. Smoked meal? Cheese? Is that not what you said?
I love Jesus, not cheese.
Oh.
Cypress, you're free.
The Son,
the Father, and the cheese.
Father, the Son, and
the best guardian.
I swear to God, next time some girl tells me she loves Jesus, I'm like, I like cheese too.
I like cheese too. No, I said Jesus.
I'm gonna reject myself out of just pure.
Okay.
But it was really nice meeting you. Oh my gosh. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm Ashley.
Is that Ashley?
Nice to meet you.
You remember me, right?
fuck's happening?
I don't know. That's weird.
I hope they got history, because if not, that's a
'cause
very
if not, that's
awkward
weird.
way.
That's the same way when you go to the pharmacy and you see your girl pick something from the bottom shelf and then you smack her ass and she turns around and it's not your girl.
Yeah.
Made it back here.
Sorry.
No, no. Oh, no, I don't know who you are.
You know Gino and all them? Yeah, I was like trying to go after you and your sister.
That's the character right there.
My man looks like walking dick cheese.
Yeah.
Everything about him seems slimy.
I'm sorry, is everything okay? You came in and kissed her. Are you comfortable, Ashley? Do you two really know each other?
Yeah, we do.
Unfortunately.
You try to kiss her. You can't go unfortunately after you kissed her, bruh.
I like how the button people behind the camera
We're like, yo, is this safe?
Yo, is this me too?
Is this safe?
Are you close, or?
No, I haven't seen him since like what, junior year of high school?
Yeah. We're about to rekindle the relationship that was never there.
I don't know about that.
Oh, okay. So, what are you up to right now?
I'm a grad student at UW right now.
That's engineering?
No.
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 Medical?
No.
Law?
No.
So you're wasting your time. I'm sorry.
I'm getting a degree in intercollegiate athletic leadership. So I want to
Intercollegiate?
Just need a moment.
Leadership.
She has returned. Muster all defenses.
I think this might have been the most rightful buzz of the evening. You know, some people think like being an asshole is the only way to talk to women in order to get their affection. And this guy's taking that to the nth degree.
Oh yeah.
Hold on, Steven, do you know everyone?
So how's
we have not been together. Why are you saying like that?
Okay, so you two know each other. How?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm just famous in Seattle. Oh, I knew the last girl, and now I know you.
Okay.
And the next girl that comes, unless you press the button.
Chloe, how do you know Steven?
A guy that I have talked to in the past. We were just out on a date and we saw Steven just out at the bars. He was
working my corner, as I usually do.
Traitors.
Everything about this guy is about shady, like low-level drug dealer vibe, like the kind of dude to be like, hey, you want coke on my penis? To someone he's never talked to before. That's it. So the fact that she said she was on a date with another dude and they saw this guy, the only reason you take note is if he's trying to sell you something. Am I wrong?
Or he was being super off like he is right now. Like that's the kind of guy that in a mafia movie he gets popped first.
he sure was working the corner.
I have a fun fact about Chloe. She once had a drink with O.J. Simpson.
Well, you're still alive, so I mean.
Yeah.
Guy's high. Guy's high.
Hey, this guy's so dislikable. Women are just like, can I abort this mission at any cost?
Yeah. I understand though.
I'm Steven. What's your name?
Quinn.
Quinn. Oh, very nice to meet you.
I draw you
You have
down.
a very feminine handshake. I appreciate that.
Thank you. You do too.
What?
The choice is yours.
I got really soft hands.
Night
That's just, it is what it is. Every time I shake a girl's hand, she's like, ooh, what moisturizer? And then I gotta tell her it's genetics. I'll never be able to get, like, listen, you ever have a girl rub your back and be like, ah, like a baby's butt?
Greetings, Father.
This is not how I imagined my daughter.
And that's why today's video is brought to you by T.H. Henley. T.H. Henley will keep you covered. I'm just being honest, bro. T.H. Henley, man. Women like some man with a soft skin. I'm not gonna lie, they do. They do. Ain't nobody trying to have that like dry ass crocodile skin.
Yo, people really underestimate soft skin.
Yo.
They underestimate that stuff.
Okay, let's do it. What's my hand? This is a thick ass hand.
Okay. Steven's red flags are people have daddy issues. Do you have daddy issues, Quinn?
No, not really like this. Hey, Dad.
Absolutely, that's amazing.
Okay, Steven, what are you most excited about to do after you leave here?
So go on a date with you, Quinn.
That's tough.
You know the type of guy that just grab a cigar, start puffing, and choke it right away?
It's funny how the girls before were like, I'm not buzzing myself out because I'm not thinking this out. And all these girls with this guy are like, help please, help please.
I suspect they're probably talking back to tape, but yeah. But some girls talk, unfortunately. You know, you have to deal with it.
Yeah. Guys talk too, but not like girls.
Yeah, what you mean? I'm going on a date with you later, Mom. Why you asking me I'm going? Yeah. What do I see? Think about my future? A future with you. Knock, knock. Us.
This will be over soon.
I need dude who talks to you while fucking nodding his head. You get away from me, you get me fucked up. Alright, today's topic. So there's Women's International Month. Let's keep going.
Army Captain Sarah Cudd would not give up during the final moments of the grueling 12-mile foot march to achieve her expert field medical badge at Fort Dix in New Jersey. The last step in earning the badge was to complete the 12-mile trek in 3 hours.
Did you see the other man just? Did you see my man? Oh my God, this is a long ass day. It's a long day for sure. Shit, I got to start that goddamn line. Oh yeah. It's a, hey, come on, Sarah, pick your ass up. Shit. Did you see that? This guy just strode. He just casually strode. Yeah, I ain't mad at that. Let's go.
While carrying 70 pounds of gear. With 13 minutes to go, the captain fell to her knees in exhaustion. But with her soldiers cheering her on, she rose to her feet and crossed the finish line.
It's more like, if you don't finish this, bitch, we're all doing push-ups. Get your ass up. Let's go.
She's a captain. That's not happening.
No.
Okay. When you're a commissioned officer,
you're good.
It's not like NCOs.
Oh, okay.
NCOs get treated like grunts.
Yeah.
Officers,
Let's do it.
they get those sweets.
Is she getting a rub down after this?
Yo, she get whatever she wants.
Okay, cool.
She get her pussy ate by the NCO too.
God damn.
Captain Cudd serves with Army Public Health Command in Fort Knox, Kentucky. She was only one of the 46 candidates who achieved the badge that day, and the Public Health Command says up to 80% of people fail. We think Captain Sarah Cudd really defines what determination means, and watching this video is truly an inspiration to never give up.
I feel inspired, but unsafe. I'm gonna tell you that. I'm just being real. The other dudes strolled through like it was nothing. But hey.
For me, it's the groveling and the praise that people get. It's like just for doing your job.
Yeah. Just doing what they're supposed to do.
There was like a point in the military where they transitioned and they were really allowing women to join the forces in droves, but they really wanted to encourage it because from a public relations standpoint it worked pretty well. And also, to be fair, admitting women in the military was a very positive thing because you needed as many recruits as you can for certain jobs where women would be proficient. So it was overwhelmingly positive. But the way that they pushed some of them through the success stories that they were trying to pick, like you would have Marines, right, who are males and who would get passed on for promotions for women who met an inferior standard, right? Even though they were working for the same job, right?
Just for the standards of push-up.
And that's where you have like that whole like affirmative action within the military, which is absolutely counterproductive and unfair to everybody else who's trying to get it. Because every promotion comes with a huge pay raise.
Yeah, definitely.
Better postings, better opportunities in a lot of ways, more responsibility, and the ability to keep progressing. Right? It's patently unfair. When I watched this video,
I'll take it.
and the whole fucking PR piece about it,
you were frustrated. You were triggered.
I just cringe. I don't get triggered because like at the end of the day, when it came to like physical tests and all that stuff, for me it was easy to excel at that shit because it wasn't that difficult, right? But it's just it made me cringe how insulting the standards were.
Yeah.
You put a dude in the same thing, they'd be like, bro, you're pathetic. That's what they would be looking at him for. So that's why I look at this and I'm like, really? Is it the standard you want to set for these ladies? And listen, there's female service members who go balls to the wall. They go hard, right? And they get the most amount of respect from other dudes because dudes see they trying to carry their own weight irrespective of their gender. Which, who's gonna hate them? But some of this shit, like I got really offended when I saw them doing their push-ups on their knees.
On their knees.
That's what killed me.
Yep.
Already you gotta do less push-ups. Bitch, you on your knees doing these push-ups? That's not even real.
Yeah.
But that's how desperate they were to get them through the door.
And the difference is really big. The difference of push-ups that you have is really huge.
You need push-ups for nothing.
No.
You can get down right now, probably give me 100. So,
Yes.
Army.
Versus just push-ups.
But shout out to the other dude. The other dude just walking over.
Just walking with his front.
Right? Like, we love to, like, I don't know, highlight the mediocrity or someone, like, I guess, persevering against something that was difficult for them. But it's like, you should have been training for this and being able to do this a long time ago. It's not like these rucksack marches are the hardest thing. Bar you have, like, some injury, like shin split from having to do this. There's really no reason why you're struggling. You've been in the military that long. You know, like there's some folks in the military who get in, they pass the test, and then they just let themselves go.
Yeah, because they don't have a job to whatever, they're not on the field like that. So,
bruv, and then they still able to stay because they didn't relax. I'm like, bruv, y'all need to keep some
it's just like
standard,
cops.
bro.
It's just like cops. There's some cops that get in the force and they don't ever shoot. They have a gun, they never go to the gun range.
Yeah.
They just let themselves go.
There's so many things wrong with this.
Yeah.
You know, like her weapons there just falls to the ground. That's it.
That's dangerous.
That's dangerous.
That's a liability.
Even if it's unloaded, like they make sure that you don't make bad habits. Why? Because if you actually are in the field and you do have your rifle and you drop it like that, if this starts to walk, you can kill a soldier. Like, this is not stuff you would normally praise. Also remember, she's a captain. If you don't understand, there's two tiers, right? You got NCOs, which are non-commissioned officers, and then you have the commission members, who are basically people who have degrees or special interests, who are in leadership positions, okay?
Officers.
The pay's much higher for them than it is for the NCOs. The NCOs are in a leadership position, so imagine she's leading, but she's not leading by example. Think about it. And I'm not even saying out of your unit you gotta be the most fit, but if you're at the back end, you can barely pass. How do you set the example for the troops that are under you? And the truth is, that's why a lot of NCOs don't respect the commanding officers or a lot of the people who are, you know, just got their degrees.
Because they know they wouldn't be able to do the same work as they would. Physically, they know they would not.
Yes.
They would not. Every time I had a job, I had a boss, and he was like being cocky about his position and shit like that, and was yelling at me to do some shit. I was like, do it.
Yeah.
Run the department. If you're not running it, do it. Do what I do in the time that I'm doing. It's easy for you to give shit whenever you give shit. But do what I do. Yeah. Do it.
Yeah.
That's why we don't respect them.
Imagine like the difference between you and somebody else is just the fact that they have a degree.
Yep.
Their competence level is not that much higher.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
But they got a degree.
Mm-hmm.
And that matters to them. I just wanted to just bring this up. It's just one of those things I cringe at. You know, these motherfuckers are even talking about removing some of the physical tests because just 40 to 50% of women are failing.
Tucked away.
Just to accommodate?
They're talking about removing the physical tests. Because they can't. Bruh, hey man, listen. I stopped my whole time when I was in there. I was actually very shocked. I didn't know it was going to be like that. I was very surprised by how like slanted towards women a lot of the brass is, a lot of this. It's very strange, but that's another topic for another day. Anything else you want to add?
Nah.
Let us know what you guys think in the comments below.
Huh?
Hear the music.
My name Kodak Black, but when you see me, I'm wine. Burn a lot of money and I smoke a lot of spice. I bring the biggest gun to the knife fight.
I'm Marquise. Yes to you, boy.
My name Kodak Black, but when you see me, I'm wine. Burn a lot of money and I smoke a lot of spice. I bring the biggest gun to the knife fight. My name Kodak Black, but I might figure white wine. My name Kodak Black, but when you see me, I'm wine. Burn a lot of money and I smoke a lot of spice. I bring the biggest gun to the knife fight. My name Kodak Black, but I might figure white wine. When you see me, I'm wine. Smoke a lot of spice. Fuck your white wine. When you see me, I'm wine. Smoke a lot of spice. Fuck your white wine. My name Kodak Black, but when you see me, I'm wine. Smoke a lot of spice. Fuck your white wine. My name Kodak Black, but when you see me, I'm wine. Smoke a lot of spice. Fuck your white wine. My name Kodak Black, but when you see me, I'm wine.
Okay, today's topic. A lot of people have been interviewing Andrew Tate.
Who's Andrew Tate?
He's a Red Pill guy. I think he's a former kickboxer, and I think now he's more of like when the guru, multi-millionaire, lives out in Romania.
It's a hypothetical, so let me change it. You and your woman are asleep in bed upstairs. You hear someone break into the house downstairs. Who goes downstairs?
Nobody. Tripping. X2, you tripping. Hold on. X2, so you're not going down there? Nobody's going down there. So what if they come upstairs?
Bro, you gotta protect.
Hold
I'll
up.
keep it a buck 50
Protect
real
it.
quick.
Protect
real
it.
quick. Real quick. I'll keep it a buck 50.
No. My job is to survive, not protect.
Beta!
My job is to survive. And something that means to go down there to get the gun. It doesn't matter.
Beta!
That sounds crazy, doesn't it?
That sounds crazy.
Right?
Because you're not acknowledging, okay, you know what? Go for it. Maybe you are. You're not gonna go downstairs. Maybe you are not. Okay, I'll take it. Man, I'll take it. But for real, I'll take it. Maybe you're not gonna go downstairs. But he's asking a general question, and I have the feeling that you sensed where he was going. So you went under defensive mode. You said, nobody's going out there. I'm not gonna say. Okay, let's stick to a general question. In general, who is going downstairs? Nobody should. That's not what the question was. In general, who is going downstairs?
What if your girl's an MMA fighter?
Who is going downstairs? What if she's
RoboCop?
My girl is a whole fucking black belt in Taekwondo.
Go tell her.
I'm going downstairs. She's a whole black belt.
Right. So
technically better than me. Can lift her foot that high. I'm going downstairs.
So we all know this.
Stop.
Right. So when a red pill guy says you have an imperative to defend your woman, yes, we all know this intrinsically.
Yes.
Okay. And so I had a conversation with this briefly, and it was cool. And I asked him the question a bit differently. I want you guys to hear it. Hypothetical, there's a gun pointed at the building. All right. Do you feel like it's your responsibility to get in front of your girl before the gun goes off? No. Okay. Okay. What if it's your child?
I mean, these hypotheticals, we're not like going anywhere with that. I just think these hypotheticals are very bad.
But you understand the principle. I'm not talking about the technical aspect. You understand the principle of it. It's like.
By principle, yes. By technicality, I feel like there could be choices to make that a better choice. Right? What type of gun it is?
Oh my God! What type of gun is it? Oh my!
Hold on. Chill. Give him a chance to explain. I know it sounds crazy. I'll shut up. We'll give him a shot.
I think it's just a question about like just the principle.
This is just the principle. If I look at anybody, okay. God bless you. That was the only word I had. I thought we got so far off the deep end that we wouldn't say yes to that.
I mean, if you ask it as well, like
I just want you to understand like how it comes across to everyone in the world when they hear you even hesitate. Because if you ask most men on the street, vast majority of people, and you said, listen, there's a gun pointed at you and your girl, they would all jump and immediately say yes. Especially if it was their kids, they wouldn't even think about it. So when they even hear you hesitate, all of a sudden they look at you like you're crazy.
Yeah, even if they themselves wouldn't do it, they'd still answer yes to it.
Oh yeah, because they want a black and white answer, but no.
But the thing that happens is that answer is the answer of someone that's never been in a situation that was like dangerous. And
Laugh it up, Chuckles.
Most of the people in the world hasn't been in that situation, right? Which is fine. When shit like that happen, you do not have to. It's not even you. It's not even your brain talking. It's not your brain being like, okay, that's the type of gun. This person is like that. If I take his way, that's not even that. That's movies. That's the Equalizer starring Denzel Washington. That's counting down. But that's not real life. Even when you're in a fight or flight situation, and there's a guy attacking you. You could take the martial art classes that you think and that you have and whatnot. The first error that someone that takes martial arts class is thinking that they know how to fight. When that situation happens, it's fucked. You don't rely on your knowledge. You rely on what you repeated, and you have to train your body to act that way without you even thinking. Okay, that's the thing right there. No, my dude, you don't think. You don't have the time to think. You don't have the time to assess stuff. That's not the real world, which is fine. It's fine. It's fine. But like you said in that clip, it really makes you're crazy, dude.
Okay, listen. On the woman thing, I could semi-understand. If someone brings up your child, I don't think. Look, maybe I'm crazy. I've got nieces and nephews that I love. anybody, then it wouldn't even be a hesitation, at least in my instinct. Some people are gonna say, yeah, I would defend my girl, and maybe they wouldn't do it in the moment. But most people have that instinct or want to have that instinct. And so when you say like, I don't know, maybe I won't, it sounds crazy to people, right? And this emboldens a lot of folks to follow a lot of these red pill dudes because their paradigm sounds far more appealing and much more natural than what you're explaining. Go to any man and say, well, maybe you don't go to defend your child. Think about it. They'd be like, what the fuck? It's my kid. Of course I'm gonna die for my kid. Are you crazy? So when they hear you say anything otherwise, they throw everything that you have to say out the window and go, I'm gonna talk to these red pill dudes because they sound way more reasonable. And a lot of folks go through this pattern where they're having these conversations with these people and then start to embolden them and make them sound more appealing because at the end of the day, they do sound more sensible. They do.
Even a woman with her child,
of course,
and there's a dude, she will jump in front to save the child.
Yeah.
If the dude don't react enough. If it's just her and the dude, she's probably gonna look at the dude. But if it's her child, that's crazy, dude.
Let me ask all the women who are watching right now. Leave a comment below, ladies. If you found that your man wouldn't hesitate to save your, how fast is your pussy gonna dry up? How quickly are you turning into the Sahara Desert?
Sahara Desert's gonna fucking move in that pum pum.
Let's go.
Dusty.
Alibaba and the 40 Thieves.
Bro.
Is it 40 Thieves?
Yeah.
Listen, they all dry. Nobody cares.
Sandland.
Like your pussy.
Boom, boom.
Okay, let's be honest. We know what it is.
A whole biscuit in the panties, yeah.
It could, when you have feminists and red pill guys agreeing on this concept, because I promise you, every feminist below would be like, I would expect my partner to save our child. When you got them both agreeing, you have to understand how your stance sounds ridiculous. So you cannot be so against a lot of this stuff that you start to sound that way. But then now, to be fair to him, he did roll it back. He's like, yeah, okay, if I would want to defend myself, but it's the hesitation or and even the weirdness with it that sounds odd.
But you just saying that, I can't have a conversation with you.
What you mean?
Because the conversation's gonna be dishonest.
Why?
You're not even gonna. I'm gonna ask you.
Ever show you walking?
That's dishonesty. You're dishonest. You know damn well you're gonna try to protect, or you really are crazy. But if I look at you and if you talk like that, I'm gonna be like, I can't talk with you.
Yeah.
That's your answer to that question?
Or maybe you guys are just operating on such different paradigms. Like it's like you.
We're not even.
It's like you're justifying your stuff based off science. The other person's like, well, God told me. It's like
I'm like I can't talk to you.
Yeah.
Not necessarily because you're nonsensical, because we're not even talking about. We don't even have the same basis.
It's something that I've noticed a lot when I would see the interviews that some people would do, either be it with Fresh and Fit or this guy or some people. It's like you have to give ground on some stuff because the ground that they're standing on makes sense. You know, when they talk about the fact that women do generally desire men who make their income or above, you can't just say everything they say. That's a fact.
No, not me.
And that's something that we've been saying before we ever knew any of these guys. That's a fact.
That's a fact.
Right? Yes, women like men who are bigger, stronger, taller than them. That's a fact. There's exceptions to the rule, but they generally like that. So when guys are telling you, go lift, go take care of your fitness, it makes sense. You can't just throw everything. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah.
It applies here.
There's some shit.
Right? And if you can find that middle ground, you can find the stuff that's in that ideology that makes sense and that can be helpful to you. Because let me be honest with you. When I was learning, and it wasn't called Red Pill back then, but when it was just like pickup artist stuff, when you were learning how to approach women or how to talk to women, all this stuff, there was a lot of stuff in there in terms of building self-confidence, in terms of getting better in a lot of aspects of life. That is extremely useful. So, I'm watching all these conversations unfold. Of course, this guy's going to win out in most of these debates or seem more interesting to the public. It's like the alternatives don't sound really appealing, right? You're talking about dudes who are either out of shape, don't live desirable lives, don't have all the stuff that that the general populace would want in an ideal life. It's like, here's an example. It's like a 5'1" out of shape dude trying to give you fitness advice. Even though he may have all the science, even though he may have all the facts, they're gonna go listen to a big dude who's in better shape because he seems to be living whatever it is that he's talking about.
Because the thing might work. Whenever they drop in your DM and it's like, do you want to increase your followers? And you look at their followers and they got 2. I'm like, bitch, go increase yours.
Yeah.
Go increase your followers.
Yeah.
And then talk to me about my fucking followers.
Right?
I'm sitting here with 20,000. You got 5. And that's a scam.
And so there's no alternative to these dudes. They go win. They will win in a lot of these discussions.
It looks like a scam.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't live the life, you look like you're living the life. I'm gonna be like, why you out there teaching me? And you're not using.
Death to Kronos.
Makes sense. Yep. So just understand that. And guys, get ready. This whole red pill stuff is going to invade your TikTok. It has already to some degree. It's going to be all over YouTube. It's going to be talking points on news. I see that's where it's going in the future.
I already got started that. So
I think there's going to be a lot of pushback against it, but undoubtedly, all the mainstream people are picking up on it because it gets views, it gets clicks. So just get ready for that. And then, yeah, if you're going to argue against something or hate it, know what you hate. Because a lot of you have no idea what the fuck this shit is. You have no idea what it represents or what it does for men or how it helps them or why it's even needed. You don't know. You don't care to know. You just heard some shit you didn't like and it sounded funny based off your ideology. So you're like, fuck them. That's not going to cut it. It's not going to cut it. Because I see dudes are really gravitating toward this stuff and it's inevitable. And I'm not even mad at them. People think that. People are like, yo, Abba, why don't you try to pull more of these red pills? Because I'm not giving them an alternative. Do you think I'm going to run a coaching program? Do you think I'm going to spend time talking to all these young men who are lost and need some mentorship and I'm going to spend time trying to guide them? I don't have the time. I don't have the energy. So I'm not going to tell them not to go follow any of these dudes. If you want to and if it helps you, hey man, go do you. I'm going to just say, hey man, there might be some stuff that's off about it, but otherwise go do whatever you want to do because there's nothing else out there. How you going to get resources on how to approach ladies? Who going to teach you? Anything else you want to say? No. Protecting your kids is basic. That's a basic.
You sound crazy.
That's a basic.
You sound fucking crazy.
Woo! Oh no! No! Oh!
If you look at it, it's diabolical behavior.
Since you like the last video, Skippy, so much, I figured I'd give you another one.
So I just got done with work and I swung by to pick up some groceries and
stop. Is that a Klondike bar?
It's a whole rack of Klondike bars.
Bro, I swear to God, if he goes into what would you do for a Klondike bar, I swear to God.
This date is gonna get a lot better. A lot better.
I was like, I'm not going to look at these again ever the same way, especially when she lives 3 blocks away from where it is that I buy groceries. And so, to fulfill having her try it out, these are Klondike bars, and specifically these are the original one. It's ice cream. It's chocolate coated ice cream. No, they're not the best because I would even say their Oreo ones are better. But just the fact that
it right here?
You don't have to if you don't want to. Should we try a
This is a surprise visit.
Yeah, no, I gave her 0 notice. In fact, I spent the majority of the day sending her messages saying, I don't get why you don't like me, essentially stuff like that.
Holy shit.
This is hard, man. This is hard to watch. This man really showed up at a woman's house unannounced after she didn't reply to any of his messages, and he came with some Klondike bars. And what's even more offensive after learning this is that 10 seconds earlier, he's like, you don't have to eat these Klondike bars if you don't want to with me right now. As if he cares about consent.
It's going exactly in the direction I think he's going, and I really don't like that.
Having messaged her like 4 times today. Do you like me? Check yes or no.
Woo! Woo! This is what I'm gonna say to y'all. If you guys can make it through this whole video without quitting, hey man, please smash the like button. This shit's crazy. And even if you have to quit before it's done, still smash the like because this shit's crazy. This man must be stopped. Must be stopped. I'm putting out an APB, not because I want to make, I do want to make money off these videos, but also because I want to warn people about Skippy. Until this man goes to rehab, ladies, protect yourselves, okay? All right, hands up at all times.
I would bring by a Klondike bar.
Oh, you're having one too, right?
You know what this feels like? This feels like a hostage situation where the hostage is like trying to sympathize with her hostage taker just to make it out of the situation alive. Yeah. This is hella awkward. Yeah. He showed up at her house unannounced. Creepy as. After not responding to the messages. Oh, bro, I would be worried that someone would try to take me out.
Listen,
bro, I genuinely feel bad for her.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely just it's here to hear I'll hold while you have your experience with him. Oh yeah.
Okay.
the same thought patterns frequently.
So how, I've been asked in the comments a couple times, how do you go your entire life without having tried the Klondike bar? Like, someone asked me, are you foreign?
I'm from Earth.
So you do read the comments. So you do hear everyone telling you you're unbelievably creepy and nasty.
Well, every time a girl says no, he just goes over that. So why would he, like, bad comments?
You can be from Earth and be foreign. Just America?
Yeah, from America. I'm sure there are other people who've never had a Klondike.
No, there's probably some. There's probably some. But there's the whole, what would you do for a Klondike? Did you know the jingle?
I think it's, yeah, I've heard it.
Okay.
I suppose.
You just never thought.
I think it's weird if people have never been to California or if people have never been, to the ocean.
Like the ocean, yeah.
Like, that's weird to me.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe this is a thing that's weird to people.
A couple in the comments, but that's okay. There's lots of weird people in the comments.
Lovers, I guess.
What? What? What did you say? There's a lot of weird people in the comments? The audacity. What? What? You had the audacity. You had the audacity to call people in the comment weird. What? What?
The audacity of caucasity. We have Skippy being skipped for various reasons.
Can I interject?
Go ahead.
What? What? What?
What?
You called them weird.
Weird.
Motherfucker, what the fuck is wrong with you?
You too.
Hashtag.
You like a rare Pokemon that nobody wants. Mewtwo.
Here you are.
Everybody likes Mewtwo.
But he a version of Mewtwo that nobody wants. Pew.
Two.
Feel me?
Yeah.
About to happen. Okay, yours.
Okay. Mine is still wrapped. Okay. Cheers.
Cheers.
Nice.
You know what Skippy reminds me of? He reminds me of one of those hostage takers that try to empathize, and they're like, there's nobody who can love you like I can, Serena. And that's why you're locked 10 feet below my basement. Would you like a Klondike bar? Let's touch Klondike bars. Serena, you haven't eaten your food in 3 days. I just want to go home to my family. I am your family, Serena. I texted you 4 times today and you didn't respond. Why didn't you put a check mark beside it? Serena, how come you've never had a Klondike bar? Serena, do you think we make a cute couple? Serena, I didn't even stare at your titties. Aren't I such a gentleman? Serena, have you ever been with Jim? Serena, can I get a kiss, Serena? I'm locked to this bed in the bed. Serena, I want you to kiss me only if you want to. I want to get out of here. I can't do that.
The chocolate's not that yummy on it. Is it? It's just like those ice creams that are on a stick with chocolate and ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
Is there like caramel in it?
No,
Or it's just ice cream?
this is the
It's a
original.
funny taste. Does it have a funny taste? No?
No, I think it's how would I describe it?
Like there's toffee or something. Well, that was a really cute.
It's trying to be more than just chocolate tasting, right? It's like trying to be the ice cream, the vanilla is really creamy, and the chocolate is trying to be.
There's nothing written on the package or anything. About the box. Does it say something about it? Oh, there's 12 different flavors.
Yeah. So
Reese's
the
Heat,
Oreo one, I almost got you, but I'm like, no, we gotta have her try the original.
Chocolatey coated and ice cream loaded. Just artificially flavored vanilla light ice cream in a milk chocolate flavored coating.
Hey Deanna, what would you do for a Klondike bar?
I'm f***ing out.
Guys, you done?
This? Putting me through this? This right? What have I done to you?
Gotta make money.
Is it worth it? Yeah.
Dairy products.
That was the first kiss
That's what
I've
I
ever.
got.
Woo! No! Oh no! No! Oh no! He did not. He didn't do it. Oh no, he didn't do it.
You saw him do this? Hold up. You saw him do this, right?
Yeah.
and then she wasn't looking at him on purpose.
No.
And then he was waiting for a kiss. He lunged. Hey, man.
No.
Yo, I don't even know how this is still up on YouTube. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh, Lord.
No, I can't.
Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Nah, man, this guy's actually legitimately he has to be stopped.
Oh, no.
This man literally has to be stopped.
Oh, no.
This is live on YouTube, and I think he's got ads on this kind of stuff. So, like, the way that this is monetized is crazy to me.
Yeah.
This is legitimately something that should be taken off because he's filming these people. Nah, I can't.
So he puts money on assaulting people on the web, cornering people, and he is able to monetize that. But I say certain words, it's a no-no.
I can't wait to watch this back and see if your eyes are terrified as I did that.
I know, I was reading the box, sorry. And I dropped all these bars on the ground.
Can we try it for real?
All right, guys, we did it.
Can we try it for real?
Khalas, bro.
Okay.
Shit's giving me anxiety, man.
Okay. Wow.
Nigga.
Wow.
Nigga. Yeah, man, I wouldn't be mad if her brother came by and stomped this dude out. Real talk. I don't care who stomps this man out, man.
Wow.
Absolute trash. Violating people's boundaries, recognizing that they might be scared but still doing it, and then saying, can we try it for now? Like, you do not care. You don't care. You get repeatedly told that you don't care. I know people make fun of him and think it's like funny to some degree, but this is legitimately like absolutely diabolical behavior. Can you do the accent?
If you look at it, it's diabolical behavior. You cannot just go to someone and expect them to just behave like that. How is, you know what? He's an animal. I don't know how people like that are able to function.
Hey, my friend, I can't do it. For me, it's a big problem. Every time I see this one, tabarnak, it's causing me great heartache, and I think I'm done with this video. If you endorse this kind of thing, you think it's funny, you have a problem. Bobby, it could be funny, but if you don't think that this is extremely problematic and should be taken off the web, I don't know what to tell you. That's crazy. This man legitimately did that. That's all I got. That's all I got. I can't talk about this anymore. If you guys made it to the end, thank you. Smash the like button, sub, all that good stuff. But I need a break. I need to take some time off. The internet's a weird place. And ladies, you know what I mean? Every day, sympathize with y'all a little bit more, because this is no. That's a no. That's a no. And anybody who accepts to go on a date with this dude without Googling him, I feel bad for you as well. So that's all I got. No, thank you.
I'm in my safe place. I'm a snowflake.
Today's video, we got Skippy, who's back, part 3.
We do carry hot sauce in the back. What do we do, beans in?
Yeah. Oh, no, these. Like, do you dip these in anything?
A lot of people like to dip them in our sweet barbecue sauce, but we do have ranch, or, yeah, you have ranch. That's what I like them in.
What's your name again?
Callie.
Okay, so Callie is our server. Okay, so we've arrived at Rib City. Here, I'll get all 3 of us in. So we've arrived at Rib City.
This guy may be the most obnoxious vlogger I've ever seen. He's been doing this for maybe like a decade, and this shit is cringe, bro. You know the waitress there's like, oh, why am I on camera right now? This motherfucker better tip me. And you know Skippy was like, here's a Skippy whistle. Hey, one Skippy video a day keeps the women away.
And we have just gotten served our food, and this is, what did you get?
Chicken fry, or chicken tender basket.
Okay, and I got this, which I've been craving this stuff since the last time I was here.
No, Skippy, no. You've been craving, and we can feel the thirst.
And so anyways, we're here, and this is our waitress. What do you think of us as a couple?
Woo! What do you think of us as a couple? What do you think of us as a couple? What do you think of us as a couple?
What the?
What do you think of us as a couple? Huh? What do you think of us as a couple?
Go ahead.
What do you think of us as a couple? What do you think of us as a couple? What do you think of us as a couple? What do you think of us as a couple?
Oh, dude. All right. Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh, I have nothing to go ahead on. I'm just simmering down. So. Oh, this one is good. Dude. You know what I mean? But the opposite. It's like it takes the spot. You know what I mean? And here I am with no spot. God damn. Oh, wow. Dude.
Hey guys, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe if you're enjoying today's video. We're going to be coming back to you guys 5 to 6 times a week, including live streams. So, I mean, yo, just like the videos. Help us out with the algorithm. The more we grow, the more we can make for you, the more you can spend time watching Abbo and Preach. You know what I mean?
What you mean? Some people are not subscribed?
Apparently not. Some people are not liking either. They're enjoying it, they're commenting, they're tuning in. Let's just smash the like button.
So you're just going to act like you don't like that shit? That's what you're going to do? You're going to act like you're not liking it? But you watch it every day?
Great.
Okay, now regardless of how much I tip you, what's your honest opinion?
It's like you know. She said good. You could have left it at that. You know that you're detestable. I don't know for sure. But I don't think he lacks self-awareness. He knows. He knows. He just digs into the cringe. He knows the cringe work. Might as well just go all the way full cringy than just ignore it. You know. You know. He got it. You got it, Skippy. You got it.
Let's say I was to give you like a 50-cent tip. What would your still honest opinion about us as a couple be?
I would say you seem both really outgoing and fun and you work well together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
No, you really
She's
do.
really cute, huh?
Yeah, she is.
Like,
great eyelashes.
would you be, if you saw us walking down the street, would you be like, I get that? Or like, would you be like, he's way lucky? Or would you be like, she's way lucky?
Okay, I'm good. You know. You know what you're doing, bro. That's it.
You're so coercive. Like, the way that you engage in these dates is just basically to corner a woman to make her as uncomfortable as possible so that she'll be with you. It's very gross and disgusting.
Yeah, let's stop thinking that he doesn't know and he's oblivious. It's not that.
Well, I'm pretty sure in the first episode we labeled him a toxic person.
Yes.
That's a hard question.
I'd get it.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
You get that? Yeah. No, because
on the spot.
But that's okay, right?
Okay, I don't mind.
This might even make it to the YouTube.
Oh my gosh.
Are you okay with that? Maybe even put it on the Facebook? Yeah, I'll tag you.
Okay, so when somebody is working at a restaurant and they live off of tips, and you're making what they consent to sound conditional, of course that consent is kind of void. People who are working want to get their money, so when you say like, yeah, I might upload it, you're going to be okay with that, you don't mind if I put it on Facebook, some people are going to feel uncomfortable. When you ask them before you even tip them or pay them, kind of stands to reason that they're probably not going to give you the most honest answer, and you don't see that. So you, to me, it strikes me as if you don't care, and you're fine with coercing people, and even the date, she's getting uncomfortable with it.
I'll tag you with that. Okay, good time. So, all right, we'll move on with the conversation and stuff, but let her go back to work.
Your meal.
Yeah, we'll enjoy our meal. All right, thanks, Callie. That was Callie.
Callie.
Yeah. Look, I'm on a date with her.
Look at this guy bragging. I'm on a date with her. Look, guys, she's just trying to eat her fries.
Because that's the thing is that that's how he gets dates. Because at the end of the day, he wants dates, and maybe something will happen. But he gets a date. He gets to not spend that much time with his mom. He gets to spend time with another girl. Awkward or not, he's gonna decide to spend that time with her, and he spends it, and that's it. So
I'm gonna just say that some people deserve to die alone. And I hope he does. I hope he dies alone.
Okay, so me calling people trash is not good, but you wishing people die alone is.
There's a difference between me watching behavior over a 10-year period, which is what this YouTube channel of his is, him doing this to multiple women, being told in every comment section that he is wrong, and then him continuing that behavior, and then doubling and tripling and quadrupling down.
So
there's a difference.
So are you saying
there's a difference?
So are you saying that he's trash?
No, I'm not gonna use that word. You want to use that word? That's fine. I said if he dies alone, I don't feel bad because his actions directly contribute to him deserving to be alone. If you go into every relationship, okay, and then you say, I don't care about your needs, I'm going to try to coerce you to give me what I want, irrespective of how that makes you feel, then to me, yeah, you're trash. Okay, I said it. You happy? I said it. Are you happy? You want me to say the word trash so bad? Does that feel good? Does it feel good right in there? Huh? In your little trash heart? Huh? Huh? What do you have there? A dumpster fire where your heart should be?
Yes!
Okay. Yeah, he's trash. Okay, I said it. I mean, goddamn, how much evidence do you need? If you kill 30 people, you trash. Sorry.
You don't have to be sorry.
Yeah. Anyways, that's what I said.
You good? You good? Ooh, you triggered.
Oh, man.
God damn.
Yeah.
He got to you.
This is one of those things where I'm just like, ugh.
But it is an ugh moment. If he is unaware, which he's not, it's trash because numerous people have told him. You know what I mean? And if he's aware, it makes it worse.
He's too manipulative. He's too manipulative to be unaware.
Yes, exactly. He knows what he's doing.
I don't feel bad for him at all.
So when he did that thing, the whistle thing, he knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, he's been uploading these awkward videos for years. People have been telling him to stop.
He knew exactly what he was doing.
Even just recently, put on a new live stream. He's like, I'm going to lose my virginity. Like, bruh, no, you're not. And I hope you never do. Pay for it. Pay for it. And pay her a lot of money. Because anybody who chooses to do that with you, she deserves sympathy. That's my thoughts on him. Anything else you want to say?
Is there something else? Is it?
I don't know. You want to say
Jesus
anything?
Christ. Nah, man, I'm good.
What do you think about him?
I already done said trash. I done said trash. Say it loud. He's trash and he's whack.
Perfect fit. Goodbye for now.
Quiero mi morena.
Today's topic, Quavo and Saweetie. I'll just play the video. So, what are your thoughts?
When there's situations like that, domestic violence is something that is out there. We have to be very careful about it. We have to hold people accountable for what they're doing when they're engaging in those toxic behaviors. We have to know when it happens. But one thing I know and I've been able to find out is, aside from people that are blatantly, we know there's some people that are blatantly violent and just go for it, but there's other people that instigate the fight. Instigators. And we don't talk often about it, whether it's male or female, the people that instigate the fight, the people that throw the punch, the people that are in your face. What you gonna do about this? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Huh? What you gonna do? Or punch and picks you and touch you and get in your physical bubble, man or woman. They want a reaction out of you. And then things pop off and go out of proportion, right? That could lead to the strongest blow or the deadliest blow into some instance, and that's very unfortunate that it gets there. Instigators. And now it's not victim blaming. I'm not saying that the victim blaming, but you have to take a look at your action in situation. I'm looking at this video and people are like, going off on Quavo, going off on the person that's the man that's in the video, not looking at the first person that threw the punch. Now, even that video is not the full thing that happened. We don't know what happened before. We don't know what happened after. I know that he was pulling on his bag, hence pulling on her, and she fell down and hurt herself. She hurt. She got hurt in the process, and that's bad. The whole situation is bad. But without victim blaming and saying what could you have done better to to avoid a situation. That's not what we're trying to do. But there are enough situations that I've witnessed myself. Working in the bar industry, seeing couples together, seeing people together in out there in the streets, there is the instigating fact, the instigating factor. There's an interesting statistics that says that women are as likely to be as violent as men, and women that are in violent relationships are often violent themselves. Often. I'm not saying all. I'm not saying people that are suffering from someone that is just and having like a regiment of terror is doing that. But we have to counter. We have to talk about that factor. We have to talk about that, the instigating, because that gets transported into another relationship, There are kids from those relationships. Those kids learn those patterns and repeat those patterns, and that's what we have to attack. We have to hold everybody accountable. Not only the person that hits and that can't handle his emotions, but also the person that instigates and push and nag. Man or woman. I've seen men and women do both. Again, this is not victim blaming at all. At all. This is something that happen. And I've seen it from both. And we have to go through that. We have to address that. The instigating part. What makes things, when you're making a thing out of the thing that is not a thing, that. Without victim blaming, there are victims out there, but there are also instigators.
You got 20 more disclaimers you want to put on?
That's what I do, disclaimers.
I can tell. This is how your whole half of spiel is. I'm not victim blaming. 1 sentence. I'm not victim blaming. 2 sentences. I'm not victim blaming.
But I'm not victim blaming. What you got to say? Just before he says it, he's not victim blaming.
Apparently. Listen. In what kind of altercation do you see a man leaving with his bags? The girl swings first, and then somehow in the media they're still portraying him as the aggressor. I just don't understand it. Flip the genders. Let's say it's a woman, and then he tries to swing at her. She gets away from the swing, and she comes out as the perpetrator. In what world would that ever happen?
People would have been good for you.
Not a single time. In fact, if he would have started wailing on him after he fell, everyone would have been like, good.
He would still be the perpetrator.
And it's just interesting to me, like the whole media narrative around this. Now, of course, people would say we don't know what happened before, we don't know what happened after. Clearly, she chased him down. Am I wrong?
Oh, you're not wrong.
Clearly, she blocked his path. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
Clearly, she swung at him with a hook.
You're not wrong.
She tried to grab his bags.
It's not the proper technique, though. But
it was awkward. Even if it's not a good hook. All right. So when I see this stuff, it just once again goes back to the same fact. The idea that men are always seen as the ones who can do the violence, and women is never the case. Even though, from my personal experience and things that I've seen, women initiate just as much, if not more, because they feel more comfortable doing so. So for me, looking at this, I was just like, of course, it's the same type of media narrative that you're always going to hear. Ladies can do no wrong. That's what it comes down to. So for me, I see this and I'm just like, okay. And my point isn't that he's in the wrong or she's in the wrong. My point is this: we don't know. So it's crazy for me to see people running with such a narrative like 100% this. And you want to sound victim blaming? I don't care. Go ahead, say it.
To assume, yeah.
Oh yeah, I've been preaching. Okay, cool. Whatever you say. First off, okay, he didn't throw her to the ground. I have it on camera. He didn't throw her to the ground. He was grabbing his stuff, and then she was leaning. She goes down so slow.
She was holding on to it.
So let's not run with these fake stories. But listen, that's my thoughts on that. It's just more of the same when it comes to these kinds of topics. Men are always the one who are in the wrong. So guys, do whatever you can. Protect yourself at all costs, just like he did. You know what I'm saying? When he didn't throw a punch at her, don't do it. Yeah, because if you would have thrown it, I promise you, even though she just threw one before, I promise you, he would be getting wrecked right now. So, at least he was smart enough to do that. And ladies, don't be touching our video games, okay? A lot of y'all do that. That shit's weird. Because you know how much we like it. And you know the moment we leave, we gonna play video games and not think about you for hours. So y'all try to destroy our shit.
But that's the thing.
Okay? Do they not destroy the PlayStation first?
I don't know. I don't know. My girl knows better. She would never. That we don't touch
each other's stuff.
No, we don't touch each other's stuff.
Yeah.
But we don't. That's not the dynamic at all. But that's none of your business.
Yeah.
That's not the dynamic at all. But anyways, I've seen that they try to do everything to necessitate a reaction.
Yep.
So I'm gonna key your car.
Yep.
I'm gonna go after your PlayStation.
And then when you react, what happens?
I'm gonna rip your clothes.
And then when you react, what happens?
What happens?
Exactly.
Rip your clothes. I'm gonna try to burn your thing. You know, waiting to exhale kind of shit.
Yeah. Listen, I don't know what the relationship is. I don't know what's going on, so I'm not gonna put a referendum on them. Me just looking at this in a vacuum. That's what I was thinking when I watched it. So you wanted our thoughts. There you have it. Anything else?
No.
All right, well, let us know what you guys think in the comments below. Who was wrong? Who was right? Did anybody destroy your PlayStation? We want to hear what happened. Where did they touch you? Where did they touch the PlayStation? Let us know.
Where did they touch PlayStation? Can you show me on this PlayStation where you got touched?
You dated black guys. Loved black guys. Yeah. I did. But for me, dark meat on the side, white cream. You know, that's why I married white man. That's what I like.
What can I break? It's okay. I got control. So we're meat now.
Not only are we meat, but we're the worst form. And
I could never, ever say some shit so atrocious on TV about women. And you know what? I don't want to have that right. I'm not going to try to fight to have that right. I'm not going to try to have the, it should be, no, I don't want that. I don't want that. That double standard y'all can keep. But wow.
Oddly enough, though, dark meat has more nutrients. So, just a little side fact, but I'm not even trying to go there.
That was 12 seconds in the video, and I can't even keep on going with that shit.
But here's what's interesting. So remember when we did that video about like women? Oh, it's a preference. I like what I like. And I'm like, yeah, you like what you like. But where does it come from? And some people, like even this girl, if you'd have asked her what her preference was, she would have been like, oh, I like everything. I don't have any preferences. But oftentimes, when people have their hierarchy of who is superior, inferior, even though they're not conscious of it, in some of their commentary, you see the way she elevated white meat versus dark meat? You dig what I'm saying? But again, a lot of stuff that is prejudicial happens below the surface. It happens in her subconscious. It happens in her split-second decisions. The irony of this is that she made this comment when she was married to a white man. She's now married to Jesus.
Right? Suitors. She's not married. They're going out.
Once that white meat discarded her, she went back to her side dish. Let's watch.
What do you mean, dark meat on the side?
I'm saying like I really do think black men are attractive. I do. Like that's my.
Well, what do you mean, dark meat on the side?
That means, honey.
That's
You know what that means.
Wait, what are you reading it as?
How did you say it?
I'm just saying, like, when I think about men, I like dark men. I do.
Right, you like your main man to be white and your side piece to be black.
That's exactly what you said. You can't know nobody now. You can't backtrack once they explain it to you. Oh, we got you slipping. Ooh. I'm better now.
Yeah.
I'm glad they reacted. I'm glad they said something. They're like, that's not what I said. That's not, shit. Yeah, what? Girl, that's exactly what the hell you said. Ooh.
People will be like, it's a preference, Apple. Okay. Imagine if you're like, I want my business partner, you know what I mean? Like my employees can be black, but my equal business partner, only a white man. Wouldn't that sound weird?
Because you know, black is nice,
The putrid waters. White keeps saying lean and mean. As if to mean and lean. I don't give a. It doesn't matter. Lean and mean and lean. It doesn't matter.
Fetishes versus preferences. What is the difference?
Well, a fetish is actually something that you use that in order to get sensory gratification or satisfaction.
Sure.
You need to have.
Sure.
Preference is just something that's going to help you initiate a first contact.
Yes.
You're not going to need to have that to have gratification.
But in regards to dating, when we're talking about fetishes, we're talking about specifically racialized fetishes, and they have a little bit of a different connotation. It really comes down to the idea that if you racially fetishize someone, we define it as you having a heightened sense of attraction towards someone based off of stereotypes, and you go towards the point of both demonizing the person and idolizing them. So, for example, some people want to date Asian women because Asian women are inherently submissive. That's what they feel like. And so, on one hand, you're basically erasing their personality by saying you're reducing them to this long-standing stereotype, and on the other, you're also idolizing them because it meets your fantasy. So that's what it means to racially fetishize someone. Now, what's the difference between that and any other kind of preference? Like, but you know, you said it's fine for women to have a height preference. Why can't they have a race preference? You having a race preference is not a problem. And you wanting to have any preference or any kind of fetish is not an issue to me. But I do think it's important for people to understand that distinction because they're not the same. And so in the same token, why you're attracted to certain things also matters. You have to understand that attraction and preferences aren't immutable. They're not these things that stay constant forever. They evolve with time. I mean, even cultural norms of what we consider attractive have evolved over the last 30 years. I remember when 30 years ago, having a fat ass was a bad thing, and having a booty shaped like a CD case was the best. But you know what I'm talking about. That's because women were vomiting trying to lose their booty.
I know, and I was like, why are you trying to lose that? I'm trying to look like Pamela Anderson. I'm like, well, Pamela Anderson. Dolly Parton was that. But that's not what I...
Right? So then you see the difference today. People, everyone wants me. So what happened? Are they just preferences, or are they informed by the culture around us, i.e. the rise of hip-hop led to our obsession with
big booty? They used to make fun of big lips. Now look at them. I'm pretty sure like in the next 10 years, the next thing is going to be big noses.
Bro, these things are not immutable. Even for me personally, I had a point in my life where I was like, blonde women, ew. And it never dawned on me why I felt that way about blonde hair specifically. And just later on, I began to deconstruct stuff. I'm like, oh, I felt that way because I associated blonde hair with extreme snobbiness. And so I had a visceral reaction every time I saw a blonde woman where I wanted to recoil. Right? And so as I deconstructed that, I became open to dating blonde women. These things change over time. And so you sit there and you're like, I would never, ever want to date this group. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. But also ask yourself, well, why do I feel that way? And so if we know that these things are informed by our society, when you sit there and you say, I want Asian women, that's okay, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're not from Asia, and if you don't really have much contact with Asians, and you have this kind of obsession with them, where does it come from? That's the only conversation I want us to start.
People are going to be like, oh, yeah? Well, Abba.
Oh, yeah, the trans thing?
Yup.
Wow.
You know they're going to, hey.
That one was so stupid to me. Some things are mutable, not everything. My height is not changeable. It's immutable. My size is mutable. I can gain weight, I can broaden my shoulders. It's not because some aspects can change of your physique that all aspects can change. The same way it's not because some aspects of what you're attracted to can change that all aspects can change.
I see what you're saying.
Right? These conversations are nuanced. And it requires us to take time to reflect. And then people always say too, like, yeah, well, if white people want to preserve their culture, I'm like, yo, if you want to preserve your culture, I don't care.
Go ahead.
I don't care. There's a large difference between you saying I want to preserve my Canadian or Irish heritage and you saying I don't want my daughter to date a black person.
Because black people are this and that.
Do you see the difference?
There's a difference. There's a nuance in it. If you can't catch the difference, it's nuanced, but it's pretty easy to catch.
And there's nothing wrong with wanting to preserve your heritage. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know why it is when black people mention this stuff, people are like, well, that's racist. Like, it's not. Do you know how many Asian communities engage in that? South Asians? Do you know how many African communities engage in that? Latino communities, right? Like, it's not an inherently racist practice. That's just what I wanted to really get into. I want people to kind of think about these things instead of just coming up with basic answers of like, I'm attracted to what I'm attracted to. I'm like,
Yes.
If you guys believe in the idea of propaganda and its effect on people to change their psyche and their perception of things, I don't see why you don't think that your perception of what's attractive can also be affected.
Because they smarter than that.
No, yeah. My mind is impervious to fucking imagery. People are spending all this money on ads, and it's for nothing because it doesn't work on my brain. Imagery matters. Messaging matters. Words matter. And they do affect the way we view the world. They affect the lens through which we see it. The things that you listen to every day, they affect your psyche. You don't think the little things that you affect your images affect how you perceive beauty and attraction? Let me ask you this. If people are just attracted to what they're attracted to, why is it that black men date out of their race far more than black women?
Rest now, all of you.
Why isn't it more equal? Why isn't it even distribution? Because of perception. So why do we have those perceptions? Where do they come from? Understanding that is the larger conversation we want to have. But this is not about shaming you. Whatever you're into, just stay into. But no one's criticizing. People think I'm out here just like, what are you trying to date? A white woman? You sell? I don't give a shit. Yo, I got too many bills to pay to care about who you want to put your dink into.
Your dink?
Yeah.
I see what you did there. Dink.
You've never heard the word dink?
Dink? No.
Never heard that?
No.
It was more of like a child's way of saying.
Nah, they used to say pee-wee. Kiki.
Leave your comments below. Tell us what you guys think. Peace. In a vacuum, you can look at this comment and be like, she just slipped up or whatever. But if you understand the more historical context of how black sexuality has been perceived, how black men are good for the bedroom but not are presentable as mates in the real world, how a lot of wives would have black side pieces from their marriage but would be afraid to walk with them. It all plays into a more global look at how black men are appreciated for their sexual prowess, their prowess in the bedroom, but for no other qualities. And you heard what she said. She said, no, I like black men. I think they're attractive. But what I prefer is my husband who's white. It's just interesting in the language, but these are just the subtleties. So for me, does it bother me? Do I get upset?
No, I'm upset about she's able to say it and that's cool. I could never see you going on TV saying what she said about women. That's what I had a problem with. Yo, do you whatever. The problem is you could never say something like that.
No.
So egregious, bruv.
No,
no backlash. Hey, you would have been taken.
So that's the kind of things that we see, and I'm just like, okay, get it.
Words, your choice of words are very important because they depict something different.
Yeah. And look, a lot of people who don't want to see this topic or don't want to see this issue will look for technicalities to be like, oh, I'm going to disregard everything you said. But again, if you look at the nuance of it, it's very clear.
Never mind.
People have the opportunity to grow. Maybe just change things. Who knows?
I'm joined now by Rachel and Brian of season 13 of The Bachelorette, most notably the first black bachelorette in the show's history, also joined by Lindsey Vonn, Olympic gold medalist and PK star defenseman for the New Jersey Devils.
Star defenseman's pushing it. PK's been terrible the last little while, but carry on.
As a black man, do you feel betrayed when you see a black woman with a white man? And I might not necessarily say I feel betrayed, but I feel some type of way. Rachel, you and I, we go back. And so,
What you mean?
What was that?
What you mean?
Why is that awkward?
What happened? I'm just kidding. I don't give a
No,
shit.
it just sounded like you and I, we go back. And he looks at the husband.
Choo-choo!
The way he said it sounded like he was implying something, but anyways.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you something that I haven't told you before. 2017, I'm watching The Bachelorette, and I see finally they chose a black woman. They chose a black queen, and I'm thinking to myself, surely she's gonna pick a black king. I know nothing about Brian, like nothing about Brian. Never met the guy, but all I see is Rachel picked a guy who is technically white. I felt some type of way about that. What would you say to someone who shared those sentiments? What would you say to them?
Well, friend, mind your goddamn business. And why are you watching The Bachelorette? Okay, bye.
The way she said friend was just like, to make it clear, like, we never hooked up.
No.
That's what it felt like. It felt like she was just trying to be like, nothing happened.
Okay, friend, because we're friends, right? Friends.
I don't even know if I should say friend after you just said that. But honestly, I had to say, you know what? My journey of love can't be any different just because the color of my skin is. And people can't judge me for picking someone who doesn't look like me.
Have you lost friends based on who you love, being a black man?
I wouldn't say I've lost friends. I've created. There has been a lot of difficult moments with people that I'm very close to that it's been very hurtful, and I don't know exactly how to approach it.
I wonder if he feels the same way about her being with him that he does about the black dude being with the white. Right? Like, it's interesting to me that this topic is coming up. Like, I felt betrayed when I was like, so I never hear black dudes get mad about black men being with white women.
No, but I hear this rhetoric. I've heard that hypocrisy where black guys are like, yo, look at this black girl going out with this white. Why is she with this white dude? I'm like, bro, you date white chicks. Why is it different when it's another person? It's not the same thing, you know what I mean? It's not the same thing. I've heard that. I'm like, man, whatever.
I don't know how to get rid of racism and just allow them to see him for the person that he is. I don't know how to do that, and that is why I want to talk, because I
love, let me tell you something, I love every moment of it.
Why?
Because what this promotes is growth and strength in our relationship.
I have to go now.
I know. It's just even funnier because they got divorced. So that's why it's like literally like a couple of months after this they got divorced. So yeah, it's just
he's just really
we're getting stronger and stronger.
They're like
when we're apart.
Adversity is a great thing. When people show true colors, this world is full of other people. Not everybody's going to be accepting of everything.
Is this shirt ripped too? Underneath the shirt? Hey, my shirt ripped. What you talking about? See, if I was like, yo, this dude's shirt ripped. Well, my shirt is ripped. It's like that girl. It's like when you say, yo, look, that girl is going out with the white dude, but I'm going out with a white woman. You know what I mean? My shirt ripped.
I didn't mean that. And it pierced my heart. She said, can you help me? What can I do as a white woman to be more accepted by black women? What would you do?
I don't know the answer to that. I feel like PK's family and his friends, his family's friends, everyone has been so accepting of me, and I just try to be kind to every person that I meet, and even if they hate me because I'm with a strong black man, I'm still the same person.
Why are you laughing?
I don't know. This whole video is just awkward. The music, the
but that's what it is. It's what interact. Uncomfortable conversation with a black man. If you're uncomfortable,
I'm uncomfortable not because it's poignant or it's making me ask questions. I just feel like the setup is stupid. The questions aren't really good. I feel like the tone of the music and just like the awkwardness. I'm just like, but you know what? I'm only 5 minutes in, so maybe I'm missing it. But just
I know that
it doesn't make you sad.
It does make me sad because it actually not sad. It makes me feel extremely guilty. Because I am taking a strong black man away from me.
You see what I'm talking about? This is cringe, right?
But if that's how she feels.
She can feel how she feels. It's still cringy.
Yep.
But I love him, and I mean I shouldn't be penalized for that, I don't think, but there is the reality that is true. Why should I have to think like that?
I actually there was a friend of mine.
You should leave him alone.
And he actually later apologized for it. But he actually, when I was with Lindsay, I don't even know if I told you
No,
this.
you didn't. No,
But he broke me down about like, dude, you need to be with like a sister. Like, you need to. And I think he had a couple drinks, but I never stopped him or put him in his place. I just let him speak. I just let him speak because I said, you know, this is a lack of education. We also have to be aware of what hate is and what a lack of intelligence is.
It's not just lack of intelligence. It's not just ignorance. It's hurt. If I see, if it like I said this before, when people talk and whenever I got the side eye, or people just come up to me, like I'm in the bar and girls come up to me and be talking about me and my relationship, people that I don't even know. Yeah, people do that. It's not just ignorance, it's hurt. Especially if it's a black woman. So I don't say it because I understand the hurt. So I would add hurt in there. Not just, it's not necessarily lack of education or whatever. They hurt.
And what would you say to the black people who have that ideology of kind of like, you're still with the traitor, you're with an enemy?
Okay, so if I'm talking about changing the game, I'm talking about changing the narrative, and all of us as a black culture are talking about changing. Well, you can't want change in one ways and not the other way. If we're talking about accepting people for who they are and seeing people for who they are and loving people for who they are, and if somebody respects you, respect them back, then it shouldn't matter what color the person. People are saying this is not about black and white. This is a human rights issue.
He said, Emmanuel, how can I love my black man, my black husband better? I'm gonna ask you, PK, to answer that question to Lindsay, while also realizing you're answering it to the world. How can a white woman love her black man better?
No, that was a question? Yeah, you can shut that off. We're good.
This was crazy. It felt like there was a discussion about interracial relationships, but then it was basically just centered around the black man's experience and their point of view, which is weird. And then you didn't even go into like what are some of the biases that some black men may feel, or like just some of the extra layers. It was just like, so tell us why you love who you love. And I was just like, do you feel guilty about loving who you love? When you are not with someone who thinks you should be with someone like the type of person you love, like how do you feel? Like, I don't know, it was just very surface level. I was just like, blah. How can I love the black man better as a white woman? I don't know, go take an African studies class. Like, what do you want me to say? This is maybe you can give more say. This is probably your department better than mine. I thought it was so cringe.
But on my side, it's really, if you want to have an awkward, like an uncomfortable conversation about that, you have both sides. You have to have the sides of the black women that do not, people that don't, black women or black men that do not believe in interracial relationship, and people that do and have that conversation then. And that's going to be very uncomfortable, and that's going to be very, you know, and we're going to solve some things and things, you know what I mean? You're not going to, if two people from the same side just ask the questions, yes, you ask the questions, but it was really, like you said, Abba, it was really on the surface. If you want to go deep and really solve something and really explore this, right now you just advertise one side. I still want to see what's the reality of the other side. I don't believe in interracial relationship. That's what I have. That's who I want to have a conversation with. That's who I want to trade it with.
Bruv, did the white dude even speak?
The lowest
Who?
reaches.
Did the white guy even speak?
What white guy?
That's my whole point. Apparently he's like, he's that. So I would not like to maybe hear what's that experience like.
It's possible.
You know what I mean? Like, it was centered. If you think about it,
yeah. But maybe they spoke about it, but they narrowed it down because of, you know, attention span. They don't want to. Sure. But still, at the end of the day, your product is. If I want to have this conversation, I want to have all parties there, and I want to be able to go back and forth. That's the way I have a conversation. You know, I don't have a conversation with the people that think like me and just answer those questions, because to me, that's just circle thing. That's just, you know, stroking my own ego and whatever, or answering my own questions. I want to have a conversation with the other party that does not agree with me, and we could go back and forth.
I mean, even if you don't even do that, just get all the perspectives of the people who are present. All I heard was about how Lindsey Vonn feels when she's dating a black man. She felt like she stole one from the community, super friends with all this other stuff. And I'm just like, okay, it was still centered around the black man's experience of dating a black man. Even when he asked the backflip questions, it was like, why didn't you end up with a black man? How do you feel about it? It wasn't about what's it like in your relationship. What is the cultural experience that you have in dating into a Latino? Like, it was just centered around what PK has to do. This could have gone so deep. What is it like to raise interracial kids? Their lived experience, right? What is the identity stuff that they face? What about your parents? If your parents are interracial, what kind of identity issues did you face? You know, what's it like for the ladies talking to other black women when they date outside? I would have liked to hear all those different perspectives instead of just centering it around like, PK, why are you so free and happy? Who cares? We always hear that. You know? So that's why I was just getting like really bored of this conversation. And then the white girl was like, I feel like I stole a black man. Such anyways, I was very surprised by how one-dimensional this was. Didn't even touch on the idea that when people date outside their race, they often talk badly about black women. I'm like, why does that exist? That's a dynamic you could have explored easily. You know, PK, have you heard this? What are your thoughts on that? Does that influence you subconsciously? There's a whole bunch of ways you could have taken this conversation.
How long was that video?
13 minutes.
Okay.
And I took away nothing. I took away nothing.
Well, you know Lindsay feels bad. Felt bad.
Yeah, because she dumped his ass.
And you know the problem is solved.
I've no more sleep for now.
Hey. Oh, those are my thoughts. People wanted us to watch this video, and I did. And I thought it was terrible. So those are my thoughts. But maybe you guys disagree, maybe you agree, maybe you don't even care. Highly possible. Leave your comments below. Today's topic.
My name is Bruno, and I became a black person.
No.
What?
No.
What?
Oh my God.
Come on, man.
Oh no.
This is quality American television.
No one knew that I was actually black when I had my white makeup on.
For 6 weeks, two families, my family and the black family, got together in a house in the Valley of LA and decided to swap races.
Would go into makeup and become the opposite race. We became black, they became white. Then we moved in together.
Nigga, I cannot do this! Nigga, no! 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 No!
We're the Wurgles, a typical white American family in Santa Monica.
I just wanted to really poke into the issue of race.
I've never played this game before. I don't know how to play.
I was curious to see how the world would react to me as a black person. Many times I was shocked.
I could switch spoons.
I'm sorry. You don't look black. You look like a white man who left a coal mine. Okay? He does not look black.
No, that's offensive. You don't look black. You look dirty.
This is all over the place.
He looks like a fucking Tintin character.
Yes.
Yo! You know those guys who would like carry him around and go ooga booga?
Yeah.
He looks like that.
We are the Sparks family.
We just a typical black family from Atlanta.
Growing up in Michigan as light skin, green eyes,
I had to fight the darker skinned blacks because I was too light. And then I had to fight the whites because I was too dark. So I had racism from both sides. Being white felt different. Very different.
That's Dave Chappelle right there. When he reads the fool.
Felt like my stroke just got suddenly better. I don't know what to tell you. The moment I just changed my skin color, I just felt like, wow, my stroke game is just so much better.
We did something no one else has ever done.
I don't like being made up.
And none of us will be the same again.
She looks like the type of white girl to become a teacher and go to the hood and be like, I can save you guys. How do you guys feel about poetry? Remember Freedom Riders?
Yeah.
Being a former basketball player, I always thought how nice it would be to be able to jump, get off the ground, leap, and slam dunk like these guys can. And there's no doubt about it. Blacks are superior, physically, hands down.
He was on the mob.
Hey, man.
Mob.
I'm not even mad at it.
God.
I'm not even mad at it.
Wow. You look like
I look this white too.
Come on, white girl, come on.
Oh my God, that is so strange. Oh my God, Bruno.
It's nice. I love black. I mean, visually.
I can't. I'm over here. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Bro, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Visually, I love black. That is exactly what every nigga wants to hear as he pulls out his penis. That is.
I love black. I mean, visually and somehow heart-wise, there's a warmth.
You're beautiful.
Thank you.
It's just weird. It's fucking weird. See, peace off.
You know what it feels like?
Nothing is gonna come out
You know
of
what
this.
it feels like? I think I know what it feels like.
See, peace off, man.
It feels like you're behind like a see-through glass, and someone's just being like, "Wow, I like darkness." Oh, he looks warm. Can I touch him, honey?
You look like a really nice man. Oh my God.
She got jungle fever. She got jungle fever. And that's when she realized that.
Yeah, she's like, "Oh my God, you really look like a black man. That's hot. I wonder if your penis got bigger."
This is DCC,
Yeah, this is definitely gonna be part of their role play.
Digging it.
Yeah. Yeah, if you guys have never heard of race play, they definitely are gonna be.
Yeah.
God, it's just really beautiful. That's just like a love. This woman. It's beautiful.
You're adorable.
Did she just run away from her dad? Because he's black?
You said scary.
Yeah, that's what I'm
She
saying.
said scary. Like, you know what? You know what the thing is? No matter what they say,
They can't win.
they can't win.
No.
They can't win.
But they're not helping themselves.
They can't win.
How do you see your dad in blackface? You'd be like, "Ah!"
Beautiful.
I'm a little bit
Amazing
freaked out.
job. You totally look like a little black girl.
She looked like she got a pop on Instagram in Sweden. That's what she looked like, okay? And she likes black culture. That's what she looks like.
We look like twins, huh?
Today was like the experimental day. It was the yay or nay. Will this work?
My first time as a black girl, I went to South Central. Going undercover in the black world is amazing.
People were talking to me like, my sister.
See, Lee was trying to holler.
What?
Holler means.
Oh! And mind you, that was all before internet and before, you know what I mean? So people were not mingling so much. So there was a lot of lingo that they were not aware of.
When I'm in black makeup, I wasn't like scared. If anything, I was just like, I look black. People regarded me as a black girl. It was selling.
That smells good. These guys used to be pretty comfortable right from the start.
I'm really black. Whoa! I'm not tying no black man shoe. Whoa there, buddy.
I've never in my life had someone, they come out and give me my shoe, but I've never had anyone actually unlace it, open it, shoehorn the back, and slide my foot into the shoe.
Is this what the white guys get? This all the benefits they get?
They football.
Oh, white guys everywhere at home like, I've never had anyone put a shoe on me. What if white guys everywhere were like, you Negroes don't? Oh, it's rather disgusting that you have to live amongst the riffraff and not have your shoes be placed onto your delicate, soft feet. Oh, how terrible it must be to be a Negroid. Oh. I believe there's a lot that you can take away from this experience if you just place enough value and time into engaging with Caucasoid ideas. There may be an opportunity for you to elevate your position. Oh.
It never happened to me black in 40 years. The first time I go and buy shoes as white, I have it done. I was like, wow, the possibilities are endless.
Did it not occur to you that maybe because the TV's there and the camera crew's there, that maybe showing you extra customer service and it's not linked to race? I'm going to be on television. I might go above and beyond. Make sure your burger looks nice. Make sure your shoe fits well. No, it's got to be about race.
My expectations of living with a white family, I was just hoping coming in that they were nice, that they were clean.
I'm getting ready to cook, but the kitchen's clean. The dishes.
Renee seems very strong-minded, very clear about what she thinks.
Well, when I first met Carmen, I thought she was weird.
Oh, yeah, you know why?
why she's weird? I'm gonna tell you why she's weird. Because she's on an experiment.
Yes.
She is. Oh, let's see how you guys do it. That's
Again,
why she's weird.
it's that glass window that I told you about, where it's like you're observing somebody.
Yeah, that's why it's weird.
It's like I'm trying to talk to you and you're trying to gather information. It's weird.
You trying to just do your thing. You just.
Oh, is that where you poop?
You just trying to do. You just trying to do your thing, but she's really exploring.
Oh,
is that how you guys do it?
You guys eat the chicken bone? Yeah, interesting.
What is that thing washing their chicken? Really? Oh, they wash their chicken.
Nick is very introspective. He was the quiet one of the bunch.
He's getting into school shooter mode. He said, I'm gonna be white. Let me do it right. One of my classmates calls me a tool. Best believe I'm gonna shoot up the school.
Bars.
That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good.
First thing we had to do was teach each other how to pass as the members of the other race.
We're gonna help each other walk the walk and talk the talk.
All right, so we gotta help y'all pass flag.
Yeah.
I was figuring I would walk in and just basically high five everybody.
How is this a real show?
God, yes!
How is this a real show?
I see shoulder, standing.
Being black is a very subtle thing, you know. Where the heck can I
I'm in this project to see if black people are just the same as white people. By becoming a black girl, I want to see if I can identify with other black kids and learn about their culture. Today I went to the mall and I met Duran and Poetry, who are in charge of a slam poetry class. I knew that I was white, but I was still in black makeup.
You know anything about that poetry, Jeff?
No.
This is a setup. There's no way this can end well. There's no way this can end well.
No.
There's no way this can end well.
No.
This is a setup.
And you see, I just want to point out something, right? The resurgence of blackface, when we say when we think, oh shit, he had bad face back then. Back then, people were not so. I'm not saying that blackface is a new thing, but it's a resurgence of people digging books and stuff like that, and they educate themselves. Because back then, they don't seem to be bothered. I want to see this today take place. It wouldn't end well. Just that.
I agree.
I never tried to do slam poetry.
I want everybody to introduce themselves and tell me your favorite entertainer.
My name is LaToya Hicks. My favorite artist is Mary J. Blige. My name is Cherie Busby, and my favorite entertainer is Prince.
Hey, Blessed. I'm an avid Michael Jackson fan. My name is Jonathan. My favorite performer is Dave Chappelle.
My name is Rose, and my favorite entertainer, I kind of love the Cranberries. So,
The Cranberries.
love the Cranberries.
Diverse.
Yeah, exactly, definitely.
Salvation, salvation, salvation is near. Yeah.
Thank you for that rendition.
No problem.
Whenever we do our poems, we have to stand up. Okay?
I don't know how to face this. I'm standing in the mirror faceless. My mom is at my shoulder telling me to escape this. There's so many far before me with war-like stories of prison and death. I'll take a deep ass breath. What is this that's forming?
If she says, wow, they look really angry, I'm a loser.
Can you be mad at her? Why would you doubt what she's trying to say when she's made it clear what she's trying to relay? She doesn't understand the emotion that's flowing within the ocean of your chest. Brother, you know you came with the best energy today. Built in within the black community, there's a sense of synergy today.
Okay.
What you gonna say? Am I wrong, though? Okay. Because right now I'm in the flow state. Click, clack. This is Texas, baby. This is a gun state. Why are you laughing? Get off my property. You on my estate. You got that essay? Huh? I bet you look easy. You feel me? That's pretty good. I'm not even mad at myself.
No, hey, that's how I let you go.
Yeah. But you didn't clap though. You didn't snap. No, you didn't snap for Abazulu King the Third. Good.
Stop your fingers.
Do your thing. You can do it all by yourself.
Baby girl, what's your name? I'm T-Pain.
I felt like
a lamb in a lion's den. These people are wrong, and they're speaking about being black from their heart of hearts. And I'm hoping to God that this sounds black.
Thank you. Many words, my life, the so simple complexities of a human psyche. To even relish in my thoughts of romantic stride, my skin to his, my touch returned, a mutual undulation of want and reciprocal acceptability and performance, a ritual so profound, the taste of sex, the body, flesh, hot and sticky fantastic, a basket of unbroken fruit, a dripping bouquet of red, ripe woman, the pulp of the soul spread lavishly over the human chemistry, when discovery and pleasure were encouraged. Thank you.
The performability of the lavish ways the which with fruits and red engages with the blush colors of orange and blue as an azure ocean comes in contact with my proliferation of emotions, breeding within me a scene that I haven't seen for a long time, a strong sign that what I'm feeling is love, cubs, and a hot, warm dove. The title of this poem is Baby, You Trying to Fuck?
Were you nervous?
Shitless.
Yeah. I felt that you were nervous. So
Yeah.
this
You have a lot of big words. Have a lot of big words. I don't get, you know, and you have to know your audience and know that if you're speaking to an audience of people, that not everybody's going to understand what you're talking about.
I'm not about to go into a place and pretend that I know what I'm doing. But if for some reason I start changing and growing and learning in a different way that I didn't expect, I'll let it happen. When I started to realize that it did feel real, and it made me feel like now I've got some friends on board, and that I needed.
How do white women dance? You know exactly. It's very wavy, isn't it?
It's wavy.
Yeah, isn't that exactly what she's doing?
Because what they're trying to do is that they're trying to catch the music.
Yeah.
They're trying to catch the music. It's in there. Ooh, here's the bass.
My dad is always talking about how whites are treated differently than black people. In my generation now, we really don't see all that. We just see people. As long as you cool with us, then we cool with you.
Oh, check it out. Oh my God.
I'm gonna be white today, so I wanna go and do something only white kids do.
Today I'm going to etiquette class with Nick to see how well he blends in with white kids.
Nice to meet you, Claudia.
Maybe like really bougie, rich white kids from Bel Air. White kids do not do this.
Claudia Rose, nice to meet you.
What do you know about what white
Hi,
kids
I'm
do?
Claudia.
You ain't never been a white kid.
Etiquette,
Don't
actually, it's not just
don't hate
rules,
on
it's the
our
way you
etiquette
behave,
classes.
You're gonna be accepted.
Basically, it teaches you know how to eat at fancy restaurants and how to greet people and be polite.
I want to see you pretend to eat your soup. Pretend you're really eating.
Pretend you're
Okay.
eating
You eat
soup.
from the inside to the outside. Yeah. Remember, when your mom used to feed you, it was like this?
Yes.
Okay, you guys are grown-ups now. I actually don't think Nick is enjoying himself at all.
What do you
No
think- what do you think
shit.
about the first episode?
It was like,
to be fair, there were some other scenes in regards to stuff like I don't know. I didn't really watch it completely, but there were scenes about, you know, the guy goes to buy a car for the first time as a black man. So there's a lot more. Honestly, I didn't think for us to watch the whole 40-minute episode we would have lasted. So I just had someone cut up highlights for me.
Yeah.
If you guys enjoy this, we'll do some more. There's going to be 2 other episodes on the Patreon, and if people really want the series out, we'll put it out publicly. But good lord,
but you have to advise. You have to warn me before.
What?
I can't do this. Like, this,
Do what?
This is hard to watch.
What's hard to watch?
This.
What was hard about it?
It's just cringe. There's a lot of cringe. More than Skippy cringe.
Man, listen, back in the day, they had some crazy shows. They were just like, man, what can we make money off of? Anything we can make money off, let's do it. And they really did that shit. But shout out to them.
But yeah, you asked me what I thought about that. And it's just that they have their stereotypes of like black people and white people all wrong. Like, it's bougie shit, you know? And just the show, it's not even the people on the show that was inherently racist or whatever. It's the show. The show was.
Hey, man.
What they were proposing was just...
The makeup was trash. Neither of them really looked white except for the sun, and neither of them really looked black. Period. They really looked like they went into a coal mine, worked for a full day, and came out and decided they weren't going to shower anymore.
Well, the least person, the least bad person was the white girl. That's the makeup that was the least cringe, but
no, it was terrible.
Two parents?
It was terrible.
God damn.
But anyways, what do you guys think in the comments? We want to hear from you guys. What did you
Horrid.
think?
Horrid.
You're welcome.
Horrid.
Today's topic, why men say they want to use OnlyFans. And so I did a bunch of interviews with guys on Instagram. If you guys aren't subbed, you guys should definitely go to our Instagram because we do a lot of lives where we bring on fans. And a lot of guys came on and admitted why they use it.
Yes, sir. So what did you want to say about this topic? Actually, I have to blame you and Preach for this one.
You have to blame us?
Yeah, because here's why. Because I was watching an episode of you guys. And you was talking about this female who acted like a dog. And the people like, you're like, oh, she probably have an OnlyFans.
So I had to do it.
No!
This man blamed us.
No, don't blame us. You saw that shit. You said it was kinky and you wanted to get in. Don't blame us. Thank us, but don't blame us.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Both of you motherfuckers should blame. She should thank us. You should thank us too. She got a new subscriber. Whatever.
You got your rocks off. It's the girl who walks like a dog.
Yeah. I know exactly what the fuck he was talking about.
So you said maybe she does. Okay. So the girl who like pretends to be a dog, she definitely has an OnlyFans. So this man said, "Oh fuck, I can't resist anymore. I gotta look this up on OnlyFans. Let's go see if she really lives like a dog."
So when I found her and I subscribed to her for 1 month. 1 month, just because of what y'all guys said, yo. Bro, I just want to say I love y'all content. Y'all make me laugh.
Nah, we're not gonna stand back that, brother. You was out here watching a girl fucking jump into a kennel and pee like a dog, and you trying to make it our fault that you're into ladies who
That's us. You're gonna blame us.
behave like bitches, okay? That's you.
No, it's not us.
I'm gonna just say this, bro. You can't blame me. I mean, listen, I hear about a lot of stuff online, and you know what I don't do? I don't go paying for it. I know it exists. I know there's people out there fucking horses. I don't go be like, where their OnlyFans out? Nah, that was a while back, though. That was a while back. Hey, I don't remember when. Be honest with me, bro. Her doing the dog stuff, how good was it? Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy, but, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
You looked at me, he's like, do I admit to this?
How good was it?
Hey, okay.
Yeah. So, what's your thoughts?
I forgot about that last part.
That's good.
All right.
That's good.
So, all right, what's up?
What's going on? Yeah, man, I called in before. Yeah, me and my wife use it to find other people for our interests. So,
Okay.
I mean, that's... So you like, you'll hit up people who are on OnlyFans that you guys think are attractive and then try to involve them? Okay.
I respect that. His honesty and shit.
Yeah, this was my first call the other day, so yeah. There you go.
Okay.
Is it effective?
Very. And safe.
Her fate's
Okay,
on my
go on.
side.
You have my attention. I'm listening.
It's verified. I mean, a lot of these other websites, the smaller ones that people make, they make you want to pay for them.
Okay.
No need to be concerned.
I don't have to pay for it. I could just go on your videos, and if I like you, then I just call you. Because you're willing to do the video anyway.
Oh, so they get to record it for their content, and you get to introduce somebody new into the building.
Works out.
Hey, you know what? Listen, you out here rubbing your hands like Birdman. Nobody gonna say nothing to you.
I be watching your videos.
Good Morris, I have a friend who lives in the woods.
I'm gonna just say this, right? I gotta give it to the man, because everybody who hears about why would you pay for it? You can just get it online for free, and everyone's looking at this nigga right now like, I'm mad at
Yo, this motherfucker's ready. Oh, yeah, so I do that because then I don't have to pay for it. Say something.
Me and my wife introduced a new woman.
Say something. Say something.
Hey man, if you're
that's what I thought.
What about diseases? Listen, these women get tested way more than random hookups on the street.
Yep.
Okay. Be honest with you, going on Tinder is a much bigger dice roll than going with somebody who actually gets tested all the time. One, two. A lot of times, you hear guys talk about OnlyFans, and they're like, I don't understand why guys would pay fucking simps. Anybody who pays for this is fucking stupid. It's just free online. So instead of just having that kind of rhetoric, I thought it'd be really good to hear from the guys directly why they use it.
So yeah, the question is, why do you pay for the OnlyFans? Like, I kind of wanted to just let you kind of speak a little bit, then I ask you a question.
Okay, sure. So I found it from Reddit for the most part. Like, there's tons of Reddit subreddits of people advertising and stuff like that. I think my initial point of it was trying to get a more personal connection. But when it came down to it, it really wasn't necessarily that. And like, I've in and out paid for it. I'm not paying for it currently, but I have before, probably will again. But sometimes the stuff that they offer is a lot more like personalized than standard porn could be, honestly.
Right, so you feel like there's a bit more of a connection between you and the person creating the content?
I did at one time. I don't necessarily think that way now.
Did you, throughout your process, did you get these people to do custom content for you?
I never did, no. I always kind of felt like that was like one step too far for me personally. I'm not sure. Yeah, I never really, like, there were other people in there who said, oh yeah, I'm really active in my DMs and stuff like that, and I never really got into any of that sort of thing.
Okay, so can you just take me back to the time when you first initially started? You said something interesting where you felt like you had more connection with the person that you were watching. Can you tell me a bit more about that? Like, why did at that? I know you don't feel that way now, but why did at that time you just feel like?
You know, it's kind of like the same way that you would like support a content creator on YouTube or something like that. It's sort of that same thing where it's like you like the work that they're putting in on one platform, and so you decide to follow their Patreon or buy some merch or something like that. So it just felt like you were personally investing in their future and the content they put out.
Do you think the sexual nature of it makes it different though? I want to know.
For me personally, it doesn't really feel that way. If I had a friend that I thought was attractive and had an OnlyFans, I'd probably subscribe to theirs.
Really?
Yeah, I would personally, yeah.
That's a good question. That's a great question, because it does. It's like what you said before. The minute we put sex into that thing, it changes everything. Oh, now it's not good. But you got motherfuckers on my Patreon and stuff like that. Because it's SEX, that's a big no, right? But it's content. It's content you're consuming. Yeah, you could. Some of you can go on this page and get it for free. You get the ads or whatever. If you don't want the ads, you get on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, some people go on the Patreon just to get bonus footage, right? So some people like that proximity to the content creators. Now, listen, I want everyone to approach this with a bit more of an open mind, rather than just being like, these guys are simps and all this stuff. Try to do some listening. Try to like understand what it comes from. Listen, I'm not trying to say everybody go open up an OnlyFans. I'm encouraging this kind of work. I'm not into it. Never paid for one. It is what it is. But I did want to understand the mindset of people who did, and rather than come at them with animosity and call them simps, let's try to like listen and understand. You understand?
Just to kind of support them and whatnot.
Yeah. It's just like I would follow my friends' Twitch, watch their streams, I would watch their YouTube videos, stuff like that.
Do you support a lot of like YouTubers and Patreons and stuff like that?
Yeah, I do. I probably have about anywhere. It kind of goes in and out, but $30 to $50 on Patreon a month.
So this is really interesting for me. So how do you pick somebody that you would want to support who does an OnlyFans, and what is the criteria for judging them? Like a YouTuber shares opinions that you like, or they make content that you enjoy, and it says like, when you watch them, you learn something insightful. What is it about like the people you choose on OnlyFans that you're like, I want to support this person?
It's kind of interesting. The part that does separate into like OnlyFans content from YouTube content. I watch YouTube content because I like their opinions. I may or may not like the person. That kind of goes in and out. But I support the content they make. With that sort of thing, it's somebody that I actually enjoy. With OnlyFans, like it's somebody who like I could see myself being friends with this person, or I could see myself with this person in some cases. I try to stay away from that sort of mindset, but I certainly fall into it from time to time.
Not to fall into it, you kind of like personality. So I think we've all done it. Even with women who are out of our reach, we imagine ourselves dating them or sleeping with them.
Right.
So it's kind of natural for you to think the same thing. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, I had to tell my bank what OnlyFans was at one point.
Yeah, they were probably confused.
They were very confused. The 6-year-old ladies at the bank did not understand.
That was a well-articulated point, the way he did it and the way he proposed it and the answer to that. So that's a good conversation there.
I'm going to save my commentary for afterwards.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to raise the question to you that I said, Russ, why do you pay for the OnlyFans?
Well, it's kind of a once a month kind of thing. I don't have like a bunch of people I subscribe to. It would be like only one person a month.
Okay.
And
so you got one person a month that you subscribe to. Tell me about that.
Yeah, like, well, it varies from person to person, just to see like I'm not gonna say like that. Oh, there's a personality or something like that. They're hot. Like, yeah. That's it. Like, and many people I come across on TikTok, actually.
Also, they're on TikTok, and you're like, ooh, I want to see more. What are they doing on TikTok? Are they like twerking, or are they sharing their opinion?
They're just there.
Opinions, intelligence, content, they're just there.
Yeah. I think when it comes to this OnlyFans rise, I think one thing we have to admit to ourselves is a lot of people out here are lonely. A lot of people are seeking connections. Okay? Isn't that a website? No, seeking arrangements. Well, they got arrangements, all right. Are you admiring that arrangement? So,
you bastard.
So, you know, due to that loneliness, I think a lot of people are seeking for that. And you guys might say, go outside, go. A lot of people are indoorsy. They're uncomfortable with the opposite sex. I think this desire to pay for this OnlyFans stuff is just a symptom of that. Because you even heard like some of the guys that came on, and this is a kind of reoccurring theme throughout the whole live, where they were saying essentially like, you know, I liked her, I thought she was cute, I could see myself being friends with her. So they have these like parasocial relationships that are almost closer to intimacy than with other creators, right? So I'm sure people do this with also YouTubers who are females, right? So there's always that relationship that starts to build between people. I've had women do that with me. They like pay for content, try to get closer to me, and like, I'm like, I don't know, right? So just understand that when you guys are calling these people and you're saying all this stuff, all you do is like you stigmatize them more. I'm not saying we gotta coddle these people and say good job, but understand what they're dealing with is just a symptom of one, hypergamy, and two, just the current dating market. A lot of dudes are getting priced out as not having that much luck, and so they turn to these things for affection or interest.
And you have to understand,
you know, and you know, on the opposite end, there's some ladies who just turn to Instagram. They just activate their Instagram and they get all that feedback. So, you know, anyways, go ahead.
You have to understand there's also the climate that we live in. There's some people that might not necessarily want to approach other people like that. It's become somewhat difficult and touchy.
Yeah.
For some people, it's very... You gotta fall into a certain kind of box to be able to walk up to people and then all to work. There's a lot of things that you have to check, and you have to have a lot of awareness. Not everybody that have that, but they have enough awareness to know that they don't have that awareness to talk to people and approach people without being seen as creepy or this or that. So it could be very complicated for people. It could be very... Yeah, it could be complicated. So they just use whatever they got to use with that climate. And then, you know, the COVID, the fact that some of us had curfews and confinement, the anxiety level increased with some people. So just going out there creates even more anxiety. So of course that doesn't help.
Shout out to these guys for coming on, being honest and being forward about this, because I know a lot of people would otherwise shame them for it.
Yeah, definitely.
And even you could tell they felt a certain sense of shame for what they were doing. So obviously for some folks it's conflicting emotions, but what I would say is another reason why some people do it is maybe what they're into you can't easily find on the internet. And also the fact that it's personalized makes the experience...
Batman, no,
so
come on.
Tell people that they can't spend $5 a month to get like personal feet pics that they can get off to. You know, but for some people that does it. Well, you can just Google it. Yeah, well, it feels more special when someone sends it to you. The same way it feels more special for you when your creator responds to your DM. It's not that different. I think just because it's sex, there's a lot more taboo and weirdness involved with it. But yeah, it's really not that drastically different. I could definitely understand how people like personalized content. I know because I run a Patreon. So I think when it comes to this conversation, rather than yelling at these dudes, I think we need to focus more on the idea that a lot of people are just lonely. A lot of people just want connection. And if this is how they're finding it, I wouldn't go and stigmatize them further. I think we need to figure out a way to fix that loneliness so that people don't jump towards watching a Twitch streamer for 20 hours or watch some girl on OnlyFans for 5 hours or whatever it might be. You know, maybe if we give people better balanced lives, they'll be less likely to engage in behaviors that they themselves don't necessarily enjoy. So, that's my kind of general thought. Anything else on that?
No, that's pretty much it.
Well, if you guys enjoyed this video, you want to see more like this, you want to see more interacting with fans on like difficult topics and bring you videos, leave a like and a comment. Tell us what suggestions you guys have.
Reynos, do your thing.
Mesmo que o tujo vem, mesmo quando estarei velha, sempre chorei a você.
You again.
To be clear, I subscribed to her OnlyFans account. It's my first time subscribing to an OnlyFans account. And listen, you guys called him a simp, so I wanted to get into the mind of a simp, and I got an OnlyFans. In order to catch a simp, you gotta be a simp. Isn't that how it works?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Catch a predator, you gotta be a predator.
That's right. Ask Chris Hansen. I'm sure he's got some kids in his closet. So, we'll talk about that later. Listen, what is a simp, Preach?
What is a simp? A simp is the opposite of a pimp. Drop the S, put a P.
A pimp is a manager, and a simp is a customer who never gets the goods. You paid, but you didn't receive your product.
But you keep paying.
You
It's
show
your hope that you're gonna receive some product eventually.
Exactly. Basically, it's a guy who rolls out the map for women, hoping to get some and never does. Now, looking into this IDOM situation, if you aren't familiar, he's a big creator on this platform, makes a lot of content and commentary, a series called Content Cop that made him very popular back in the day. Internet is ablaze. People won't stop telling us, cover this, cover this. Apparently, IDOM's girlfriend, who's a streamer, has made an OnlyFans account. And everybody has gone crazy. They've been sending me memes, sending me messages. Here's the thing, man. Honestly, when I saw this, I'm like, how is this a thing? I will attest to the fact that I think for a lot of people, it's not a thing. People are just posting memes and they're having a laugh, and I think that's fine. You should be able to crack jokes about that. Let's all laugh. But then there's people who are really like mad. Like I saw some comments and I was like, whoa, you guys are like legitimately devastated, or some people are like really angry at him. And my thing is like, why do you care? Why are people so invested in the lives of people who are in the media? I don't care about what people do in their personal lives unless it's somehow hypocritical in regards to what they espouse in the media. You know, if you were like, oh, I'm an advocate for women's rights, and then behind closed doors you own females or whatever, that might be a problem, and it's worth bringing to light, right? Because you don't practice what you preach. Do I want a girl who has an OnlyFans account? No, but guess what? It's not my relationship, so I don't care. Do I want a girl who's going to give me a golden shower? No, but guess what? Other people do, and I don't care because it's not my relationship. I don't understand what the problem is with somebody being fine with the fact that their girl has an OnlyFans. He seems very supportive. Good for them. You know, some people are like, I don't feel like he's okay with it. You don't know what he feels. Your intuition could be very well off. He could be actually fine with it. And if he is, what's the problem?
Why do people care that much?
My suspicion is that people really love this man and they really dislike her because she's shown evidence of being a bad person. I don't know if this is accurate, but what is being said? Well, there's some good footage of her saying some stuff on the screen that I'm like, nah. Here's my thing. It's kind of like when you have a friend who's dating someone you really dislike and you know is a bad person. If you go to your friend and be like, yo, she's bad. She's a bad person. Dump her, dump her. What does your friend do?
Stay with her.
Right? And you start to get frustrated and you get mad because you like leave her. And what ends up happening? He grows more distant from you and more into that person. What you have to understand is if she is as bad as you guys believe her to be, it's going to be on him to discover that for himself.
Advise him once. Once it's known, it's known. I mean, there's nothing much you can say. I got some people that are not in the best relationship. I say it once, and then I move the...
But you're a friend.
Yeah, but I've learned in life that this does not work.
But you're a friend.
Growing up,
they're fans.
You know the word fan? People, when they're your fan, and I'm a bit scared of that, to be honest.
They feel entitled.
Yes, that exactly. A fan of yours. And I am talking even to some of you, because sometimes I see some of the comments, I'm still not used to it, and sometimes it really irritates me. Yo, when someone goes like, yo, preach, you shouldn't, who are you? I don't even know you. I don't know you, nor did I ask for any advice, and then you come here and you impose yourself on, who are you? You're willing to take it or not. I don't go to you. You tuned in. There's a difference. I'm speaking in a camera, and I put it out there. I don't exactly know who I'm speaking with. I'm just speaking to a camera. You can always tune that out. It's not the same thing that if I walk in the street and you come up to me, you're imposing yourself on me, and I have to listen to you, and I'm like, yo, you have to do this and that and that. We give advices, but you don't have to take none of them. And I don't know who you are.
I think this whole like simping phrase that I keep hearing about, I think iDubbbz is like girlfriend's announcement, and then the simping business. It's all happening at the same time. It's like the perfect intersection between what I believe is like anti-pro women movements. I mean, like, a lot of men are really just annoyed to a certain degree with like female entitlement, with pro-female groups, with alimony, women not wanting to date down. I've definitely seen a proliferation online of men just being really upset, or sometimes justifiably so. And so I see all this stuff, right? And even on YouTube, there's a huge proliferation of that kind of content. I know because I've helped create so much of it, and I benefited from it because I see some of the comment sections, and I'm like, whoa, okay, y'all going really far. People generally saw him as a guy who won't take from anybody. Seeing him have a woman who would dare to show other men her private parts, which then lowers him. Like, how dare he be accepting of that kind of thing? They saw someone that they thought would never want to be okay with that, and some of them felt like it was a personal loss for themselves, the same way they felt like women are winning all the time. Here's another woman who's not deserving, who's winning the game. Does that make sense?
I understand. I get it. Yes, it does make sense. There's that. There's a lot of things. There's what you just mentioned, the intersection of that. But I would add a third point is the trends. The trends of the words. When one word come out, it becomes a trend. It becomes super trendy, and a lot of people use it and sometimes overuse it.
And they don't even know the definition.
They don't know the definition. They're just gonna fling it out. Yeah. I remember when Boy came out. Certain people who was using Boy, people didn't know what Boy meant. Then it became mainstream, and everything is a boy. Yo, why you wearing that shirt? Boy, yo, why you driving like that? You driving like a boy.
I had a girl tell me I made her a salmon dinner one time. Salmon dinner, right? And they were really fancy. She enjoyed it. We had 2 more dates. I said I'm not interested. And she's like, "But you made me salmon dinner. Why would you do that? You're not interested in something like serious." I was like, "What?" She's like, "You're." And I was like,
"That's not what the definition of boy is."
Because I made you a
salmon dinner. I didn't make you a salmon dinner. I was hungry. You was there. you know what I mean? Is it? But people use it like that. Right. Oh, yo, that's dope. That's dope. That's dope. Yo, this is lit. This is lit. Oh, this is lit. And everybody use that. Yeah. Now, I think one of the words of the moment is simp. Yeah. Everything is a simp. When you don't agree with someone, you will simp. Simp was one of them. There's a bunch of words like that that are with that trend. If it was like, for example, a year ago that would have happened, you would be called a simp. I don't think you would.
No, you would have been called a kook. Here's another thing. People are mad because his girl made OnlyFans. How dare you? That's an insult or this and that. I'm like, I just don't understand how people can consume so much of this prawn and then get mad when someone is dating somebody who makes prawn. I mean, you help create the market.
No, these people need to stay alone.
Somebody's daughter, somebody's sister, somebody's girlfriend has to make the prawn. What's the point? You can't consume the matter and then be mad when, like, if people are okay with it. You contribute to the normalization of said thing. I don't know why there's such a stigma with this kind of stuff. Are we trying to say that making prawn is bad?
Yeah, it shows a problem. It shows a problem right now to how, like, the way that ex-workers are being seen, whether it's cams, whether it's rippers, all of that. It shows the hypocrisy of the respect that they have for that. They will consume, but they will shit on it when they need to shit on it.
I really don't get that. I would hope that if somebody's engaging in that kind of stuff, that the people around them are supportive.
Into the purse.
You know, like me, I don't want my family members or my daughter to do that. But if they were to do it of their own volition, I don't want to alienate them or shame them for it. I would say, I'm not cool with it, but I still support you. He's cool with it. That's like one of the best case scenarios. So I don't understand why y'all mad. Like, maybe I'm missing it. I said it before in the previous video. I don't think that kind of work is honorable. That being said, I don't go poo-pooing it, and I surely don't shame people who do. If he's okay with it,
then why you mad?
I know people who hate that, and then they'll go use the services of a night walker.
Yeah, of course.
Descent.
And I'm just like, you're creating a demand. You have urges. Someone helps you with your cravings. It's not like this is a bad thing. Some people I've heard they compared it to crack. It's not like crack, okay? This is a healthy urge that we have. To get off is a good thing. I'm telling you right now, there's so many times that I've come to prawn, and I'm glad I did because I would have probably made a worse decision if I hadn't.
And I'm not even saying that when I say that they cannot get to the point where they're addicted. That's not the point. But at its core, you need to release some tension.
Yeah.
It's normal.
Sometimes you just want to skip the day and get straight to the business.
For the number of people that go to Vegas, you're just gonna go to the casino and play games.
Bruv, I went to Amsterdam. I've used the red light, the red light district.
The red light.
It was great.
I guess, yeah.
It was great. It's straightforward. 50 euros on the table, protection.
Because it's
go at it.
It's legal.
Simple.
It's legal. It's safe.
There's no date. It's no 3-hour affair. Pay 15 minutes.
Sometimes
I paid for 15. I was done in 10.
Amen. Nobody was mad
because I only paid for 2 positions. You have to negotiate. Yeah.
We need to talk about that.
You didn't know?
We need to make a video about that.
You have to negotiate.
No, that is another video, my nigga.
I've already said too much. But anyways, all this to say.
Once you guys are gone, we talking.
Yeah. I was like, switch position. She's like, more money. I was like, no funny. And I said, nah. So, I paid for her OnlyFans. Never had an OnlyFans before. I said, yo, let me check this out.
And
it's interesting. I went on her OnlyFans to see all these lewds that everyone was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I went there ready for rated R. It was rated PG-13.
Really? Yes. It's not that bad.
Let me put it this way. Her Instagram, which is public to everyone, is rated PG-13. Or her OnlyFans was pretty much rated teen. There was no lewds at all. I was hoping it was gonna be rated T for tatas, like I was ready to see everything.
For tatas?
Bro.
Not even rated for tatas?
No, not even. Like Scott, you know Scotch tape?
Yeah.
You know this?
Hold on. Right now, I wouldn't go find it. I'll find
Straightforward.
Pornhub, you know, their premium account is free for everyone right now. Yeah. Usually, you know how much it is? $9.99. You mean to tell me that in these trial times, I'm gonna pay $9.99 for just Instagram stuff?
Bro, I've seen Instagram accounts with way more skin than this.
I've seen Twitter accounts.
So it's pretty disappointing.
I mean, go in and do your thing, boo boo. Ain't nobody mad at you. But
oh, you wanna see what I sent as a message? I mean, if you get a sync, go all the way. Please respond.
You servant. Uncle
Anyway,
Poseidon,
to
it is
invest
an
it.
honor to have
To
earned your
invest.
blessing.
To invest
the people that are buying the OnlyFans are the simps.
Can you not include me in that?
I would do whatever I want. I didn't even include you in that. You included yourself in that.
All people wearing blue jackets are simps. Yeah, well, you talking to me.
Yeah, well, you know.
So amend your definition.
You did say in order to catch a simp, you have to be a simp. Therefore, you're a simp for a month.
For research purposes.
Still a simp. It's for research purposes. Yeah.
Is a cop who's undercover really?
Yeah. At that time, he is. And if he engages in...
Is an actor who's acting really what he acts like?
It's not an actor.
It's called method acting.
Bro, you're not method acting.
I'm method acting.
You're being a simp right now. Which is fine.
Listen,
It's
take out the
fine.
X and put on the P.
It's not a bad thing. Put your ass on your chest.
Superman.
Super Pig. Super simp. Okay, so it is what it is. It's not even
Simperman.
all people that are on the OnlyFans account that are simp. I'm not even gonna go as far as that. Right?
Sprouts activated.
Some people want to see just more, and that's what they have. They pay for what they get. You know what I mean? They are not all simps. There are probably some that are, but some just want to see that person and have a little bit more pictures, and that's it. That's it. Just pay for good. That's just it. You know what I mean?
Does that make you a simp though? No? What about going to the Rippers?
Yeah, no, that don't make you a simp.
I don't think so either.
No. I don't think that makes you a simp. It's not because you buy into the OnlyFans account that you're a simp. There are some people that go to the Rippers that are simps. There are some people that buy into the OnlyFans account that are, but it's not all put them in a pot. Okay? There's a camera there, and that's it.
I'm also here.
Whatever.
First you call me a simp, and then you just gonna act like I don't exist?
Bro, whatever. Anyways, yes, we speak into the camera. You're right. You're there.
I'm more than just here. Acknowledge my presence, and then encourage my presence.
You know what? No.
Listen, if you don't start treating me better, I'm gonna have self-esteem issues, and then I'm gonna start an OnlyFans account, and then we gonna have real problems.
If you start an OnlyFans account, I'm pretty sure there are plenty of ladies that want to see that shit. You're gonna make mad dough, bro. Yeah. Every time you drop some shit like, yeah, so I date more than my brother now. You know what I mean? Oh, mom, who's like, you got a brother? Mom, one no. So if you want to start an OnlyFans account, boo-boo, honey chicken, cherry chow, honey bun and bunch, with a slice of lime and a cherry on top, by all means, go. Make your money, boo-boo. Ain't nobody mad about that.
That's right.
We're gonna have real problems. How?
Ladies want that.
Yes, they do.
And if I make one, I'm gonna dub myself a pimp.
Infinite possibility.
Myself a pimp. Carry on.
Try to recoup myself.
This is private property.
Today's topic, Lily Singh.
You dare.
Now we've heard a lot of people criticizing her. It's been all over YouTube. People have been hating on her.
What did The Rock say to the flower? Okay, bloomer. Skinny jeans, favorite jeans, mom jeans. Sounds like a dope Genuine song. You know what I'm saying? Golden Snitch is from a game in Harry Potter, and they're the smallest balls in the game. So basically the same size as yours. I got the travel size because I can't imagine your tiny would need any more than that.
Hello, my name is Lily, and I ain't no white man.
But I do have a lot of terrible YouTube comments, so I thought we could take a minute out of tonight's show to have a computer read a few of them while I dance a comment.
This is literally the worst thing I have ever seen. Who gave her this show? I can't believe this is a show. It would have been perfectly fine on YouTube or anything that isn't TV.
I think it's, I get all the YouTubers are piling on her. They're all like, oh my gosh, she's so unfunny, she's so unfunny. I think they're going about this the wrong way. The fact that she's unfunny or not is irrelevant. At the end of the day, an opportunity was offered to her, and she jumped on it. And the reality is, she's not qualified.
Down the drain.
But that's not her fault. That's the people who booked her.
She just took the opportunity.
Exactly. When I go to a comedy show and the comedian is booked to headline and the comedian sucks, I'm not mad at the comedian. I'm mad at who booked her. Because they're the ones who made the final call to have that person there. For you guys to get mad at her, to me, is so asinine. It's like, of course she sucks. She's never done comedy. How is she going to be good at this? What you guys are watching is an open micer on national television every week.
That's Crips. That fits her narrative.
Boom, I go to stand-up comedy open mics every week. I watch first-timers. They sound just like her. The only difference is she gets applause breaks all the time, so she thinks her content's good. And what's even worse is that she's got a core group of writers who are writing for her. It's corny, it's terrible, but it's not surprising.
Yo, you put out a very interesting woman because she does have the delivery of an open micer as well.
Yeah, she does.
The delivery
I've met 10 of her at open mics. Yeah, girls who go up on stage and do these in like holier than thou monologues about social justice that they think it is not funny. And the audience is just like, huh? And you'll hear some girls be like, yeah, equal pay, and everyone's like, shut up.
Yeah, but it's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
But that she has laughing tracks The laughs are the same. It's not a So it's on top.
It makes it worse.
It makes it worse.
Bro, if I was doing an open mic every week in front of national television, I would suck too.
If that's how you learn?
Yeah. I'm not mad at her. I'm mad at NBC for putting together this shit show. Getting her bad writers, get bad producers. It's terrible. Let's hear some of the criticism that YouTubers are making.
And in the last decade, I've gained about 15 million subscribers. I've written a book as well. He could leave his family and come live with me at my house. I'm probably going to be making all the money anyway. I have a lot of money.
No other talk show host or comedian would even think about talking like that. No one wants to hear people brag about how much money they make. There's nothing comedic or...
Helen had a whole special talking about how much got money. So and she's a talk show host, so that's not very true.
Dave Chappelle routinely does jokes about how much money he makes now.
So that's not really true.
Listen, you don't have to be relatable. You just have to have an interesting perspective.
I think that was the name of her show too.
What?
Relatable. But it was laughing about the fact that she's not relatable.
She's not.
But I understand that in Ellen's defense, like it was actually like a context.
Right.
She was actually laughing at the fact that people are saying that comedy has to be relatable. Therefore, because she has a whole lot of money, she's not relatable. So she was talking about a whole lot of money. There was a context to that. But still, I mean,
comedy does not have to be relatable. How many times do I hear people who live lives that are completely crazy to me and foreign, and I find their perspective and their lived experience fascinating? It doesn't have to be relatable to me. It can still be interesting and foreign. Again, this is a YouTuber now who doesn't do stand-up comedy, who's trying to tell people what comedy is supposed to be. Bro, I do comedy. You're not close to it. So the same way that Lilly Singh is out of her depth when she does stand-up comedy, this YouTuber is also out of his depth when he tries to provide you guys with insight on what comedy's supposed to look like.
When he doesn't practice it or research about it.
We're a minute and 15 seconds in now. Not even a chuckle.
That is to you. That is to you. Whenever someone says like they want to bring an argument and say like, and on top of that, it's not even funny.
I haven't laughed for a whole minute. I know people like that. How many times have I done shows, right? And you see everyone laughing, and there's that one person who be like, And then at one point during quiet, she's just like, this show's not funny.
Leave.
It's not funny to you.
Yeah.
Laughter is contagious. The fact that you can sit in a room full of people and not laugh means that you're probably a sociopath. That's your problem.
Or immune. Or dead inside.
That's you. That's not me.
There was a critic, a comedian critic, and a comedy critic in a newspaper, and she was saying, well, I saw this show and everybody else was laughing, but I didn't find it funny. That show was not funny. Well, then you could say that it was not for you. You're not the target audience.
Yes.
But claiming that something is not funny because you didn't laugh.
Saying something is not funny is not.
It doesn't mean anything. It has nothing.
You're not clearly indicating the subjective component to that statement. If you say it's not funny to me, that's fine. Yeah. When you say something is not funny, you're saying it as if it's a fact. Preach is white. Or I could say, to me, Preach is white. That's different. What?
Yeah, I ain't.
Well, judging by how much you hate black women.
You saw that shit. There was something that, my mentors said to me. We were having a discussion with different people that were funny or not. Yeah. And he was saying, he said that, I don't think that person is funny. But you gotta respect the laugh. Meaning, I was in the room many times with that person. I didn't think it was funny, but I have to respect people were on the ground.
Right.
But I don't think this shit was funny.
Right.
So you got to respect the laugh.
Right.
And it is what it is. So if you don't think something is funny, it doesn't mean shit.
It doesn't mean nothing. It's like me watching a video on YouTube and be like, this is not entertaining. It's not an indication of your skill level. You may appeal to a specific audience the same way Lilly Singh and her corny ass YouTube videos appeal to a specific audience. She's built a large brand. So I just don't understand why people are continuously trying this whole, she's not funny, I'm not laughing. It doesn't matter. Like, you guys, your arguments are so bad, you have me here defending Lilly Singh, who I dislike a lot.
crazy.
I don't think anybody would have a problem with it, but her and her team made the big mistake of just making it all about that, making it all about her being a woman of color. Like, look at me, and move over, white people. It's the brown woman's game now.
I mean, most people do that. Guys make a lot of their comedy about being a dude when they're starting out. Almost every open micer I know goes about their identity to try to do comedy because it's like
That's
the easiest
the closest thing to them.
Asians come up on stage and do Asian jokes. Awkward guys do awkward people jokes. Like every time I've gone to open mics, every joke is always about self and identity. Always.
That makes sense.
Because you start with what you know. So what is she going to talk about that she knows is interesting to other people that she can probably extrapolate from? Her identity. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's funny. I'm saying it's common. Go to an open mic. What you're seeing is multiple Lily Sings going up all night and one funny guy.
But my first bit was about me and my girl. I had to because it was. Yeah, that's what I know.
Bro, my first 5 minutes was about race and my name.
Yeah, but you know, if your name is Abba and you don't joke about that shit, I don't know who you are.
But now that I've progressed, I've obviously moved on to different topics completely that are outside of myself.
But just like you said, she does operate like an open micer.
That's it.
And what about writers? Like, what were you looking for in writers? And 'cause that's another thing. You sort of wrote by yourself for all these years.
Yeah, for 8 years I was writing my own stuff, and now I have a writer's room, which is fantastic. I just need to humble brag for a second.
Please.
Because I think it's very important. I was very adamant on having an inclusive writer's room. That's very important to me. So it's over 50% women and over 50% people of color.
My writer's room look like a mini United Nations. More than 50% women. People are all
So not good writers. Not writers that are based on meritocracy. Writers that go with my views.
If you want the best product, you hire the best people. I don't mind that she had a lot of women. I don't mind that she had, less men. I don't mind that she had people of color. My problem is like needing a 50-50 quota. To me, it seemed more like you guys needed to have this specific selling point so that when you guys were going to market this show was meant, like I could tell her publicist talked to her beforehand that mention the fact that it's 50-50 because we really want to sell that NBC's promoting a diversity talk show. We're the first of its kind. You can tell these are like talking points that they were worried about in terms of the marketing, rather than making sure the content was really solid. And I think they're making a lot of mistakes with how they're producing the show. Tremendous amount of mistakes. They're more focused on the appearance of it rather than what's on the inside, which is what really matters.
It looks inclusive.
Yeah, includes a lot of duty. I think some tips that Lily could take when it comes to this stuff.
No, you're mansplaining.
Better integrate your YouTube into this whole thing. I think you have a huge platform that you guys could be utilizing to really cross-promote the two. And I felt like basically you just left YouTube sphere, you jumped into this talk show sphere, and you haven't utilized your platform adequately, from what I'm seeing. I think you're trying to fit the format of talk show way too much. If you're going to be different and special, don't just do it at face value. Don't just do it because, oh, it's a brown girl, oh, it's a bisexual. Like, that shit doesn't matter. Make sure that the content and the way you're presenting the show is drastically different. You look like every other talk show host, except you're a brown woman. The format is identical. It's uninteresting. The only difference is you do it way worse than them. So why would I watch you when there's 9 other people doing it far better than you? And they're way funnier.
What do you mean by including more of her YouTube platform?
Well, the way she did the YouTube thing is like she had a lot of like really good sketches that really good. Let me preface this by saying I don't like them, but I understand that they're well done in terms of hitting her market. She did all that stuff. She wrote it herself, so you could tell it was closer to who she was. When she does those jokes and I hear them, I can clearly tell it's written by somebody else. Mm-hmm. Everything is specifically timed and it looks awkward. You watch her old videos and you could actually see that, okay, there's some fluidity to it.
Yeah.
You know?
There's something genuine about it.
Exactly. So she's gone so much into the realm of like, I'm going to follow this format. I'm like, no, go back to some of the YouTube stuff that made you captivated.
I do TV now.
The biggest YouTuber, I think, is David Dobrik right now, okay? Huge subscriber base, all that stuff. With all his following, he went to Netflix and said, yo, can I do a show with you guys? I have a really great idea. And they're like, not interested. Because the perception of YouTubers is inherently negative. Mm-hmm. And so I'm like, if you guys want that to change, you should be encouraging. Or if you're not going to encourage, don't go out of your way to hate. on people who may have an opportunity to take this platform to the next level.
I know you.
Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but it's just that she doesn't.
Nevertheless, I wanted to give you
The perception, and this is why I think they hate. It's because of the perception of how she's doing things is not humble. It doesn't look like, and I don't know, it's just joking, it's just written stuff. I know that, but I understand certain people are like, yo, you have a certain cockiness to it. I don't care about it because I know that what's on video. I'm not gonna try not to judge. I try less and less to judge what I see on video and judge a whole personality of someone from what I see on a video. But the delivery of what she does and how she does it, it looks very cocky. So people are just, it's a defense mechanism for them to trash. Yo, it's like to humble someone. When you see someone that's very cocky, you're like, yo, you ain't shit, calm down. You're not better than all of us. I'm just saying that's what I see right now. Is it better? Is it good? Is it good to do that? Listen, no, I don't think it is. But I understand where it's from and why they're doing it.
Sure. I wouldn't disagree. But it's still stupid.
Fair.
It's like, what, you're gonna scream at someone who's being cocky and cost yourself future opportunities? Do you know what I mean?
I don't even think they see it.
Because they're not seeing the bigger picture, right? They just see instant video and they're like, I can hate on Lily Singh because she's unfunny to my subjective opinion. I'm like, what's the point of this? How's this productive? You're gonna go tell everyone what comedy looks like? No, you don't get to see what it looks like. That's not, you don't get it. Especially if you're not in the room. You certainly don't get to see what it looks like. But even me, I'm not gonna go out of my way to define it for you. Because I see comedy look all forms of stuff I will never laugh at, and I'll still book it on my shows if it makes audiences laugh. Because it's not about what's funny to me. When I book a show, when I curate something, I'm thinking about the public. What is funny for them? That's it.
You have to respect the laugh.
That's it. And what you guys have to do is respect the fact that, yo, Lily's successful.
I'm safe now.
She's successful. And there's an audience who likes what she does. And if she's going to a new platform and it's not going well, that's okay. You don't have to support her in that situation. But don't go out of your way to trash her. Because it's not good for nobody. Who wins?
And how long did it take you to come to that conclusion? I mean, just to add, because you have to analyze a certain situation for long enough to come up with a conclusion like that. I don't think they analyze the situation that long. They just, oh, this sucks, I'm gonna comment on it.
Me was right away. It was right away. Once I understood the parameters of what's happening, and I went to go watch some of the criticism videos. I was like, what are people criticizing from? Like, wait, okay. Because everyone sent me that video of her, like, when she first came out with her monologue, and everyone was so mad. How can she make so many race jokes? How can, bro, go to open mic and go see someone do something for the first time. That's what you're gonna see. Yeah, but she got writers. So if the writers of the open mic trash, they gonna write some trash stuff too.
Just a few chambers to the house.
It is what it is. So just think about this more. That's all I wanted to say. Yeah.
That's it for today.
Who else?
So today's topic, Johnny Depp. If you guys aren't aware, Johnny Depp's enough from Hollywood. You might have seen him in Pirates of the Caribbean. He got ixed from the role of Captain Jack Sparrow after he had incidents involving Amber Heard. The two were involved in a messy divorce in which Amber Heard alleged that apparently he threw some hands at her, after which basically Johnny was canceled by everybody. Everyone poured out their support for Amber Heard. So recently, some audio came out this week, and we're going to take a look at a conversation that they both consented to that was recorded. This conversation took place about 6 months before the divorce proceedings happened.
It's not true. I'm not the one who throws pots and
There's a difference.
else at me.
That's different. That's one does not negate the other. Just because I throw pots and pans does not mean that you come and knock on the door.
Pots and pans?
I like how she's saying it like it's not a big thing.
Pots and pans. Listen, I ain't no Albert Einstein, but if we talk velocity of a pot or a pan flying towards you, bro,
Yeah.
Pots and pans?
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical involved. And that you do it at the very beginning of fights these days.
What? Wait a minute. So her whole thing is because when they have an argument, she leaves?
But more important, it's the language that she uses. She says, even when there is no physical element. Meaning. So she's basically just admitting to the fact that she's put his hands on him. Because her language is indicating it's very casual and it's normal.
Even when I don't, he's a man. If there's a fight and the police comes down and he was in the fight, not fighting, but in the fight. If the police comes down, the man's gonna be taken away.
Oh yeah, even if it's his home.
If it's his home, even if she started, if he gets hit, no.
Keep in mind that women are just as likely to engage any kind of physical interaction within a relationship. Just as likely, if not more.
So if you know that person is like that, what's in it for you to stay there? And I was split too.
Do it and you get dressed.
You were screaming at her.
I'm not going to validate my actions last night. I feel
Ooh, you swerve. She's good at that dance. When you accuse me, I swear. I swear. Accuse me?
Very bad.
No, I'm talking in Toronto.
I'm not start screaming until you poke an animal enough, it is eventually, no matter how friendly it is, how cool.
That's the word of someone who likes to throw hands. Let me tell you something. If you put the blame on the fact that you're physical with someone on them, that is the language of
That's the language of the aggressor.
All right.
You made me do it.
Punched me in the thing, and you in the face, and you said, "No, I didn't. What are you talking about?" And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you. By the way, I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you, babe. You're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
So now she's gaslighting. If you know what gaslighting is when someone lives a reality and they're made to feel almost crazy about it by other people and made to think it's all in their head, right? That's a common tactic that people will use in order to deflect from the negative things that they've done to others and make the people who they've done those things to think that they're crazy.
You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not deck you. I was hitting you.
You can't
I don't know what the full motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you.
Wow!
And you can imagine this happened right at the time where she claims that he was always putting his hands on her, that he was terrorizing her. Now, listening to this conversation, does a man who leaves whenever yelling starts sound like someone who's constantly putting their hands on you? The language that she's using, the stuff that she's saying, is what society feels when women are physical with men. Right? The idea that because women are physically weaker than men, that they have the right to, and that because they don't do as damage, that they have the right to put their hands on you. And I've already brought this up in another video, but I'm like, you don't know what kind of trauma people have been through. You don't know what happens to them when you put their hands on you. I know for me personally, man or woman, when you tap my face like this, I want to deck you. Just because of my past. I can't, like, just even thinking about it, I get riled up, right? So I could imagine that people within a relationship with more serious stuff that they've been through, when you put their hands on them, you don't know how they're gonna react.
Just don't hit people. Keep your hands to yourself. If you want to express something, use your words. You got words, use them.
Does this
and then you be talking about men not being able to express themselves. Express yourself. Don't use your fists. Don't use your hands. Keep your hands to yourself and talk. It's just really funny that.
Wait, you in your relationship with your girl, you don't talk with your hands?
Boo boo.
In the name of Hades.
I was a mother of wood.
I thought you were gonna. Yeah.
No.
You really wish they would?
No, I wouldn't wish. I kind of wish they would. No, I'm just kidding.
You wish your girl was?
No, I wouldn't wish they would, but I'm just saying that is not something that is possible. Never.
Yeah,
ever. I've never seen my parents get physical.
Yeah.
Not even the thing that the woman they call a love tap. I don't know what the hell that is.
You know what it is? Basically, it's when you're, okay, this is actually, I was going to bring this up right afterwards. When women, like, get frustrated with the conversation, so they're just like...
I've never seen... We're good. They got it. They got it.
You see that reaction you have? That's the reaction I have.
Bro,
and so I tell her,
I don't think there's a trauma, but it's just annoying. No, I never seen my parents do that. Girls never did that. I never did that. My girl, we don't even scream. We don't scream. No, you have an argument. You don't scream that shit. You go find some. Hey, you better calm down.
You better call Tyrone.
You can't use my phone.
Do you think that I, as a man, when I get frustrated with my male friends, that I put my hands on them in the middle of a heated conversation? I've never.
Because you know what might ensue.
Right, because we understand that between men, we don't play like that. So it blows my mind, and you see how comfortable she is. And she does something to a heightened degree, where she's closed fist, and she's trying to guess like the person afterwards.
Physical fights?
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did, so I had to get out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
Yo, even when he does the big thing, he try to stay there, he gets dicked in the mouth. Well, you didn't really get hit, and you're fine, did you? He leaves, oh, okay, you're the big person. He can't win. That is a lose-lose situation right there.
Every single time. What happens when there's not a physical fight? What's the excuse that?
Maybe the excuse is that he knows it might escalate into
a physical fight.
It sounds like you guys do this so often that's why he doesn't want to be around for those conversations. You know where it starts. It starts with yelling and it starts with something else. And so you want to avoid the genesis of those kind of situations. You leave the situation.
It's pretty. I will try.
You might not even realize you gotta help me.
I
can't be an excuse to leave. I promise, won't explode if we just do the things a little different in the fight. You know, like, don't walk away from me. Do it in a different way, and I promise I won't resort to the same shit. I promise.
Again, it's his responsibility that she's like that. Help me, save me.
Yeah, but you didn't help me.
It's crazy, man. I would have not tolerated a single word from this broad. It's just crazy to me that a really famous dude like this will go this far. But then you realize this
ain't got nothing to do with that.
This touches people at every income level, every status level, but I would never.
Major.
If things get physical, we have to separate. We have to get apart from one another. Whether it's for fucking an hour or 10 hours or a day. We must. There can be no physical violence.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it.
See what happens when you hashtag believe her?
Keep the same energy.
You silence, you ostracize, and you push people to the brink who are actually innocent because you have this blanket idea that you don't need factual proof in order to condemn them. This is unbelievable, man. You listen to this audio and it's clear what's going on. It's obvious. Keep in mind, this is a conversation they both consented to having recording because they just wanted to talk.
And you know what this is out now?
Why?
Okay, the reason why this is out now, we're hearing about this now, is because they had the divorce. She didn't want to get divorced, right? She didn't want that because she worked so hard for the wedding, you know, the image of the wedding and everything and stuff. They get a divorce. She's not happy. He has money. He's like, you know what? It is gonna be what it is gonna be. It's okay. Talk to Amber and like, hey, you know what? Let's never talk about this again because it's everywhere in the tabloids. It's ruining my reputation. It's ruining everything. It's not nice. Our business doesn't need to be out there. Don't talk a word about us. I won't talk a word about us. And let's leave it at that and keep it going. She spoke words of that and went back again. And then he went like, okay, you gonna play? Okay. And then he put that shit out.
A couple days ago, she was a big speaker at the Women's March in Los Angeles. And you come to find out,
she's the oppressor.
We got married. I knew the fucking fights weren't gonna stop, but I thought maybe it would curb them a little.
That's where he missed.
That's where he's going.
Listen, you guys.
If you have a problem and you're gonna marry yourself, you think that problem's gonna go away until you're gonna get married, or you're gonna have children, or you're gonna buy a house, a boat, a fucking Chihuahua pet.
It's the opposite. Even the Chia pet won't say it.
It's the Chia.
All right? Because the reality is, once you have that security, you know that other person's not going to leave, you're actually more likely to exhibit all the behaviors that you're not used to. you know, you're less likely to be in a relationship because a person can leave at any point. Once they're married, they're tied to you. So you can engage in whatever behavior because you have to maintain this facade of a perfect relationship.
And on top of that, it doesn't solve anything. I mean, it just adds more pressure.
Yep.
It just adds more pressure. So if you were having more pressure than you had before and you was fighting before, chances are you're gonna fight more because of more pressure.
Yep.
That's where he fucked up.
People understand that early on in a relationship, they might lose their partners. So they hide a lot of their behavior, right? Because they know that the person's not fully invested.
I mean, of course, when you, it's just like doing business. When you do business with another company, you're gonna send your best employee. Does the best employee represent all the employees? No, he's just your best chance of doing business with that other company, and that's pretty much it. And you send your best employee, but one day when you get in a relationship with that company, the best employee is gonna have to go on vacation, and the rest of the employees are gonna ensue, and then you're gonna see the real deal of the company. Ooh, Johnny's not here? Nah, Johnny's not here. You're on break. My name Rick. How you doing?
Use this well.
I'm taking care of you. And then you see the real thing, the real company, the rest of the employees.
In an effort to be woke, a lot of these, you know, woke-tivists.
Woke-tivists.
Yes. A lot of these woke-tivists.
Woke-tivists.
Like, you guys understand the point that where he was at with his life. What if he had taken his own life? All you people, it's very likely
because you
lose a lot of money, you lose most of your work, everybody ostracizes you, you can't go out in public anymore. How do you think that treats?
Thank God he had the tape. Because if he wouldn't have the tape, no, nobody's really like that. Nobody's really gonna go out of their way to lie. Yes, you're telling me an actor, someone that impersonates someone else for their work, is not gonna be able to do it in real life. It's not gonna be able to lie to have a certain kind of advantage. People do it all the time.
I already said this in another video, but like there are no shelters for men who are hit. There are no resources for us when these kind of things happen.
Sticks take me.
Almost every man I can think of can honestly say that in his relationships, he's had women put their hands on them physically. Every single one. But then if I ask the opposite, it's not all women. Because in our society, we allow women to showcase their frustration and their aggression physically without any repercussion. And if men complain, we're seen as weak. We're seen, grow up, Johnny.
Such a baby.
Right? Her words to me weren't even her words. It was society's words. Telling men, what happens to you?
Imagine like you're man, you go to a police station, they're gonna wait until something really happens to her. Yeah. To be honest with you, yeah. If nothing happens, they're gonna be like, well, leave.
It's like that great
leave.
I've seen it, man. I've seen it so often when women are that comfortable putting their hands on people.
Bro, I worked in bars. The number of girls that had to remove from the bar,
because they're the most problematic,
does not equate the number of guys I had to remove from a bar. Guys want to fight, yeah. Girls fight. Girl fights guys. I'm sorry. Guys fight guys.
And yeah, and a woman can.
Girls fight guys and girls.
A woman can put her hands on a man 100 times, and if the man retaliates once, he's the devil. Do you understand how much patience that requires sometimes? I think there's nothing wrong with walking away when there's a fight.
Oh.
Listen, I've done it before. I've done it. There's even a long video of me on this channel where a woman became very belligerent. I have my own little incident, which you guys can go watch. And I was very patient. She was putting her hands on me. She was screaming at the top of her lungs, and I was like, yo, listen, you gotta bounce. You gotta, right now, you gotta go. And she just kept going and going and going and didn't care, you know? Didn't care, and of course she doesn't care, because she knows there's no consequences for what she does. So I could never, even though I was hurting, even though all this stuff was happening, I had to sit there and take it, and I'm like, so I know exactly what he's gone through, and the best thing to do is walk away, not really. Because even though she deserves to get equal rights and equal lefts, even though she deserves it, sometimes you gotta be smart before being right. Or left. Because I could have given her that, I would have given her a little bit of sense of justice, but then I'm in jail, I have a criminal record, I can't travel anymore, my whole career's derailed, all because I retaliated in a justified situation.
You know, they don't believe her.
So then women are gonna be like, why do you need a men's rights activist movement?
I didn't get it before, I get it now.
You know, so anyway, I think that's pretty much touched on my case now. What do you want to say about community?
It sounds very ruthless. That's clear. It sounds very ruthless to sound for proof. But it's the only thing that we have, right? And wouldn't it have been for those tapes, those recordings, he would still be canceled. And a lot of people that I was talking to were like, yeah, nah, I believe her. I believed him. I believe it. I never believed her once. Yeah, okay. It doesn't matter. Some of you must be lying because you ain't got no job. You know what I mean? Some of you must be lying because he was on no movies, he was canceled. It's like saying, hey, nobody likes Crocs. Some of you are lying because that's $1 billion industry right there. Crocs shoes, some of you like Crocs, okay? Not all of you can say like, hey, you know what? We don't like Crocs. They're ugly. Nope. Some of you motherfuckers are lying. They make
What?
money. Okay.
The fuck?
Same thing here.
And so you see, the same thing that led to her being believed, the same thing that led to Kobe Bryant's accuser being believed, right? You guys are willing to tarnish anybody just because someone says some stuff, regardless of what the evidence is like.
Because it fits your narrative.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to go from our narrative or anybody's narrative. I'm like, where's the proof? If there's no proof, don't bring me the story because I don't have all the elements. I can't give you a judgment on something I don't understand the scope of. It's like trying to build a house on land you haven't surveyed. It's like trying to cook a meal with ingredients you don't know about. Good luck.
You just put that ghost pepper in my oatmeal. You gonna learn today.
Here it is. So it's by Incredibly Average. He's a small YouTuber, and he's actually
That's
covered a
such
previous incident.
bullshit,
in a
bro.
deposition, Amber was caught lying about how physical she's been with Johnny Depp. So if you guys go Incredibly Average, he's a small YouTuber, but he's done quality work.
Something
He's really
pulled
done a
me
great job.
out
It's almost an hour of the audio that he has.
of the
But you know what?
fucking
If you want more
safe
information,
zone?
want to see the full context, just to know that we didn't edit it, go
Give me a
check it out.
fucking break, bro.
And go watch it yourself.
And be sure to subscribe.
You're still being admirable, right? Just by
I kind of got you something. Didn't want to make it a big
running
deal or
away?
anything, so here.
And you can say her and call me names, but you get called a name, and what do you do? That's the last insult. You're a baby. You are a hypocrite. You don't do anything that you actually do. You expect from people what you can't give them.
But this seems to be the day following the incident I covered in this video, in which Amber admitted in her 2016 deposition to pushing her way into the bathroom where Johnny was hiding from her, and in his attempts to keep her out, the door scraped her toes, and when he leaned down to check, she kicked the door into his head and punched him in the face.
So I have not done this to you. I have not said these things to you. I have not started the fight by saying I'm going to get in another room. And I'm not going to sit here and fight about Toronto anymore. Guess what? I let it go. I'm not talking about Toronto.
Send me the tapes.
I can whisper it. I can write it. Guess what? I'm so sick and tired of fighting about old fights. This is not about a fight. This is broad. This is a broad thing. And if I'm telling you every single time you get dressed and you fucking split the top of a fight, you never can try and work it out, you never fight for me, you never come to me, you never self-calm, you never self-soothe, you're never the one to throw the olive branch. I'm sick and tired of it. It needs to change. But every time you don't like what I say and you can run away, we'll never work out anything. You can't run away every fight. You can't. It's easy. It's not brave. It's not strong. It's harder to say to somebody, I want to work this out. I want to face what I have. I want to face what you have. I want to work it out with you. You're not working it out. You don't fight for me. You don't fight when there's a problem. You don't come to me. You don't make peace with me. You never extend an olive branch. You're never the bigger guy. You're never the one that's like, okay, I'm going to put my own feelings aside for a second and say, this is bigger than us. Let's stop fighting. You never are the one to come and knock on my door. What? Because no, because I wanted to have you as my.
I didn't interrupt you. You asked me, right?
Grown up.
You said right.
I meant you interjected. I meant you said. You said. How about that? See, now, is this better? I answered you. I addressed what you're saying. Now, can we please not fight about that?
Can we please not fight about that?
Grow strong.
Oh, you pissed.
How about we talk about that?
Wow, you brought that shit back, man.
Make a video about that.
Make a video about that. Why don't you make a video about that? Why don't you make a video about that? Do you see any similarities?
All clear.
Oh.
It's narcissistic behavior. Everything I speak about is important. Everything you want to speak about, can we not talk about that?
He
Let's
seems
just
to
talk
be
about
rather
this.
content, and besides, I can tell you truly believe he deserved it. Only problem is that Curse did nothing to aid Echo in her plight.
Echo. That was the
Okay,
nymph who put
today's
Narcissus
topic.
on my list of things to do.
Johnny Depp
You're
wins.
telling me getting divine retribution with
What
no
did you think
strings
when you heard the
attached
news
wasn't
yesterday?
enough
I was like,
to put her
oh,
mind
all
at
right.
peace.
Damn.
Correct.
How much of the trial did you
You
follow?
even the score between them, though you
Bits
didn't
and
set
pieces
things
here
right
and
for
there.
either
I
one.
was busy. I
They
had
had to
things
set
to
things
do.
right for
Is that her
themselves.
statement?
With your
No,
help
I
and
didn't see none of them.
encouragement,
You didn't see
guess.
Amber's statement?
I saw that they
Same
posted
difference
one.
to
I didn't.
me, long as neither one ends up much better off.
But,
Sounds like you ruptured both of them.
Let's start.
So you
The
don't
disappointment I
care how
feel
they
today
end
is
up as
beyond
long as they're
words.
even.
I'm heartbroken.
You're catching
And the
on.
mountain of evidence that still wasn't enough to stand up to the disproportionate power, influence, and sway of my ex-husband. I'm even more disappointed with what his verdict means for other women. It is a setback. Let me keep reading. Please return. I need my audience. The act is not done, for we are always on stage. Curtains open. Let us begin. I'm even more disappointed with what the verdict means for other women. Ladies, I believe you. Do you believe me? No, bitch! Get the fuck up out of here! I really feel like that's a lady thing. A lot of ladies are like, it's a
No, we don't.
My husband beat me, and it don't sound like what you went through. Okay. It is a setback. It sets back the clock to a time when a woman who spoke up and spoke out
For mortals, it seems to
could be publicly shamed and humiliated. It sets back the idea that violence against ladies is to be taken seriously. I believe Johnny's attorneys succeeded in getting the jury to overlook the key issue of freedom of speech and ignore the evidence that was so conclusive that we won in the UK. I'm sad I lost this case, but I am sadder still that I have lost a right I thought I had as an American to speak freely and openly. This is so hilarious.
What the fuck does that have to do with
freedom of speech?
Ain't got nothing.
The problem wasn't that you exercised your freedom of speech. The problem was that you defamed somebody with lies and libel. Okay, Johnny, go ahead. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell the jury and the people that I too, Johnny, am a victim. Tell the world and see who believes you. And the world is like, we believe it.
I mean, believe the Hey, you know what, Boo?
Hey,
you did good.
Believe all pirates.
You did good because you wanted us to believe the victim.
Believe all pirates.
We did.
Hey man,
and
I like
wasn't
it.
you.
You know what the problem was?
Yeah.
I think her legal team was really bad because she should have won this case.
Trash.
She should have.
It was.
She should have won this case.
I don't know.
And let me tell you, some of the stuff that she did is like she would lie about the littlest things, which then made her whole testimony not make any sense. She really sat there and tried to convince everybody that the article that she wrote about being, getting domestic boo-boos wasn't about her husband, Johnny Depp, who she been seeing pictures of being hit by in videos. She tried to convince the jury that if you would have just admitted to certain things, I think people would have given you a lot more leeway. But because you lied about everything, the three cops who said, we didn't see any injuries on her. So the lawyer's like, so what do you think about the fact that the three cops didn't see any injuries on you? And then she says, no, they did not see any injuries on me. They considered my face not injured. It's not the same thing. And I was like, what?
She was bad.
I was like, bitch, why are you doing this?
You were sitting here in this courtroom when Officer Melissa Sines testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016, right?
I saw her testimony, yes.
And you heard Officer Sines testify that she did not see any injuries on you that night, correct?
I heard her testify she did not consider this injured.
No. Miss Officer Sines testified that she met with you and she did not see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct?
She did not consider this injury.
Officer Tyler Haddon also testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21, 2016, and he also testified no injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that correct?
They both said that they did not consider me injured.
They did not see injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that what their testimony was?
What their testimony was is that they did not consider what my face looked like to be injury. They didn't consider what they walked on in the house damage, but it was.
You were sitting here when Officer William Gatlin testified by deposition about being called on May 21 to the Eastern Columbia building, and he also did not observe any injuries on you, did he? And that's what he testified to.
He didn't even know which one I was.
No, I think we all saw on video camera you identify yourself. Isn't that correct?
I had to because of how far away he was. He didn't even know who he was
But
there
after
to
you
see.
identified yourself, he looked at you. Isn't that correct?
From a distance, yes.
And he didn't see any visible injuries either, did he?
I don't know what he saw.
He testified that he didn't see any visible injuries, did
I
he?
would believe that he didn't, yes.
Do you think the jury sees them like, thank you for the clarification. I was too stupid. I thought you were injured. No, they considered you not injured.
But even the legal team said that.
Yeah.
They said that to one dude.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you want to have your 15 minutes of fame?
Yeah.
And this motherfucker backfired like a champion.
Yeah,
He went, woo.
Excuse me.
You know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I can ask that question. Oh, ruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in a target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
No.
Yeah.
When my dude did that, I went like, okay, this motherfucker is ready.
There was some moments like
that.
that.
I work for TMZ. You think you're not gonna get at me? Like, I work for this, I work for that.
Yeah.
I could say the same thing to you about you.
Yeah.
Taking a client like her. Woo!
Stand out, Lord.
Hey!
Camille Vasquez. Everybody knows that name now.
No, yeah.
I think this might be the most high-profile lawyer in terms of like a media case since Johnny Cochran.
Oh, but this
since Johnny Cochran, this was and you know what? Apparently, Johnny took this case in Virginia specifically because they allow for cameras in courts.
Yeah.
So he wanted this whole bitch to be televised and everything to be out there. And let me tell you, I would jump in that live stream and I would say 275,000 people watching at the same time. So with this verdict, people were asking me like my thoughts and everything.
Yeah.
And I was surprised by the win, not because I didn't know about the evidence involved, just because I didn't expect Amber Heard's team to put up such a bad defense. So I was surprised by the win, not gonna lie. However, and I'm sure for Johnny to be able to get this story out there and get his side and get it televised and everybody's watching it, everybody's tuned in, I think that's a big deal as well. And I think everybody's celebrating because, you know, they've seen injustice in some way, shape, or form and like, good, fuck yeah, this is awesome. Me personally, I think what I struggle with is that based off of the lies that she's told, and she's told so many, it ruined his career. I do not believe that you can A, get restitution for the damage that's been done.
Not really.
All right. And B, I don't know if he's going to get his acting career. Not in the way it was before.
I think he is.
You think he's going to be doing AAA movies like Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yep.
Why is that?
I don't know. I think he is. Because now that's done, that's out there. I think the Pirates of the Caribbean is going to take that and going to be like, yeah.
You know, the issue with that is once your name is stained, it's hard to come back from that. When it's things regarding to sexual violence.
Do you want to do a follow-up video when it happens?
If it happens.
Okay.
If it happens. If it happens. But what evidence do you have of somebody being accused of something
I don't have evidence.
Or
have
precedents?
I do not have
so
evidence.
That's my difference.
I understand what you're saying 100%.
Yes.
100% understand. And you're right.
Yeah.
I'm not disputing that at all. It's very hard to come back from that. That's a race that you were back in the field when it started, right? Because it was so high profile and because there was 275,000 people watching, because it was all this going on, I think he's going to be able to have it back. I think he's going to be able to be in the media back where he was. And that's also the fact that it's not an O.J. Simpson. The guy is likable, right?
I think there's a disconnect between what the public wants and what mainstream does.
Uh-huh.
Right? To me, I liken it to the fact that like so many people might be for a specific political cause, and the vast majority of the public supports it, and politicians don't give a fuck.
I understand.
The way that these people live in terms of the execs in Hollywood and all this stuff, and the way regular people think is generally very disconnected.
I understand, but the difference between this and that is that we're talking about money, and what the mainstream wants is money. If the people want and been wanting a other Pirate of the Caribbeans, and the Caribbeans was in the works and stuff like that. And they got stopped before because of that. And the people still want it, and the people are like, get over it, we want that. They're gonna do it. Why? Money. Because now on top of that, it's not just Pirates of the Caribbean, but it's the comeback of Jack Sparrow. Remember that you cannot beat Jack Sparrow. And Amber Heard, you almost did, but you did, bitch. So is that there's now even more money linked to that. Okay, so now he's back. There's gonna be people that are gonna be curious. It's gonna bring an attention from that. So maybe studios are gonna be like, you know what, fuck it, let's go, let's risk it.
I personally don't see any major studios doing this. If it was something like Netflix, I might see them give it a chance. But outside of that, I don't see these people wanting to jump on anything like this. They're so safe with their PR. If you make one comment that's off, or you start saying things that's off, they start trying to boot you off of things. Maybe I'm too jaded about this stuff. I've seen it time and time again where someone gets accused of something, even if the evidence comes out afterwards, they just don't come back to give that person a second chance. I think Johnny will do movies. I think he'll do indie movies. I think he'll do like lower stuff movies or like kind of artsy movies. I just don't know if he'll ever do the AAA stuff, which, hey, maybe it doesn't matter to folks. Just me personally, when I think of what justice looks like, I think you get back to where you were before. That's what I would ideally like.
What I think is...
Or what was taken from you can be restored to some degree. I just, outside of the character and the perception from the public, which I think is great, don't get me wrong, you love doing something. It gets taken from you. It's hard to feel like things are right when you can't do the thing that you love the way that you used to do it.
And
that's the main thing.
It's not even that. It's that the reason why I think it wouldn't work is Johnny. If I was Johnny and some shit happened and I get dropped off of allegations, not even a trial or anything like that, and then you drop me off. And I'm like, yo, you don't even have my back. The only people that had his back was Dior. So you don't even have my back. And then you come back and be like, hey, Johnny, we spoke to the team then. We wanted to do, and I'm like, oh, now you want this back? Now you want this shit back? You dropped me. Now you want this shit back? Nah, B, you're not doing this. Then I understand Johnny's side, because Johnny's gonna have to do shit. He doesn't have to do shit. That's why we'd be like, you know what? But then again, I don't know how everything was done. How we got dropped, what conversation was about, whatever. So it all depends on that. But I know that you don't have to.
But they get dropped for nothing in that industry. How many times have we seen actors drop for an opinion that's not even that spicy?
No.
Straight off. They don't want any weird PR. They're super sanitary about everything. So I look at Johnny. I know how I feel about him. Most of y'all know how y'all feel about him and how positive it is. But it doesn't matter to those folks. You get what I'm saying? Netflix would take a chance on Dave Chappelle. And even that was super rocky for some time, it seemed like, right? Look at Aziz Ansari.
Yeah.
Has he been back?
He's tried.
What did he even do? What did Aziz even do?
Yeah.
He's still dead.
Yeah.
Think about that. Think about how crazy that is.
Think about this.
Think about that.
Think about this. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Are they going to be like that being said? I thought you were stuttering to do that.
That being said?
Okay. I will say, though, to your argument, if he did come back and did any movie, I think the outpouring of support and how much of a box office it is would be astronomical. The amount of people who would line up to fucking support him, like, it's a political statement.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? And so on that end, I think it's fantastic.
It's like I think it's like what we call the retour de balance with all these years that we had with cancel this, cancel that, cancel that, cancel that, cancel, and he's been wrongfully canceled. I think he's able to. Johnny was not the one.
So some people are being hyperbolic. Maybe I'm jaded. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I saw people saying like, "Oh, this is the death of the Me Too era and all this other stuff." I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't think this changes much. I really don't. What did we discover today? Bitches lie sometimes. Yeah. We've been trying to tell y'all bitches lie sometimes.
Women lie, men lie, women lie, men lie, women lie.
Do I believe that stuff is gonna be gone? No. I don't. I really don't. I wish I could say something more optimistic or things like that. I just don't believe it. I've seen too many of these cases, too much times where like there's so much evidence that the person's lying, and the next case comes along and everybody jumps on the whole believe women bandwagon. And so, I don't know, me personally, I'm not that optimistic about it, but hey, I'm open to change. I hope things do improve. I just don't believe it will. can we appreciate? You know what people are coming at Amber as? A liar, someone who makes up stuff. Mind you, this man had his finger partially chopped off, and she has video, audio of her beating him, and nobody really sees her as like a physical, like maybe manipulative, all this other stuff, but nobody really takes her as like the male equivalent of that. You know what I'm saying? Even with all this, I don't think people really perceive her that way or talk about her that way. That's not been my perception. Most of the time, people are like, yo, the bitch is lying. Which, hey, it's a start. You were saying, bitch?
When your exes, when your exes drop you and they're like, I'm not gonna come out with you because you got problems with drugs and stuff like that, and they testify for you, and they're like, this motherfucker never touched me. When the lady fell down the stairs, and she's like, no, bitch, I fell down the stairs. Styles and Johnny. I'm not with him no more. I ain't got nothing to do with that. When your ex, my God.
I mean, some people got good relationship with their exes. It's not that deep.
So so some people got good relationship with the parents of the person that is accused.
What you mean?
Fuck out of here. Even the parents of Amber Heard were like, yeah, Johnny,
she bugging.
She bugging.
Hey,
come on now, B. That's a lot of fucking coincidences.
At one point, you know the video that came out with Johnny and Amber, like the video that came out where she's got the wine bottles and he's like slapping the cabinets. He's slamming the cabinets and she has a camera position like right beside the bottle. And then he sees the camera. He says, "Get that shit out of here!" Right? So they sent a version to TMZ, but the version they sent to TMZ cut out the part where she's looking at the camera and smiling, and they cut out the part where she sets up the camera.
Of course.
The TMZ guy says, "Yeah, it was edited," and so the lawyer says to Amber, "Like, why did you send them an edited version?" She's like, "I didn't send them an edited version." She's like, why would you send an edited version like that?
You edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
You're very wrong about that.
So
if I wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because
I
you
was
knew exactly
living
how to
with
do
a
that,
mountain
right?
of this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
I thought you testified earlier in this trial that you didn't know how to leak things.
I don't.
Bro, how stupid this bitch fucking look.
That's weird.
You know how easily I could have leaked it? I thought you said you don't know how. I don't.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. The thing that happened is ego. When you touch the ego. Do you know what a peacock's gonna peacock?
Bro.
It's gonna have to.
She got murdered.
You know how much shit I got?
She got murdered.
Forgot about what she said because the ego is stronger. Nah, B. Like, I got so much gold, don't even worry about it. I could have just leaked it.
Yo, listen.
Leaked it, bruv. I'm the one. Didn't you tell
Listen, you know
earlier that you were not the one? I'm not. Shit. Fuck. Wow. Shit. Fuck.
Stupid shit.
I'm not the one.
Let me tell you guys.
Oh, shit.
The real MVP of this case has definitely got to be Amber Heard's tears because they betrayed her so hard. This bitch couldn't summon her tears for nothing. She got a dysfunctional ass Pokeball because every time she tried to, I choose you, tears, that motherfucker did not come out.
No, the Pokeball.
Bruh, she tried crying so many times. Her face went. She looked like that Japanese meme where the guy goes,
Yeah. That was.
She got me dying. Shout out. But anyways, let us know what you guys think. We want to hear from you. Today's video is sponsored by Surfshark. Today's topic, Yosef from The Bachelorette is back.
I expected way more from the oldest bachelorette in history. Bro, what are you talking about? Remember, you're almost 40.
Woo! He went full petty. He went all over. Yeah, he went. You're almost 40. Hag.
Obviously, whatever chemistry and good feelings you had, it all changed dramatically after the strip dodgeball date. A date you weren't even on. What was it that struck such a chord with you?
For context, we did a previous video on this, but basically, Bachelorette asked a bunch of dudes to get down pretty much almost butt naked and to do dodgeball. And he got upset about it, plus a few other things that she did that made him feel like she wasn't interested in actually dating and that she was wasting everyone's time which he got mad about because he's like, I'm spending time away from my daughter and blah, blah. So he blew up on her during the show.
And he got a little bit petty, let's be honest.
You know, I mean, there were some red flags that popped up on our first group date, actually. And then the strip dodgeball was definitely something that I did not agree with, but it was more than that. It was the actual fact of the humiliation for the losing team. I'm a very outspoken person. I'm going to speak my mind. And, you know, I think everyone deserves that, that honesty. And, you know, I was raw, but I don't regret sticking up for these guys. I would do it.
Sticking up for us.
Today's topic, I got a little bit triggered by this one. My man was bugging. If you read the title right now, you could kind of understand why.
Okay.
I'm going to say this for the purpose of this conversation. When people label somebody a quitter, right, it's not a neutral thing. It's a negative thing. If you label someone a quitter, you're basically calling them a coward.
Yeah.
Or someone who basically gives up too easy.
Yeah.
Right? Like they don't have any backbone, no character. That's what it is.
Yeah.
All right. So this is the story about Simone. She quit, like she literally quit because of a mental health issue, right? So then that says that she's a quitter, first and foremost. She's not a hero for doing that. She quit.
Let me ask, so my question is, they're on deployment, they're in Afghanistan, they're dealing with mental health issues, they say, I need to go back, I'm not well in the head. Are you gonna call that veteran a quitter?
At that point, yeah, because you're not completing the mission. You have reasons of quitting, which are your PTSD and all of these things, but you have quit. You've thrown in the towel and said, whatever is overcoming me in my head can make me continue.
If I break my leg during an Olympic track meet and I can't
You
go
didn't
on.
break a leg, though.
No, because they can't go on. That's what they're saying. I can't go on.
But not because of your leg. If you get injured because of the sport, right? Like let's say LeBron.
For some people, an injury is only physical.
Yeah.
For a lot of people, for the basis of people, he got injured. If you're not mentally there, your body's still there. One of your biggest organs in anything is your head, where your head's at. You could have all your limbs, and if your head's not there, you're not gonna be able to perform.
Yeah.
You know, you ever heard about cracking under the pressure? That's what it is. But to a lot of people, breaking a leg and breaking your mental, you broke your leg. Mental,
That attitude is exactly what led to so many people not being taken seriously for PTSD for decades.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it wasn't even a thing for most folks. They didn't take it seriously. You could have PTSD, went to the doctor in the military, and they would be like, no.
To this day.
I mean, to this day, they still send people.
To this day.
If you feel like your PTSD is not severe enough, just get back out there. It's like.
To this day, yeah.
So it's a very clear indication of how people view mental health issues versus physical issues, because one is visible, the other one's in your head, so people are ready to doubt you, not knowing the one in the head is just as common.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whether it be depression or all these issues or, you know, self-deletions, just as common, but they don't believe it because they can't see it, and so they downplay it, and as a result people have to suffer.
In one of the comments I saw, someone said, yeah, but she did the interview after, she was fine. Bro, remember was it Robin Williams?
Mm-hmm.
He was happy all the time.
They always think everyone's happy.
Everybody that deleted themselves.
I can't believe that he would take his life. Yeah, because when he had signs or when he had issues, he knew that if he would have told people about it, they wouldn't have taken him seriously.
Exactly, because it's mental.
That's
because
the real
he
world
didn't break a leg or something like that. So that's a lot of people that deleted themselves were happy. You could have seen that coming. You're like, oh my God.
Yep.
Right? Like, let's say LeBron James is playing and he gets injured while playing the sport, right? And that makes sense. You're not quitting. You're just literally being substituted off.
Why doesn't he play with a broken leg?
If you're getting injured while playing the sport, you're not quitting.
You're saying someone with PTSD, okay, who can't function, should go into the field, and if they don't, they're a quitter. But if they break their leg,
I don't think they'll even be allowed to go do that.
There's plenty of soldiers right now who are out there and still doing deployments and have PTSD and should not be out there. I've seen unfit people who are mentally unstable stay in the military. And you know what? They're a danger to other people. Yeah, extremely dangerous. Like, listen, you know, it's not enough to just show up. That's not coming through for your team. If you're compromised, you're a liability. If you end up in a fucked up situation because your head's not in the right place, you put us all at risk. That's the way it works. It's not quitting.
But that's someone that.
It's not quitting. You. The best thing you could do in some situations is to remove yourself, because then you don't hold everyone else back. You don't want it to happen at the 9th hour. You don't want it to happen, but sometimes that's when it happens, because there's so much pressure and there's so many goobers like this guy who come out here and say you're a quitter if you don't keep going, that people feel the need to ignore their issues in order to persevere forward, not realizing that they're actually hurting the people around them. Go ahead.
But the thing that happened is that people like that often are not in those situations.
No.
They're not in sports. They've never been a veteran. They've never been out there.
What the fuck is going on here,
They know what a PTSD is because of the word, but they don't really know what it implies, right?
No.
It's like the people that are saying, man, you know what, man, women, they can play the same sport. Most of these people never been in a fighting sport. Most of these people don't even know.
No.
Don't even know. And the ones that are in the sports are the ones that have advantages.
Yeah.
It's always that.
I'm going to take it a step further.
Take it. Walk on.
How many people that you've known died from a broken leg? How many people do you know or you've heard about that have died from PTSD?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, next step. I'm not surprised that this is coming from a black man.
Yes, definitely. I was about to go in there.
Hey.
Yep.
You know what? Take it away.
I wanted to say it, and I kept from saying it because I thought you said, you know what, whatever, let's not do that, or you would have an argument for that. But, you know, black people, mental health and black people, has been something that, you know, we don't talk about. I understand where it's coming from. You have to understand where it comes from. It comes from the fact that we couldn't allow ourselves to get there. We couldn't allow ourselves to, oh yeah, mental, this and that. We had to keep on going. We'd have to keep on the fight and do stuff. Do stuff. It did great, but it did a lot of bad too. Because now, not talking about mental health, not taking care of our mental, we are crippled, and we live with that. And by living with someone that has mental that is never addressed because that person still has to go on, it fucks up the kids. In church, no. Let's pray God. Let's pray God. He's gonna fix everything. No, bitch. God ain't gonna do shit about your mental health. He's not gonna do something better with that. And there's something that says, you know, there's something that say, help yourself and God will help you after that. But people really put themselves and everything into God's hands and stuff like that. No, you have to do something about that. Mental health, it's just like breaking your legs. How come when you break your leg, you go to the doctor, but your mental health, you're gonna pray God? So it's very downplayed in the black community. We don't talk about mental health. It's a very big taboo. We never do that. We often think of something that I often heard in the black community. Mental health? That's white people shit. Suicide? Self-delete? That's white people shit. Anxiety? Burnout? White people shit. Because they couldn't afford to do that. But what happens when you go home and someone is actually burnt out and goes back home? They beat their wife. They beat their kids for no reason. You know, we joke a lot about that in the black community. You know, whenever we want to talk about our shit, we talk about, oh, you ever get your ass whooped? Yeah, I had my ass whooped. But there's been some time where there's been some stress that you had your ass whooped for no reason. We can laugh about it, but let's think about it. It comes from somewhere. Stress, anxiety at work, burnout. We don't talk about it enough. When I saw a black dude saying that, I was like, yeah, it's a big problem. A lot of us are nurses and work in the field of health, but we really take our health second. We're ready to cater to other people, but we're not ready to take care of ourselves. A lot of people strive to be, I want to be a psychologist. I want to work in social studies. I want to be a nurse. But when it comes to our health, we don't do it. We cater to others, but we don't cater to us and our people.
Alright guys, I'm gonna jump off so I can install these updates.